ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Governor-General David Hurley has been addressing the nation following the death of Queen Elizabeth II. He says her passing has sparked an outpouring of grief and admiration.
What is clear is that even though her life has ended, her example to us all has not. That example of selfless service, devotion to duty and compassion for others is both an enduring legacy and a gift to us all. Her Majesty was also a mother, grandmother and great-grandmother. Our sympathies are with His Majesty and the royal family.
A 96-gun salute has been held at Parliament House in Canberra earlier this evening to mark the death of Queen Elizabeth II. The 96 rounds represented each year of the Queen's life, fired 10 seconds apart for 15 minutes. Leaders across the Australian political spectrum have paid tribute to Queen Elizabeth. Political reporter Claudia Long has more from Parliament House.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese will soon travel to the United Kingdom to attend the Queen's funeral.
Queen Elizabeth II has been a wise and encouraging guide.
Former Prime Ministers have been sharing their memories of the Queen, including Malcolm Turnbull.
She was really good at putting you at her ease. She had charm and calm.
And John Howard.
She had a great sense of humour. She had what seemed to me to be a deep curiosity about Australia.
Next week's scheduled sitting of federal parliament has been cancelled.
A floral tribute is growing outside Buckingham Palace as crowds continue to gather to pay tribute to the UK's longest reigning monarch. Europe correspondent Isabella Higgins is there.
The United Kingdom has entered a national state of mourning that will remain in place until the Queen's funeral. A public service of remembrance will be held at St Paul's Cathedral in the coming hours. It will be followed by a 10-hour session in Parliament, where Britain's Prime Minister and other MPs will pay tribute to Her Majesty the Queen. King Charles will spend the day in London and will make his first official address to the nation as monarch. Thousands are expected to arrive in London over the coming days to pay their respects to the 96-year-old sovereign and reflect on her 70-year reign. Isabella Higgins, ABC News, Buckingham Palace.
King Charles will be the oldest monarch to ascend to the throne at the age of 73 and has spent his entire life preparing for the moment. Unlike the Queen, he's given countless interviews over the past decades and holds some controversial views on a number of subjects. There are also a large number of people who are yet to forgive Charles for the way Princess Diana was treated before her death. Author Catherine Marr published a biography of the prince called Charles, the Heart of a King, and says it was a tough time for the monarchy.
The Queen and her courtiers were very aware that it was a threat to the monarchy, and it really was, because the way in which the monarchy had survived and, unlike very many public institutions, had not lost popularity over the years, was to maintain this kind of very smooth public image.
Residents of Hong Kong have paid tribute to the late Queen, who was affectionately nicknamed Boss Lady. During her reign, formal authority for the territory was handed over from Britain to China. Elizabeth II visited Hong Kong twice in her life, and King Charles had attended the handover in 1997. This man, Mr. Wong, says he has fond memories of Her Majesty.
I think the Queen was a really good lady, and it's a shame that she's no longer among us. I recall her visiting Hong Kong when she first assumed the throne, grandiose and influential. The general public felt she was beautiful and wonderful.
Notes and coins bearing the image of the Queen remain legal tender, but the Royal Australian Mint expects King Charles to make an appearance sometime next year. The former CEO of the Royal Australian Mint, Ross McDiarmid, says there's a specific procedure in place.
Presses that actually mint the coins, the circulating coins for Australia and for other Commonwealth countries will stop, or have in fact stopped, at the point at which the announcement of her death occurred. And any surplus coins that may actually have been produced and be sitting in the inventory may still be released, but the presses will not start again until such time.
WA has recorded 995 new cases of COVID-19, with more than 5,000 known active infections in the state. There are currently 192 people in hospital with the virus in WA. 4 of them are in intensive care. Meantime, South Australia's reported 63 people who died from COVID-19 over the period from April 27th to April 18th. SA's recorded a total of 569 new infections today. From next week, SA Health and authorities in other jurisdictions will begin offering weekly updates instead of daily ones. You're up to date with ABC News.
For continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the worldwide reaction, head to ABC News Radio or the ABC Listen app.
Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Qualify for finals, it's such a tough environment to be in.
Playing the best at this time of the year, you'd have to be at your best, and that's exciting.
Feel the pressure rising.
We're just really excited to be in this position where we can have a crack at it.
Here it comes again.
A new season begins and a challenging season will begin.
Feels like now or never.
To be able to play finals footy is such a privilege.
Blood running in your veins.
Tell our players to live in the moment.
This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
For Melbourne tonight, there is a brand new flag. For the first time since 1964, the Demons are premiers.
This is our time. This is our destiny. This is when all the stars align and we make history.
It takes a lot of belief. It takes a fair bit of guts, really. Yeah, I'm so proud of the players.
Everyone's bloody pumped, I can tell you that much.
You win one game, you're in a prelim. You win two, you're in a grand final. You win three, you're the premiers. That's how close we are now.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
It's through to Elliott. Of course it's Elliott. On the run. It's happening again. Gathered it. Snaps around the body. What a goal that is for Brisbane.
Rise up. Take it all.
Heaney gets there first. This would be absolutely extraordinary. On towards Hawkins. Gathers and goes.
These are the moments you play footy for. You guess play in the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
It won't have the journey. Now Curtis is there. He knocks it on the goal line. It's put through. It's Joe Danaher who emerges on the goal line and puts Brisbane in front. Tough footy here at the Jet. I'm loving it.
Clayton Oliver in a big time spot. His drop punt is pure. How about a Demons fan? Steadies from 45 and goes whack to goalie. Chest down. Goal. The super duper star with the finish that Collingwood needed. Petracca, he'll run it along the ground for something truly from the top shelf.
Grandstand AFL.
The semi-final.
Live from the MCG. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
It's a pretty hard act to follow week 2 of the AFL Final Series, but it is a season in 2020 that keeps outdoing itself. Tonight, the second semi-final is up first. It's Friday night footy between Melbourne and Brisbane. The Lions playing their first final away from the Gabba under Chris Fagan. It's at a venue against their bogey team in a place where they've never won under Fagan's reign at the MCG. There's so much to view it through Brisbane's prism tonight. Joe Danaher missing. Departing this morning to go back to Brisbane to tend to the birth of his first child. And yet for Melbourne, their premiership defence goes on the line tonight. There are no more second chances, the Demons and the Lions at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. Alongside me is Matt Clinch. There is no late change. Brisbane made 4 at selection, so Rayner, Fort, Answorth and Fullerton, who came in this morning for Joe Danaher. Danaher is back in Brisbane, as I'm sure many of you would know by now. McInerney, Pryor and Robinson missing from last week's team that beat Richmond, while for Melbourne they have the same 23 that played on this ground last Friday night. Good evening, Clinchy.
Good evening, Corby. Good evening, everyone. A sad day in public life with the death of Queen Elizabeth II, a moment in time in history which I'm sure stretches across so many generations, like when Princess Diana passed away. Where were you? And comparing stories with parents and partners and watching the ABC News breakfast this morning and the tributes that flowed in. And I loved some of the stories that came out from Dennis Lilly trying to get the autograph of the Queen at the Centenary Test, to unfurling the Richmond Premiership, the VFL flag back in 1969, and the players who were eager to meet her and introduce her to our game. So a minute's silence before the match. The flags are at half-mast. If the funeral's on Monday, the Brownlow will be moved and it'll be scheduled to Sunday night, so that will allow television to keep their commitment. But as you touched on the footy, if the semi-finals are anywhere as good as what the first week of the finals were, We have 30-odd lead changes, a combined margin of around 43 points. If the best is still to come, bring it on. I can't wait for tonight. It starts with Melbourne and Brisbane. The Lions, not too many people were willing to get on board before last week, but maybe they are now. They'd have to flip the script against the Demons. Let's see how they go.
There was a halt to sport the last time that the monarchy changed, but we have to go way back to the early 50s. The footy will continue in Australia tonight. There is key sport on pause throughout the United Kingdom. We'll keep you updated with all the latest throughout the night, and of course the ABC newsroom close by. And there will be a special tribute here before the start of play this evening. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse have been here in Melbourne Friday night every week throughout the season, and tonight we get the Lions and the D's. And it has been a lopsided head-to-head battle in recent times. The Demons, Lingy, have owned Brisbane in recent times by big margins. They've got a lot of ground to make up.
Yeah, they do, Corbs. Great to be with you and with all of our wonderful listeners. Last week was so superb. Every single game had twists and turns and brilliant football, brutal football, skillful football, close football. I've got a little sneaking worry that we're not going to see that this weekend. And I feel almost disrespectful, potentially writing off Brisbane and maybe Fremantle. But I just look at this team, the two teams are going to take the field tonight, and you look at those big outs of Danaher and McInerney for the Lions, a Melbourne team that will be bitterly disappointed with their performance against the Swans. They got opened up and destroyed by the Swans last week. I know didn't blow out on the scoreboard, but they got broken by the Sydney Swans, and they'll be angry about that. I think, Mick, they respond in a big, big way tonight, the Demons, and they may get a hold of the Lions.
Lingy, and good afternoon, listeners. Corby, Maddie, there's a couple of things about it. First of all, Zorko and Petty, that's not going to be forgotten in a hurry. If Melbourne let it linger, it'll detract from their game. If Zorko for 1 minute starts to look over his shoulder and think where's the next sledge going to come from, or a good hit, it'll have an effect. The Danaher effect, he kicked 3 goals from memory last week in a reasonably high-scoring game. So he's not there. That changes the forward line. Hipwood is still into his first year after a knee. That is not kind to tall players, particularly when they're lanky and that, because they still shuffle around a little bit. And for me, I'm not convinced. I know the scoreline at the moment, Melbourne has given Brisbane a bit of a touch-up. Last week, the bottom 5, and I reckon you win by bottom 5s in finals. Yep. Bottom 5 Melbourne were atrocious. They ran around looking for easy kicks. They wouldn't go in and get the hard ball. Sydney make you have to get the hard ball to win. Brisbane don't play necessarily really tough, hard football, but if they can start to lift that intensity up and expose that bottom 5 again, and they can be very much exposed, then this game will be a lot closer.
I love, Lingy, that you're just putting it out there to the universe, to the footy gods, to essentially say, look, I think it's going to be lopsided tonight. What have you got for us? So all year it feels like the season's delivered against the expectations. Whenever you think you've got a read on it and you think that, look, this is going to be one-sided, that it does have a happy knack at being able to produce some pulsating games.
Can I accurately guess one thing, though?
Yes.
Lachie Neale will not be allowed to have 39 disposals and get 15 clearances. Melbourne will put a power of work into him tonight.
We'll go inside the D's camp shortly. Tim Hodges has got Troy Chaplin standing by, so we'll get to that in just a moment. I just want to pick up a few things that you're putting down. So, first of all, Zorko and Petty. It's clearly been the subplot to this matchup when it looked like it could happen in Prospect. So close was their last meeting. Round 23 was only a couple of weeks ago. It was so fiery, and you've been involved in fiery games in the past. How do you approach it from every angle, whether you're sort of Brisbane, Melbourne? How do you deal with it leading in, knowing that history is very much real and it's there recently?
Well, we can work this. I'm going to throw it to Lingy as a player, and I'll talk to it as a coach. The thing is, as a coach, it should have been addressed last Monday and said, right, let us focus, let him worry about what is the potential damage coming towards him. We focus. This is what I'm talking about, Melbourne. Yep. We focus. We know it happened. It's nothing you can do about it right now, except win the game of football. So as a player, he would have to be thinking about it, Lingy.
Yeah, Harrison Petty might be thinking about it, but that's when the teammates come in and the support and care come in. And pretty much you make a promise to Harry Petty saying, if you can forget about it for a couple of hours, let us go to work and inflict the most amount of pain we can inflict on Dane Zorko and his teammates, and that is on the scoreboard. You end their season tonight. All the bumps and bruises, cheap stuff off the ball, everything like that. None of that really hurts. What hurts is ending their season by playing great football. So we will support and care for you, Harrison, if you are able to switch it off for 2 hours and just play your role for the team and lock in on that. We as teammates will get the job done for you, I promise.
Okay, let me flip this one to you. Now you're in Brisbane's camp. Have you, and I'll come back to Geelong, have you been in a side where a player you know is going to get marked but because of something that's happened in the past? How do you think Brisbane, as a team run, and I'm not talking about the coach, I'm talking about the team, as they run in the race with Zorko leading them down the race, how do you think they will respond to Zorko, and what are they expecting?
Yeah, well, I think never in a way that somebody's delivered what Dane Zorko said or anything like that. I haven't experienced that. But I played with teammates who constantly had targets painted on their back, named Gary Ablett Jr. and those types of players who are going to get a tagger every single week. So that's where I think you, as a group again, you agree, Dane, you just go to work, win the ball. When you're at your very, very best for us, you're running, you're attacking, you're creating for us, run from behind, get the handball received, get in there and get the hard ball, make the game happen for us. And in return, what we will do, we'll lay a little block for you. We'll cut a little metre space for you. We'll get you one on the outside. We'll give you a little cheapie early just to get you into the game. If you go to work at your very best, none of the other stuff, let's just play footy. Play good, strong football. That's all that matters tonight. One team's finished tonight, so play the best football you possibly can.
Both these teams needing to win 3 in a row to claim the premiership from here. Of course, Melbourne trying to make it back-to-back flags and Brisbane trying to make it through to a second prelim. In the last 3 years, there's no super late change. Joe Danaher came out this morning. He's gone back to Brisbane to tend to the birth of his first child. And Tom Fullerton comes into Brisbane's starting 22. So the Joe Danaher departure from Brisbane's team this morning, Mick, as a coach not that long out of the game. How would you be feeling if your key forward, who you've got up north, paid a heap of money to, comes to you this morning and says, look, coach, I got to go. I got to go home before our cutthroat final tonight.
Well, Corby, it's easy when you're not coaching. And I can say all things and mean something different. I reckon if you're coaching, you'd be going, please, doctor, can you just bring her on a little bit early? We know when she's due. Look, I do know the mechanics about 30-odd weeks and this sort of stuff, but, a couple of days, can you just bring her on a little bit? But, of course, we know, well, you don't try to play God, but, medical people these days can get that.
You would have had that situation, surely, where players came to you and said, look, I got to go.
Not with a baby.
Not for a big-time final or anything like that?
No, I had Marty Clark ask me for his sister's wedding. And I said, how many sisters you got? And he said, 1. I said, how many times you get married? You're Catholic? 1. And I said, how many games do you think you can play after this? He said, probably a heap. I said, exactly. Go to Ireland and be at the wedding. Yep. So that gave him a clear out. This is a final. This is, as you've just said, there's no tomorrow if you lose the game. You get on the plane, you go home, and you wait until next year. He's an important part of it. Look, they're all going to have babies at some stage, their partners, or you expect so. It doesn't matter whether it's the most important player or the 23rd player. Just so happens it's their key forward. It's a hard question.
Was it Lee Matthews who famously said to his group, look, by the way, in the window in January, can we just try and avoid
contact?
Yeah, correct. I didn't have a word there, Mick, so I'm glad that you said that. You never had anything like that with your group where you said, boys, look, we just need to be a little careful during January.
Yep. So, this is some of Mick's finest dancing around.
Well, I was there with all my 4, and I'll never forget them.
Yeah,
I'll never forget it. So, they're a massively special time, but so are finals. But it's a difficult one.
The funny thing is too that they would have known how close she was, and imagine Chris Fagan and the phone's going off and it's Joe Danaher's number early hours this morning. You'd be thinking, I'm not answering that. I'm just going to go back to bed, pretend that it's not happening.
It was Jack Carlisle, wasn't it, who left the Queensland hub because he wanted to be back with his family for the arrival of his child. And for Chris Fagan, who's trying to sell belief, we've got the players, we've got the belief, we've been a top 4 side. We may not be this year, but the challenge of trying to convince your playing group, we've lost to Melbourne by 64 and 58 points, but it's going to be different this time without Joe.
Yeah.
That's probably, I don't know how you sell that, Mick.
That's not a great issue. In all honesty, I don't think that's a great issue. The issue to me is that it's now. It's what's taking place right this very minute. It's not what took place, and the MCG is a bogey. The more that the more that the coach talks about the ground, the more it gets in your head. The more that you talk about Melbourne beating us, the more it gets in your head. You've got to start this morning or last Monday morning and go, what do we need to do individually which collectively makes us a good football team against who? Melbourne. Right, okay, at the MCG. You win a premiership. This side has won 3 in a row at the MCG, 2001, 2 and 3. So it's not beyond the club to win premierships. And that's, you've got to sell that, not be negative. If you're negative, you're gone.
There's storylines in any direction that you look, as you touched on Brisbane's record here, their record against Melbourne. Christian Petracca is going to play with a broken leg, would you believe, tonight in a semi-final. There's no super late change. Fullerton came in this morning for Joe Danaher, who's back in Brisbane to tend to the birth of his first child. Let's get inside the Melbourne camp. Going to join us down there is Troy Chaplin. He's with our own Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, great to head into the Melbourne camp. Troy Chaplin, the assistant coach, has been good enough to join us. Troy, the title defence is on the line. Have you noticed there is an extra edge on the group downstairs?
Not so much an extra edge. I think there's a little bit of nerves and anxiety just because obviously there is a bit more pressure. But we've spoken to our players about this is what the position we want to be in. We want to play on Friday night footy, ultimate expectation, under immense pressure and still be able to perform. And that's what tonight's all about.
And then is there an edge with this rivalry? 3 weeks ago, things got very intense between the two. Can that drag into a final? Or you've played plenty of finals footy. Do you think, no, in a finals footy, your mind's elsewhere? Yeah. Or could it fire up again?
Well, it could fire up again, but if that's what we're focused on, we're an emotional football club and we ride this emotional roller coaster. We want to be a team that goes out, plays our brand and focuses on that. The rivalry's been born out of where the two teams sit on top on the ladder. 1v2 earlier in the year. It was a top 4 game a couple of weeks ago. Top 4 finals game last year. That I think that's where it's come from. And we've got two teams that love the contest, so it's going to be a tough one. There's no doubt about that.
But there is no love lost. We can't gloss over that.
No, I don't think there is.
Is it mentioned at all?
No, not from mine. And it was my area that was impacted.
I was going to say, like, you were there with Harrison at 3/4 time. You were the one with the arm around him, probably as surprised as we were watching on telly when he was so emotional. Like, did you speak to him this week about it?
Yeah, I'll touch base with him around, okay, well, this has happened, what to expect. They may come at you. You've just got to make sure you refocus and just focus on what's important tonight. But other than that, I don't talk to the group about it. I think what's done is done. No doubt it will be fiery, but that's because both teams are hard at it. There'll be a little bit of niggle, no doubt. A couple of blokes will get tagged from either side of either team. I'm assuming Devon Robinson will come to Clayton. We'll put a bit of time into Lockie Neal. So straight away, there's already a couple of battles that are brewing.
And can you imagine a target being on Dane Zorko anytime you can make an impact with him?
Oh, not so. We haven't spoken about that, but it's make an impact on whoever's got the ball. So whether that's him or if it's Zach Bailey, Hugh McCluggage, whoever it is, we want to make sure our tackle and tough's on tonight because that's what wins finals footy. It's the contest and being really strong in that part of the game.
Can you take us to your emotions today when you heard the news that Joe Danaher was on a plane home to Queensland? Like, do you get on the text message to the rest of the coaches and say, holy cow, have you heard this news? Like,
well, our Oppo guy actually texted and then Goody rang me. I was actually out and taking the dog for a walk. So the first thing I did was ring Maisie and say, okay, this is what's happened. Nothing changes from our end. Whoever comes into the team, Fullerton's come in, we respect him, and we go about our method and our system behind the ball. Nothing changes from the way you've got to prepare. Obviously, I was pretty happy because he's a bloody good player and you've got to put a bit of time into him. So, I'm not complaining that he's out, but given his circumstances, it's an exciting moment for him as well. So, footy sort of takes a backward step in those times.
Is it silly about mindsets? Do you worry that it doesn't lull your blokes into a false sense of security that their biggest spearhead, the match winner from last Thursday night, isn't there?
And that's why I rang Maisie straight away around, okay, this is what's happened. We need to make sure you're still in that dominant mindset because we can't all of a sudden just think, oh, well, Joe's out, I can take it a little bit easy. That's why we talk about respecting the opposition and respecting our opponents, that we want to play the same way week in, week out, no matter where we play, who we play against. So I've been pretty clear with our boys that nothing changes from our end.
What about Al Neil from the opposition? How much sleep do you lose? Do the assistant coaches lose about what to do with Lockie, especially after watching him last Thursday, how dominant he was?
Oh, look, last week he was pretty special. I'm sitting on the couch watching and we were texting amongst coaches going, like, this bloke's going to win this single-handedly. And Richmond notoriously don't tag, so he sort of could get off the chain, whereas the last couple of times we've put a bit of work into him and it's helped us win the game. But we also know that we've still got to execute because this guy is a freak and he's probably had as good a year, if not in his whole career this year. So we've got full respect for what Lockie can do, and he can play a few tricks at stoppage, pop out, let the winger come in. So we have to be mindful of that as well.
Would you be imagining he'll be having a pretty torrid night out there?
I hope so. I hope he doesn't have 39 and 15 clearances because that's not a great result for us.
To your blokes, and the biggest talking point this week has been Christian Petracca. Is he definitely okay? Like, how is he feeling? Do you worry about him going out there with a crack in the leg?
No, not really. The conversation we've had with Track, and it's been more goody, was around you need to be able to perform. It's okay to be able to run around, but at the end of the day, you have to perform and execute your role. And we know how important Track is, but right from Monday when he was back running with the group, we knew he was all right. It's not so much the fracture, it's more the corky than anything. The fracture, nothing more can happen to that. It was more about the functional movement from the corky, but he showed and been able to train every session and he's ready to go. So there's no worries from him. Now for him it's all about the mental side of the game and staying in the moment and being able to perform now.
We spoke about that before the interview. Were you surprised he turned up to train on Monday? He was there for your main session Tuesday. He was there for the captain's run. Like, would you have said, Christian, you're okay, mate, just take a day off?
Initially early in the week, because when you sort of hear, hairline fracture, the first thing you think of is, we're not going to have Track next week. And then when you get to the club and actually get a bit more information around, it's more the corky, not so much the fracture, you're a little bit at ease. But he was there playing soccer Monday. I'm going, you're a bloody clown. What are you doing? Stay off it. So, but if he felt that he could do that and get moving, then so be it. And as I said, he's right to go.
And the coach said he was 100% yesterday, which is hard to believe, to be honest. But what are expectations? Is it still the same Christian Petracca of the last 24 weeks out there?
Our expectation is that. So the conversation we had with him around performance and being able to perform is that we expect you to perform the same way you have week in, week out. Now, if you can't, then we can make a change. But he's cleared himself. He's ready to go both physically and mentally. So, hopefully he's back to his best and we get a great result from him tonight.
We really appreciate your time so close to the bounce. We were just talking as well about you're a great Royal. Do you mention to the team about the rigmarole and the events and the multiple anthems and the shrine that they're going to have out in the middle tonight to your team, that this will be something unusual that they might not go through before a final ever?
Well, I didn't know about the shrine until you told me. We knew about the anthems and the minute silence, so we've told our players that. But this is, it's going to be completely different because they'll be standing around for 6 or 7 minutes. I think probably the benefit for us is the Anzac Day Eve game. Yeah. They're sort of there waiting for a little while, so they're not foreign to this type of environment or this moment that's going to happen. Grand final, sort of similar, but for our players, it's about just focusing on our start. All that other stuff we can't control, so let's just focus on what we can control.
And is it different being cutthroat tonight?
Well, we haven't been in this situation. When I say that this early, like prelim last year, it's a cutthroat, but we haven't found ourselves in the position where we've lost that first final. So there's a lot riding on it tonight. I'm nervous. Like that's just the reality. It's a big game. Our supporters are no doubt nervous as well. Our players are. So there's a lot riding on it. Win and go on, lose and go home. So hopefully we're on the right side of it tonight.
We thank you for your time. Good luck.
Thanks, mate.
There you go, Corbin. Troy Chaplin.
Thanks, Hodgie. So the assistant coach of the Melbourne Football Club, Troy Chaplin, who's in charge of the backline. Similar quotes coming out of the Melbourne camp tonight, as we've heard all week, Lingy. So Christian Petracca will play. He's right to go, train during the week, despite the fact he has a fractured bone in his leg.
Yeah, and I understand the medical staff have explained it. It's one you can play with, but gee, I still worry. Remember Nat Fyfe in that grand final? It might take 10% off with the power. A knock there again. Gee, that concerns me if it's early on in the game, Corbs. I don't know. It's almost like you take the risk, give him this week off and play him next week, but you don't know if there is going to be a next week. So big call, massive call.
Would you have been tempted, Mick, when Joe went out this morning to say, maybe we just give Christian the night off?
Yeah, you've got to remember I called that one last week.
Yes.
Broke. No. I would. If he's okay to play, you play him. And let me just say, that particular bone, where it's broken, or what I'm assuming where it's broken, and you'd be surprised how many players do play with a fracture or through that bone. It's quite extraordinary how many would play. It's a bit like the old PCLs. Ruckman would play. They wouldn't know. They wouldn't know for until the end of the year that they had done a PCL.
Full preview from Mick and Lingy coming up. The second semi-final, first up at the G.
Did you know that ABC Listen has a little sibling?
Hi.
The ABC Kids Listen app with music to move and podcasts to play. ABC Kids Listen stimulates curiosity, fires imaginations, and fosters good listening skills.
Wow. That's a funny noise.
Discover a world of entertainment that will spark creativity in the minds of your little ones and get them up and moving. Download ABC Kids Listen today, free from your app store.
ABC Sport.
Welcome to the 2022 AFL Finals Series.
It's through to Elliott. Of course it's Elliott. On the run. It's happening again. Gathered it. Snaps around the body. What a goal that is for Brisbane.
Rise up, take it all.
Heaney gets there first. This could be absolutely extraordinary. On towards Hawkins. Gathers and goes.
These are the moments you play footy for. I guess playing the finals and big moments.
Your dreams are reality.
It won't have the journey. Now Curvis is there. He knocks it on the goal line. It's put through. It's Joe Danaher who emerges on the goal line and puts Brisbane in front. Tough footy here at the Jet. I'm loving it.
Clayton Oliver in a big time spot. His drop punt is pure. How about a Demons fan? Steadies from 45 and goes whack to goalie. Chest down. Goal. The super duper star with the finish that Collingwood needed. Petracca, he'll run it all on the ground for something truly from the top shelf.
Grandstand AFL.
The semi-final.
Live from the MCG. On ABC Radio and on ABC Sport Digital.
For either Melbourne or Brisbane, the road ends here tonight. There is no tomorrow for the remaining 6 teams in the AFL Final Series. It is all sudden death from here on in as the Brisbane Lions burst through the banner, making their way out of the rooms at the city end of the ground. The Demons, their premiership defence goes on the line tonight. They're trying to make it back-to-back flags, but of course to win one at their home here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground. If they lose tonight, that dream will be over. While for Brisbane, of course, their journey comes through the Demons, who have been their bogey team all season, having lost 2 games, both of them around the 10-goal mark, and it brings them back to the home of footy where they have never won under Chris Fagan. Tonight they play their first final under their current boss in Coach Fagan outside of Brisbane. This is Grandstand AFL's coverage of the second semi-final. It starts week 2 of the final series. It is Melbourne and Brisbane. The winner tonight will go through to play Geelong in next Friday night's preliminary final back here at the G. There is no late change, but there is a bit of late drama with Tom Fullerton put into the Brisbane team this morning. Joe Danaher was withdrawn. He's returned home to Brisbane to tend to the birth of his first child. So Danaher won't be there tonight. 4 changes in total for Brisbane from the team that beat Richmond last Thursday. Rayner, Fort, Answorth and Fullerton all come in. While for Melbourne, they have the same 23 that lost to Sydney last Friday night. Joel Smith is the sub for the D's and Reece Matheson for the Lions. It is a clear night. The temperature got to 21 today in Melbourne, which is a nice change from what we've had recently. There is no rain forecast during play as we await the arrival of the Demons. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch to call the footy for you. Clinchy.
Corby, where we're hoping of a crowd of around 60,000 for tonight. It looks a bit light on that for the moment. The Ponsford stand, the very top where TV broadcasts from, that's completely empty. So expecting a sellout crowd tomorrow of around sort of 90,000 for Collingwood and Freo. So the Brisbane Lions looking to break an 8-year hoodoo here at the MCG. Melbourne, the reigning premiers, looking to go back to the prelim finals and try and keep their premiership dreams of back-to-back premierships alive.
You can hear the pyrotechnics and the flames in the background as Melbourne come out of the tunnel with the smoke included. Almost like they're coming out of the depths of hell, and they need to bring a hellish effort tonight if they want to extend their season into preliminary final weekend. It'll be their 3rd prelim in the last 5 years if they can get through the next 4 quarters. Christian Petracca is out there despite having a fracture in his leg, so he was going to play for Melbourne tonight. Their Norm Smith medalist. Tim Hodges to join us on the boundary throughout the call, and our grandstand AFL experts Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse, premiership players. Mick, of course, having coached more games in VFL AFL footy than anyone else. There will be a special ceremony beforehand, of course, to acknowledge the passing of Her Majesty the Queen, Queen Elizabeth II. So all of that to come before the bounce. What are we in for tonight, though? Mick and Lingy, it's second semi-final night. They're all cutthroat finals from here on in.
It is, and that's the best part about it from now on, Mick. You just got to turn up and perform. And Melbourne, I think they win tonight, but a lot of pressure does fall onto them because they're the reigning champs. Last week, up against the Swans, they got beaten at their own game. They got beaten around the ball. Luke Parker and Callum Mills and Rowbottom and these types of players really took it up to Oliver and Viney and the Demons midfielders. So that's where the challenge lies. The middle of the ground, getting on top of Neil and McCluggage and Berry and these types and getting that connection to the forward line. Somehow, Mick, we know Brisbane will score. Somehow Melbourne have got to get more fluency in their game and start scoring just a little bit easier than they've been.
It's interesting, Lingy, you say that, because if the Achilles heel for me, for Brisbane, is their overall defence. They allow goals to seep, and yet Melbourne are probably not the side in the final series that can actually, well, probably the Dogs, but they're out of it now, can actually reap the benefits of that, because they really do, unless they mark the football. Pickett's okay, but it's in finals, and finals football just sorts players out that want a ball that's a little bit easier than the normal one. Fritsch, he had a great grand final, but so did everyone. So, he's got to find the ball more often under pressure. Brown, as we know, I've been impressed in Brown's marking coming up the ground. I think to break that that hole that Andrew's going to have on him, he's got to come up the ground and start hitting the ball up around the wing for relief, and then see if they can get a quick ball into the forward line. I'm with you. I just think that their forward line, if I can just quote a few stats here, and we talk about Jared Lyons. Now, he's not in the side. Yep. He's the second highest inside 50s footballer for the Lions, and he's also the second biggest clearance player. Now, he's not in the side. Okay, he fell away a bit. Looks like may have some sort of groin complaint, maybe osteitis, who knows. Danaher's the second highest goal scorer. So it's who they bring into the side, and whether the other players and their bottom five players, and I think their bottom five players, quite frankly, are probably better than Melbourne's bottom five. I've got to say that. But they've got to prove it. And that's their salvation tonight, to make their bottom five contribute because of those players out of the side and lift the better ones up and give Neil and these sort of players a bit of support.
He needs the help, doesn't he? Neil, he was heroic last week in his performance. It was superb. I think Zach Bailey's one of those types of players who can play really terrific footy. Was very good last week. Marcus Adams is the other one who Brisbane Lions don't have, as that other big, strong defensive body. I'll drop one stat on you, though, that maybe makes Melbourne fans a little worried, that 6 out of the last 8 seasons, at least one of the top 4 has gone out in straight sets. Yeah. Now, that's what Melbourne and Collingwood are facing this weekend.
It happens.
There was a time, it didn't feel like that long ago, where no one used to go out in straight sets. And it used to be because of all the benefit of the home finals and everything like that, that they would, if they drop that first week, it's fine. They'll get into the prelim and they're another chance. 6 out of the last 8 seasons, it is happening more and more as teams become even better with their travelling patterns and their professionalism. So it's a chance for the Lions, but then I look at the way that Melbourne played against the Lions in that final game of the year.
Can they produce it, though? Can they reproduce that?
Well, there was so much on the line. It wasn't a dead rubber. No. It was top 2 finish on the line, and Melbourne just produced something near their 2021 form in that game. If it's anything like that again, it feels a really comfortable Melbourne win.
The reason why I said before that Brisbane have got to throw that out the window is because Melbourne's history this year is not great against top 8 sides.
No, 5 of 7.
It's
5 wins, 7 losses.
It's under
50%. Top 8 sides,
Whereas Brisbane's, I'm assuming, is slightly better than that, Matt.
Well, the Lions back end of the season, I mean, they were able to get on a little bit of a run, but a couple of their losses have been to Melbourne, Richmond and Essendon. So since the bye, they won 6 of 10. But slightly better, but not really. So, but I mean, the question around Brisbane is, do they have to change the structure of their forward line, knowing full well that Melbourne's ability to control the ball, Stephen May took 16 intercept marks last week against Sydney, which I think was a finals record.
Yeah.
So if they play the same style they have in the past, you'd expect
Well,
the
they're
result's
gonna
going to be the same.
You're spot on, Matt. Look, you can't, as a coach, I'll talk to the coach here. If you have been regularly knocked over by a side, you are a fool to go back and think that history is not going to repeat itself.
Well, can I jump in and ask you a question then about that? They've brought in Fullerton for Danaher.
Yep.
Danaher's a better player, but a like-for-like size.
Yep.
Do you not play Fullerton there very often? And he's purely almost a backup ruckman and ruck roll to Darcy Fort. And you go a lot smaller and you bring it in lower. You bring it in on the ground. You know, Hipwood's there. I get that. You've already got McStay. So you've got competitors in the air, but you almost try something completely different where it comes in low and ugly so that Stephen May doesn't have a reference point to do what he did last week.
Well, I agree with that. Sometimes that's an overall team change, and that sometimes is a bit more difficult than a one-man change. And I think a one-man change is if you identify either Lever or May as the key back in the way the squad plays, I know people go nuts on me saying about tag. One of the better players I've had do this, and I did it at West Coast as well, Lee Brown, I would just say to Lee, your job today is to go to Scarlett, Matthew Scarlett, and he wants to pick up Cloak. Now, while this is all happening, I'll guarantee one absolute certain thing, that Lee Brown will probably kick the first goal, because Scarlett, in the meantime, is still chasing Cloak, and Brown finds himself, as the ball comes in, Scarlett's left him, there he is, the other bloke's running around a lot. So I say that what Brisbane have to do is to almost say to one of their key players, go and pick up May and
so is that Fullerton's role then?
Yep, and not who May wants to play on. So if he wants to play on Fullerton, we have achieved nothing. So Fullerton then has to go to Lever. Let's say Fullerton goes out there and May says, oh, I've got Fullerton. No, Fullerton goes straight to Lever and just plays on Lever, and then May now has got to pick up the other player. Now, they're quite adept at that, but the other player then has got to be the player, keep taking Lever back to the back fullback. He's no good at fullback because he plays off you. May's not back, so he's got a bit of speed. That's the way I'd be playing it.
Flip it to the other team's tactics. Do you send Harms to Neil?
Absolutely. Yeah. Every day of the week. And also, if the ball is forward of centre, Melbourne forward of centre, my half-forward flanker would come up and take his right-hand side every day, every second of that game. So when that ball's bounced up, half-forward flanker just comes in and connects him so he can't burst. He's got to burst left. Yeah. And Harms then could be a net on the other side of him or take his left-hand side.
Just recapping, Troy Chaplin told us earlier they will be putting some work into Lockie Neal, the assistant with the Melbourne Football Club, and they expect Devon Robertson to get the job on Clayton Oliver. Yeah. Obviously, he went to Dion Prestia early in that game last week. Just repeating, there is no late change. Melbourne actually have the same 23 that played against Sydney last Friday night in their qualifying final, while for Brisbane, there was a change this morning. Joe Danaher is back in Brisbane awaiting the birth of his first child, and his place in the team's been taken by Tom Fullerton. Last time he was on an AFL field was round 17. He was the unused Medi-sub in round 18. Hasn't played since, so comes in Fullerton for just his 5th game of the year. He's playing in his 3rd final. He's yet to play in a winning team. Darcy Fort is out there, so he's going to have to carry the load in the ruck with Oscar McInerney concussed last week. He's the only man on the ground that hasn't played in a final previously out of the 46 from both teams. Both teams are lined up either side of the logo on the broadcast wing. Nat Edwards is down there as the master of ceremony. Of course, the sad news of the passing of Her Majesty the Queen in the last 24 hours. There is a plinth of flowers in the middle of both teams and the umpires who are lined up in front of us, in front of the members. Some of the flowers, the Lilybet lilies and also the Lily of the Valley, which were some of the Queen's favourite flowers, as well as an image which is going to be projected on the big screen. We are anticipating both national anthems, that of Great Britain and also the Australian national anthem, before play gets underway in this ceremony, which will last about 6 minutes. An appearance from Delta Goodrum, who is anticipated to sing the Australian national anthem. As the crowd on their feet in readiness, standing in silence, waiting for the master of ceremony, of course, to proceed. All of that will be the welcome to country with Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
The Australian Football League and Premier partner Toyota welcome you to the second semi-final between Melbourne and the Brisbane Lions. The AFL acknowledges the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation, the traditional owners of the land we gather on today, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging. We acknowledge that we play our great game on this land and respect the cultures of all First Peoples, their contribution to our nation and contribution to the game of Australian rules football. We will now have a welcome to country, followed by a minute's silence for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. To conduct an official welcome to country now, please make welcome Wurundjeri Elder Uncle Colin Hunter Jr.
Wominjeka, welcome. I'd like to start off by acknowledging that today we are meeting on the lands of my ancestors, the Wurundjeri people, and I'd like to take this opportunity to pay my respects to my elders, both past, present and emerging, elders from all nations, but I particularly want to pay my respects to everyone gathered here this evening. Wominjeka, welcome. Wurundjeri Bullock, Yumin Kundi Big. The Wurundjeri people welcome everyone to the land today. Wurundjeri, no, Bunambor War, Kondi Nang Nuk Dubin and Big Bullock Bor Chilikan. The Wurundjeri people want to look after and protect the land as they did long before. Wurundjeri country extends from the inner city of Melbourne. It goes across the mountains of the Great Dividing Range, west to the Werribee River, south to the Mordialloc Creek and east to Mount Borbor. And the Wurundjeri people are part of the Kulin Nation and of the Walrong language group. And while you're on Wurundjeri country, you're most welcome to the traditional lands and the waterways of the Wurundjeri people. So Wominjeka, welcome. Enjoy the game.
Thank you, Uncle Colin. We now invite you, if able, to be upstanding and join the players, coaches and umpires in a minute of silence to remember Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. May she rest in peace. If you could please remain standing now for the Australian National Anthem to be presented tonight by the amazing Delta Goodrum.
Australians, let us rejoice, for we are born and free. We've golden sun and wealth for toil, our world is good by
A unique way to start a big-time final with the dual anthems. And Vale, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II on the advertising hoardings around the Melbourne Cricket Ground. The flags hang at half-mast. And then the Australian National Anthem, a superb rendition from Delta Goodrum. Very popular, of course, with the Australian faithful, and a huge roar after many people found out for the first time she'd be singing the anthem. There's storylines in any direction you look. Christian Petracca playing with a fracture in his leg. You've got Dane Zorko on the Brisbane Lions up against Mrs. Petty's baby boy in Harrison Petty, who's out there for the D's tonight, just 2 weeks after their spiteful hit out at the Gabba. It's Brisbane's bogey team, who they've lost to twice this year, once by 64 points, once by 58 points. And of course, it's back at their House of Horror, where they have never won under coach Chris Fagan. They play their first final tonight under him outside of Brisbane. And of course, it's here at the MCG against Melbourne and without Joe Danaher. A bit of late drama this morning, withdrawing from Brisbane's team. He's had to return home, awaiting the arrival of his first child. So Danaher not there tonight for Brisbane. The toss of the coins taking place in the middle of the ground. Dane Zorko's there. A very quick handshake with Max Gawn. There wasn't a whole lot of embrace. Tim Hodges is down on the boundary for us again tonight. Hodgie, great to have you back with us.
Corbin and crew, nice to be with you. It's a fantastic atmosphere. Max Gawn won the toss. The Demons will kick to the city end. I'd like to tell you there's some wind, but the flags are at half-mast. It's impossible to actually see which way the flags are flying from the boundary line. The crowd is an interesting talking point tonight. The MCC expecting 60,000. The AFL said they're hoping for... They would love to hit 50,000. It does feel like the crowd might have been hurt with those wanting to stay home and watch what's been a big news day on the television and then watch the game at home rather than come out. So I hope we get to a half-full MCG. It is a magnificent night for footy. Still 17 degrees, a low of 11 to come. There is some outside chance of rain. I hope it doesn't hit. Just touching on the medical subs for the Demons, Joel Smith; for the Lions, Reece Matheson. And fantastic atmosphere. Hopefully the game lives up to what we saw last weekend.
Thanks, Hodgie. It's the third time they've met since round 15, but this time it's also a grudge match and a cutthroat final. Linger, you were strong on the D's earlier. They win tonight, in your opinion?
They do, yeah. I reckon just looking at that midfield, Oliver, Petracca, Brayshaw in there with Gawn, that's where it's going to start.
What happens, Mick?
Well, I think it's going to be a lot closer because Oliver will get tagged, as he is, and Brayshaw's not in great form, so I don't know. I think Melbourne just.
No more second chances into the second week of the 2022 AFL Final Series. It's Melbourne and Brisbane on Grandstand AFL. You're with Matt Clinch.
Darcy Ford into the action against Max Gawn. Against the first clearance, makes his intent known, kicks to half forward. And Coleman takes the intercepting mark for the Brisbane Lions. Out to the members' wing where Zorko marks on his chest. The Melbourne fans make their presence known. Around the members' wing, Noah Answorth takes the mark. One of 4 inclusions for the Brisbane Lions from last week's victory against the Tigers. Veers out to the right, looks to send Brisbane forward first. The target is Hipwood, he's nudged underneath. And Petty takes the mark for Melbourne.
Of course, Petty and Zorko both involved early as Petty kicks to centre half back and Neil Bullen takes the mark for the Demons. He swings it to the opposite back flank for Langdon. Of course, patrolling that southern wing again tonight. He pokes his pass to Petracca. There's another one of the key players with his broken leg. Hand pass out wide to Salem. He kicks the Demons to half forward. Jackson hitting up and marking against the boundary line. Half forward, still 55 out. Can poke the Demons into the pocket. Big Max down there. Fly over the back. And Cameron looking to try and spoil. Unusual defender, deep in defence. The ball slides out of play. Forward pocket for Melbourne.
It had to be a free kick, that, to Gawn,
Surely.
didn't it?
Already just a slight change. Max Gawn's normally been starting forward.
Yep.
Jackson and Ruck. I think they just needed a big flyer here.
Can Brisbane get an opening start here? Jackson out of the ruck, he might do it himself. Dribbles towards the goal mouth and it's just touched. Harris Andrews got a lunging fingertip to it to deny Luke Jackson the opening goal of the match in the first 90 seconds. Melbourne are on the board. They're behind.
Met 4 times in the last 2 years, including last year's qualifying final, and D's have won all of them by an average winning margin of 44 points. The Lions hoping to change the script tonight and extend their season as Rich on the kick out to half-back. Brayshaw in the box seat, can't complete the mark. Answorth does well, knocks it out of bounds. And a throw in 60 out from the D's goal.
And I've seen Brayshaw go to Neil. He did it the first centre bounce. Just wonder whether that will stay
I think it's going to, Mick.
Yeah,
And Brayshaw's
looks like
hurt
it.
himself a little bit in that last contest. He's just collecting himself, but he's next to Neil, and that's going to be the matchup.
Played on him in round 23, got 2 votes that night, worked off him, had 27 himself from the boundary throw-in. Gorn palms it down to Viney, quick kick into the forward 50, and just happy to see it over in the end is Andrews, and the ump is happy with all of that, walking out of bounds in front of Ben Brown. 2.5 minutes in, no late change. There was one change this morning, Danaher withdrawing himself to be home for the birth of his first child, and Fullerton is into the starting team for Brisbane.
Throwing back in, Fortin Jackson in a tangle, it's knocked to the front. Clayton Oliver comes charging through, can't get a disposal away. Harms tries to shovel out a hand pass only as far as Fort of Brisbane. Knocked it to Bailey. His little soccer to Brayshaw. He's tackled, has to retreat back by a hand. Racing back onto it, Zach Bailey ran into Salem, who laid the tackle. And Harms against the boundary line, trying to link up with Viney. He's taken over for a throw-in. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Lingy, you're right on Angus Brayshaw. He has no air in those lungs at the moment. He is doing it very tough at the moment. Just needs to gather himself after that big hit and to take on Lachie Neale in this next contest.
Neale had 29 that night, Brayshaw 27. As from the boundary throw-in, Gawn palms it down to Petracca, another hand pass, back to his captain. Gawn's kick smothered, Robertson got a hand on him the way through, slides to Payne of the Lions, hand pass to Coleman, pressured immediately as soon as he grabbed it, ball spills out of bounds. A nice closing effort from Oliver. Laid the tackle and we'll have a throw-in half forward for the D's.
Melbourne are bringing the heat early. It's not quite flowing yet, but their pressure's good, the contest is good, and Brisbane just holding on right now. They need to win some clean ball.
The D's with 14 touches to Brisbane 6. Fort down to Petracca. His tackle can't get a clean disposal away. Ball in dispute. Rich just sockers it forward to Answorth, who blazes away towards half forward. Hipwood back with a flight, but Petty had prime position, kept his eyes on the footy, and he takes the mark for Melbourne at right half back.
They set up perfectly behind the ball, Melbourne.
Demons by a point. Petty looks long towards Jackson and Gawn. Out half forward. Payne got a hand to it. Fort squeezes the kick into the middle of the ground. Bounces off McCluggage. Zorko knocks it on. Here's Neale off the instep. He dribbles it towards half forward. Hunt picks it up for Melbourne. Short chip kick to Gawn. Links up with Salem by hand, who's careful and controlled. Finds Harms at right half back. Into the middle of the ground. Brayshaw's all on his own.
In the customary headgear, takes the mark. Hand pass to Hunt. Looks inside 50. Mark to Neil Bullen. Centre half forward. He's 40 metres out, can kick from virtually straight in front. He's going to pass it off into the pocket for Langdon, who's on a super tight angle but a little closer to goal. He's 25 out.
It's a fine line when you're playing a run-with role. So Brayshaw was about to get cooked by Lachie Neale. He let him get goal side, gets through. It's a nice kick. Lions are away. Instead, it turns over. Brayshaw positions himself nicely in the middle of the ground, gets the kick, handball, and plays an important part of that Melbourne chain. It worked out fine for Brayshaw, but there was a moment there where Neale was going to absolutely hurt him the other way.
Neil Bullen's radar has been off all season, 7 goals, 16. Passes it off to Langdon. Tighter angle. No problems for Ed. Slots it from the left forward pocket to give Melbourne the first of the night. 6 minutes in, the D's are 1-1. Brisbane yet to score. And a few nervy moments for the Lions early. It's Melbourne by 7 after 6 minutes.
Well, I questioned that kick, Lingy. To me, you take responsibility, but if he's certain, and Langton's he's okay, but he's not a great kick for goal. So I was questioning whether Neil Bullen actually had lost a bit of confidence over the last week and thought, I'm still not close enough. I'm going to give this off.
I wonder if a message has been through the way, let's share it, share the goal, it doesn't matter who gets the team goals. But there's a balance, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes it's you who's got to kick it.
Yeah.
The responsibility's yours. Go back and nail it, but all's well that ends well. Langdon kicks truly.
Yeah.
Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse with you on ABC Sport. First goal, the semi-final, the way of the Demons. Gawn wins down the tap to Oliver, trying to fend off a tackle of McCluggage. Squeezed the kick towards half forward. Petracca in front. Couldn't complete the mark against Rich. Brayshaw's there. He's locked up on the very bottom of the pack. And the umpire will ball it up just short of half forward for the D's.
See, what happens with Brayshaw, he ends up getting a lot of assistance from teammates if they're winning. But if they're not winning, he's got to do the job himself.
Thrown up, Gawn fended off Fort, tried to get it to Oliver, then tried to get a clearing kick himself, couldn't do so. Rich into the middle of the ground, it may work down low. Not paid the mark was Fullerton, down to his right. And now the footy is stuck underneath him as Lever comes over the top for a ball up. Melbourne by 7 points. 7 minutes gone, opening turn.
Up it goes. Gone and fought both. Share it down to Oliver. Oliver hurried kick straight to Rich. Rich on the wing. Bangs it back down to half forward for Brisbane. Really been in their front half. Hitwood and May. May turns him inside out. Wins it for Melbourne. Hand pass to Hibbert. Surge kick down the wing. Oliver trying to take the one-hander with Robertson for company. Can't do so. And Harms inadvertently sockers it out of play. And Clayton Oliver just looking at the man in yellow saying, Dev Robertson's all over me. Where's my free kick? They're not going to hand them out too easily tonight. Semi-final night, win or go home. The equation for every team from here on in. Melbourne by 7.
Yeah, 30 possessions to 12. It's saying a lot about the quarter so far.
Max Gawn with 4 disposals for the Demons. Tries to do the ruck work here. Neil Bullen tackled. Not sure he got a clean hand pass away. Neil picks it up for the Brisbane Lions to Rich. Goes with a laser pass to Archie. Couldn't complete the mark. Hand pass to Wilmot, who made that famous debut last week against the Tigers. Can't get an effective hand pass away. Sparrow scraps for it for the Demons, but it's McCluggage who gets it to Archie. Around the boundary line. Fullerton at left half forward. Kicks inside 50. Hipwood in front. Takes the mark against Stephen May. He's right on 50, but out to the left. Bailey wants it short in the left forward pocket.
Ben Brown has slid back from the forward line here. Now Max Gawn as well. So they've got 2 talls back, Melbourne, to contend with the high ball.
He has been a good starter, Eric Hipwood. Got them going against the Tigers at the MCG. Kicked 3 goals last week against Richmond. With no Joe Danaher, he might have to set the tone from outside 50. Puts it towards the teeth of goal rather than the shot, but stays there. Spoiled down by Brown. It ricochets out to Gawn in the left back pocket. Hand pass to Langdon. Melbourne around the defence. A long kick looking to Melcham. Harris Andrews in front. Melcham gathers. Almost McCluggage couldn't take it. A chance for the Lions as Berry gets the hand pass back to Andrews. To Ford. Cossie Pickett got in. Ford squeezes the kick inside 50, but Gawn was waiting for just that kicking mark for Melbourne.
He's got his partner in crime, Jackson, in the middle of the ground. Can't complete the mark, but follows up at ground level. Hand pass to Petracca. They're out downhill. Hits up Spargo, who takes the mark. Right half forward, 35 out. And from the intercept mark in defensive 50, Melbourne go from the back 50 into the front one. And they'll have a set shot here from 45 out.
And Cossie Pickett created that. Just brilliant repeat pressure and caused that tough kick. Hodgie, I reckon you need to keep an eye on something down on that boundary. That's Charlie Cameron.
Charlie Cameron coming off. He looks in a bit of trouble. Real trouble.
We'll get to Hodgie after this kick as Charlie Spargo, who has had no voice all week after a knock in the throat in the qualifying final. He misses his set shot here out to the right. Melbourne 1-2, Brisbane yet to score. 10 minutes in, Tim Hodges on the boundary.
I don't know if you can see me, guys. Charlie Cameron is right in front of me. It's the right foot, and it's on top of the right foot. I reckon he's been trod on, right on the shoelaces, and he is in an unbelievable amount of pain. So both doctors are with him. I'll report back and give me a few minutes, and I'll come back to you.
Thanks, Hodgie. Berry for the Brisbane Lions. Long to the wing. Andrews in the pack. Can't take the mark. Hunt trying to run onto it. Tapped it to his own advantage. Got around McCluggage. Kicks inside 50 again. Spargo front and centre. Can't gather. Rich's hand pass. Pinched by Cossie. Kicked it straight into Coleman. Gets the hand pass to Rich. Clearly thick towards half back for the Lions. Melbourne have the numbers. Harms with a hand pass back to Rivers. Under pressure. Taken over the boundary line by Archie. And the umpire says throw it in.
That's a rule. You walk over the boundary line regardless. It's a free kick.
Should have been Brisbane's way.
Absolutely, it should have been a Brisbane free kick.
Trent Rivers just bracing for contact, waiting for Archie to come at him, and as you said, Mick just backed his way over the white line. D's by 8 points. Free kick here from the boundary throw-in. Gawn is held. Big job for Darcy Fort tonight, going it alone. He comes back into the team. The only man out there on the ground playing in his first final. Short kick from Gawn to Rivers.
Contested footy. Lingy is getting smashed by Melbourne.
Yeah. Looks inside to Hunt. Hunt chips to centre half forward. Spargo got his hands onto it. No mark. Coleman rips it down at the last minute. Comes to Zorko. Hurried handball back into dispute. Turns it over. Langdon hand pass to Coleman. He's
brilliant,
taken
Coleman. Great attack on the footy. They were under the pump then the Lions. That was superb by Coleman.
Into the middle of the ground he goes for McStay. Can Brisbane take their opportunity? Looks towards half forward. Bailey takes the mark in front of Gawn. Can they clear the Melbourne defence? Inboard to McCluggage. He's just outside 50. He goes for home. It's off line to the left. And the Lions' first score of the match are behind. It comes 12 minutes in. Melbourne are 1-2-8. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Well, I'm speaking softly here because Charlie Cameron's right in front of me. He can hear everything I can say. They tried to take the boot off. There was no chance of that. He's in too much pain. He tried to jump up on it in front of the doctor, and then he had to sit back down. He was in that much pain. I think there's a really difficult decision the Lions might have to make here, and they're taking him down into the rooms, probably away from the boundary riders here. I'm not sure he can come back on the ground.
Transition on for the D's. May down the middle to Gawn. Swings his kick to Brown. Out to half forward to Melcham. Pokes it into the pocket. Neil Bullen takes the mark.
Clever kick, Jake Melcham.
Right forward pocket. He's about 10 in from the boundary line. 25 out.
He had enough space. Neil Bullen was maybe 2 metres in from the boundary line. Melcham actually kicked it further in towards the corridor to make Neil Bullen mark the footy on a better angle.
Yeah.
Really smart play.
The D's are all over them again early here tonight. Neil Bullen, who's been shaky all year. He's got his kicking boots on tonight, though. Puts through Melbourne's second. And the D's are out to a 13-point break. As many minutes in. 2-2 to 1 behind. Grandstand AFL, Nick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, Lingy, it's 50 possessions to 33. That's jumped up a bit with Brisbane getting a lot of it in the back half. Inside 50s is interesting. It's 3 to 8.
Can I circle something in their disposals?
Can.
Melbourne, 36 kicks, 14 handballs. Now, they're a high handball team normally, Melbourne. They flick it round, lots and lots of possessions. Their intent is to go forward much quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see it. What they're trying to do is break through that first line of Brisbane's defence. One, it's been shaky all year, but why not then put it back onto the next line? It's not the first line, it's the second line, which they've done. Yeah, it's certainly in their method at the moment. Now, Rich is the highest position getting player for Brisbane, and he's playing as a half-back. So that tells you a lot about where this game's heading at the moment.
Mick Malthouse with you on ABC Sport. The bounce recalled as it sprayed out to the left back in round 23. Melbourne kicks 6 goals to 1 in the opening term. Jackson wins down the tap. Free kick going Melbourne's way in the ruck battle against Fort. Umpire gesturing it was a shove, and Jackson's going to take the free kick. Looks out to the southern wing. He spots Rivers all on his own.
Does that one drive you bananas, Mick, when they get a free kick right in the centre circle and they go sideways?
But they don't even look forward, Linny. I mean, they've got the blinkers on.
Inboard to Lever, and now short to Neil Bullen. Melbourne controlling the footy as they please. Long towards full forward Melcham, and Jackson! Melcham in from the side. Couldn't complete the mark, or did he?
Yeah.
Think the umpires paid it. There's a quick kick out of the congestion from Brisbane. That could have almost been 50, but Jake Melcham will be very happy with the shot on goal. Pretty much directly in front. 12 metres out.
Well, he played poorly last week. I was surprised they actually didn't make that change, but he can redeem himself by the efforts he makes today.
Just the 5 disposals last week and a couple of behinds against the Sydney Swans.
Yeah, it's a mark.
But Melcham pretty much point blank range, just slightly right of centre. And Harris Andrews stands just outside the top of the goal square. Jake Melcham, slow in his approach, comes in, delivers it straight through the middle. And Melbourne have the opening 3 goals in this semi-final as they look to open up an advantage. 3-2-20 to the Brisbane Lions, 1 behind. Melbourne by 19 points, and memories of recent battles against the Demons are coming back for Lions fans watching this.
Contested ball, 14 to 25. That's Melbourne's favour. That's an area I thought that Brisbane may improve on those previous games, just to make it a little bit more of a fight in under, close. We know that they're probably going to get dominated in the ruck, but the ruckman can only do so much. But it's quite interesting. We say can do so much. Gawn at the moment is the highest positioning player in 6 and 2. It's not as if he's hand passing everything. He's at 6 and 2.
Well, they're kicking, aren't they, Melbourne?
Yeah,
41 kicks, 14 handballs. Normally their ratio's 1 to 1.
Yep.
They've jumped them again, 3 goals to zip. Demons by 19 points. Fort wins the hit out in the middle. Down to Rayner, hand pass picked off. Oliver shoots one over his shoulder for the D's. Down towards Jackson. Robertson gets there first, and Jackson says, "Come here," and tackles him straight to ground. A ball up in the middle of the G. 16 and a half minutes in. Melbourne by 19. Jackson down to Neil Bullen. Goes forward in the tackle from Wilmot. Ball spits out to Oliver. Hand pass back in a dispute. Viney trying to extract it. Rayner does well. Knocks him off. It grabs the footy. Quick kick forward. Zorko at the drop. Grabs a half volley. Hand pass out to Archie. He's lost it. Hibbert for the D's. To Petracca. Quick hands to Oliver. Away to Viney. He kicks out wide. He was dumped after getting rid of the footy.
Downfield. It was a Brisbane mark too.
Langdon quickly takes the advantage. Hand pass to Neil Bullen into the pocket. Brown can't get a run at it. And Gardner in front takes the mark for the Brisbane Lions in the right back pocket. Inside 50s, 9-3 Melbourne's way through the opening 17 minutes. The Demons 3-2-20 to the Brisbane Lions, one behind. Gardner hugs the boundary up the southern wing, flying in the pack, unable to take the mark. And a quick kick out of the congestion comes towards Archie. He got an awkward bounce. Now becomes the tackle on Rivers. The umpire circles and he will pull it up. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Charlie Cameron is back from the rooms, Clinchy. He's, I don't know, guys, could he have anything in that right foot to help him? Like, he's still wincing every step he takes, but they're keeping him in the game. It looks like they're trying to get him back out there, but I'm not sure what they could do to help him.
Depends if it's just badly bruised, you just jab it, keep it, stay out there, and just stop being whingy. Just get on with it. No, honestly,
Melbourne from the clearance. Petracca, hand pass to Langdon, hits up Brown, knocked out of his grasp by Andrews. He gets a second go, Brown. Hand pass to Langdon for 2 in the opening term. He kicks it across the goal face. Behind. Melbourne by 20. This game-high lead grows. Alarm bells going off in Chris Fagan's coach's box. 3-3 to 1 behind. Melbourne by 20 after 19 minutes.
And I don't want to be unkind there, but Lingy, you just got to play in finals, don't you? You just get up and play. Forget about the pain.
Danrich brings the Brisbane Lions back into play. Beautiful kick that finds McCarthy at left half back. So no Joe Danaher. He and Charlie Cameron have combined for 26% of Brisbane's score in 2022. McCarthy long down the members' wing towards Hipwood, May and Jackson there for Melbourne. Cameron back onto the field, tries to wrestle it clear for the Lions. Hipwood's hand pass straight to Salem of Melbourne. Kicks back towards McCarthy, underneath the footy, couldn't take the one-handed mark. Bounces into Melcham, who now wrestles for the footy with Gardner. Gardner over the top. And the umpire will pull it up at right half forward for the Demons. Melbourne by 20 points.
Of course, notwithstanding Cameron's foot injury early in this game, he's really epitomised Brisbane's woes against Melbourne. He's been goalless twice this year, both against the D's, with Michael Hibbert doing the job on both occasions. We got another ball up half forward for Melbourne.
They're trying to get that change. Michael Hibbert hasn't realised Cameron's back on the field now. Jake Lever gets his attention.
And the swap happens. Has gone down to Harms. Kicks right to the goal square. Andrews punches it through for a rush behind. Melbourne by 21. Brisbane desperately need to change the flow of this game. D's all over them. 3-4. Brisbane 1 behind. 20 minutes into the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
And I know this is a different game, but last week we watched Melbourne play Sydney. We thought Melbourne were all over Sydney as well. So the test will be maintaining this now and see how they go in the second quarter, because football can change so quickly.
Well, for the Lions, they just must hold on here and just find a goal. Great spoil by James Harms to get a boundary throw in. But if Brisbane can find a goal and not concede another, they've been completely outplayed. And it may only be 14 or 15 points the difference going into quarter time, and you can fix those things up. They concede another one, though, to Melbourne, and they haven't kicked one themselves. Then look out.
Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse with you. So the Lions having their issues trying to get out of fence. Gorn wins down the tap. Sparrow can't gather. Neil can for the Brisbane Lions. Hand pass to McCluggage. Kicks towards a wrestle of Hipwood and May. And May's able to control his body position and take the contested mark between wing and half-back for Melbourne. Demons by 21 points, 3-4-22 to Brisbane, just the one behind. 12 inside 50s to 3. Kicks towards Brown at half-forward. Payne gets a fist to it, spoils it to the front. Neil Bullen tackled, holding the footy. Couldn't get a effective hand pass away. And the free kick going the way of the Brisbane Lions at left half-back. Darcy Wilmot to take it.
They've got to move the ball quicker, Brisbane, because at the moment Gorn is right in line with the kicker. So, and you've got May, then you've got Lever. If Brisbane can move the ball quicker around them, and that's the only way to do it, is go around them, it changes the dimensions.
Wilmot to Payne, who kicks down the boundary line, trying to fist it away. Viney. May keeps it alive for the Demons. Hand pass to Harms, short kick to Neil Bullen. He takes the mark between wing and half forward. They're going inside 50 again, the reigning champs. The kick from Neil Bullen, superb. Finds Sparrow, who takes the mark right half forward for Melbourne.
How's the difference in the ball movement there? Just straight away wheeled and went. Neil Bullen, something opened up. He made a decision on the run. When he first went, there was nothing open. But he was happy to let it unfold a little bit, making a decision while moving. Sparrow pops into a little bit of space. Beautiful kick. They get another shot at goal. Great play.
Played his 50th game last week in that qualifying final loss. Hell of a start to his career. Missed just one game this season in the D's premiership defence. The kick from Sparrow is out to the right. It's a behind. The Demons lead at 3-5 to Brisbane, 1 behind. So D's by 22. Time on opening quarter.
Yeah, Sparrow's kick there. Too long, too wobbly with the ball. Not a good platform and no speed on his kick. So got the result that you expect.
Melbourne's defence is set, so Rich needs to find an option. He goes short to the left back pocket, and Payne takes the mark. Last line of defence. Drives a kick up towards the members' wing. McStay sets himself. Gorn in from the side. Spoil to the front where Bailey's hand pass to Ford. Jams it on the boot. Underneath it, Rayner and Hibbert. In from the side, McCarthy. Lever punches it forward. Back up the members' wing. Brayshaw came charging out. Cleared apart for Oliver. Hand pass to Sparrow. Kicks towards Cosy Pickett. Up against Payne. Just couldn't take the mark from behind. And racing back, Gardner fumbles it over the boundary line. I don't know how Cosy Pickett does that with just 2 steps. Great vertical leap. Almost claimed the mark.
Just rewind a little bit back here. I think Dane Zorko can be thankful. It was a nice bloke in Angus Brayshaw coming at him. He was wide open. If that had been someone else, that was a chance to get him.
County throwing deep forward for Melbourne. Comes down to Brayshaw. Kick smothered. Fought. Great work. Spills to Harms. Trying to bend one through. He misses. Near side. So 3-6 to 1 behind. 23 travelled opening term. Demons predominantly in the navy blue, of course, with the red V. Their home game at the G, their home final. And Brisbane paying homage to old Fitzroy with the predominantly red jumper and the white shorts with the yellow line.
Rich into the pocket for Brisbane, for Andrews up to the wing. It's taken it right half back by Kitty Coleman. It's normally creative with ball use. He comes into the corridor, found McCarthy. Now they've got some overlap run. Hand pass to McCluggage, long towards the attacking 50. It cleared the Demons forward and knocks it on to McStay. Can he soccer it through off his shin? I think it got there. We're just going to work out if Petty got a touch onto it before it crossed the goal line. It wasn't all that clean from Brisbane.
Score review. Umpire's calls a goal. Please check if it's touched before the end.
Away.
Now, has the ball completely crossed the line as Harrison Petty has a hand onto it?
Does he have a hand on it there, though? Yeah, he does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
The point of that ball is not over the line.
So, yeah.
Harrison Petty, well done.
So have to shimming it down McStay. He couldn't block off Petty, who lunged and got a touch to it. Nothing's going Brisbane's way here in Melbourne. I've had 9 scoring shots to the Lions, 2. The behind is registered. Brisbane 2 behinds, Melbourne 3-6-24.
And they got out the back then because Stephen May was sitting on the bench, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree.
Complete desperation, the goal saver from Petty. As Salem goes long to the contest at half-back, spills down to Coleman. Just soccers it 30 metres inside 50. Petty hits up to meet it. Takes on Cameron's tackle. Got a hand pass to Lever, to Hunt. Hand pass to Viney. Sold him immediately under the pump, who's locked up straight away and will have the ball up. McCarthy with a big chase down tackle.
They've got to find a goal here, the Lions. This game should be over. Melbourne have dominated that much. They find a goal.
Quickly from Archie inside the 50. Lever punches it away. Zach Bailey onto it. Lever got him again. Umpire went to blow the whistle and then all of a sudden signal play on. The kick to the pocket is going to roll out a play in front of Salem and McStay. And Slocky Neal got it forward.
It's a good call, Clinchy. He sort of did the squat, didn't he? Almost like he was ready to blow the whistle.
What was it, neck or ball? Or what was he going to blow? Was it who was going to hit the free kick? Surely if it was a Brisbane free kick, he should have been paid.
I guess the umpire maybe determined the tackle didn't stick in the end. And Bailey was able to release it. Gawn wins down the tap. Oh, it could have been too high there. No whistle coming as Dane Zorko gets to his feet. And we'll ask the question. It's stuck underneath Oliver and Viney with Dev Robinson on the very bottom of the pack.
There's no doubt who's wearing the black hat in the theatre tonight. And Dane Zorko back at the G against the Ds from the boundary, from the ball up. It's Harms who jams it on the boot, puts it out on the full.
Yeah, very good.
Did you get another look at it, Mick?
Well, it doesn't matter whether it's Zorko or whoever it is. I think he got caught high.
Yep.
And that's if you get caught high like that, it's a free kick.
Starcevic in front of the Melbourne interchange. Oh, that's another shocking kick. Slides out of bounds on the fall off his boot. And Viney will get it half back for Melbourne. The last 2 kicks haven't gone back inside the field of play. Melbourne by 22. late in the opening term. D's 3 goals to zip. A kick from Viney down the wing. Harms tries to knock it on. Passing through Starcevic. Sells a dummy to get around Gawn. Floats a kick inside 50. Rivers trying to outmark Rayner. Can't. Then he's tackled without it. Rayner. Free kick for Brisbane's number 1 pick. And Cam Rayner will get it. 25 out, dead in front.
Yeah, just one of those awkward ones where you don't realise as the tackler that the ball's been stripped away. So you continue on with the tackle because of the panic. You know you're close to goal. So you hold on that bit longer than you should when the ball's already disappeared. And Rayner certainly made sure the umpire saw it, but it was there.
He was rubbed out, of course, of the first final after a heavy tackle on Ben Brown. He's back out there tonight. Cam Rayner for their first. He's missed wildly out to the left. Gee, that's a poor finish. At a time Brisbane desperately needed it. 28 minutes into the opening term. Melbourne 3-6. Brisbane 3 behinds. D's by 21.
Yeah. Well,
it's a bad news,
well,
isn't it?
McCluggish's first kick on goal. It was a long way out.
Chris Fagan on the bench has chewed that chewy a little bit harder. As the long kick out of defence is picked off by Neil Bullen at left half back for Melbourne. Kicks towards Jackson. Harris Andrews spoiled it down, then cannon into Petracca. Neil fended off the tackle, trying to link up with Rich. Viney laid the tackle on him. Great intent from a Melbourne perspective as Hipwood's laying the tackle on Neil Bullen. The umpire will ball it up. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Chris Fagan has a spare headset beside him. I have grave fears for the one he's wearing at the moment. It was just about tossed after that Rayner miss.
From the restart, Wilmot gets the clearance down to half forward for Brisbane. Skids through to Lever. As bangs it back down the southern wing for Melbourne. Ford arriving late. Viney stands underneath it. No mark. He'll get a free. But his arms chopped. Fought a little fumble trying to come across. A little clumsy, rather, trying to come across and spoil. And Jack Viney will get the free kick on the southern wing. D's by 21. Brisbane yet to kick a goal.
Viney sends it towards Gawn and Fort. Fort's able to spoil it down. Petracca front and centre. Hand pass inboard towards Neil Bullen. Payne lays the tackle. Ball spills clear. Wilmot kicks around the members' wing. Melbourne are well set. Gathered by Viney. His tackle by McStay. Hipwood tries to charge forward. Fended off Petty. Hand pass to Zorko at right half forward. Kicks towards Charlie. 1-on-1 with Hibberd. Cameron's got it. Brayshaw trying to race back to offer support, but that's exactly where Charlie wanted it. A 1-on-1 battle, and Cameron was able to take the mark.
Yeah, it was a beautiful kick. Nice back lead by Charlie Cameron. Kept his eyes on the footy, and just at the right moment was able to come back at the ball.
They've taken control over the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they have, haven't they, Vic?
Yeah, they've got right back in the game, as we saw Sydney last week.
20 metres out, pretty much directly in front. After Rayner miss, can Cameron take control? Yes! Couple of steps to the right from the goal umpire. And Charlie Cameron tries to rev up the Brisbane Lions at the MCG. Their first goal comes at the 29-minute mark. Melbourne's lead is cut back to 15 points. 3-6-24 to the Lions, 1-3-9 after Cameron was off with a foot injury at the 9-minute mark of the opening term.
Yeah, Hibberd didn't do a lot wrong. He tried to keep front position and eyes on the ball. At a split second, as he spun his body around, he lost control of the ball in the air. And by that stage, Cameron had manoeuvred in a good position. It was a wonderful mark. And really, I love those sort of contests where there's just only the two there, that ball comes in, and the forward has to make the play.
See, that's an important goal. Melbourne have dominated 80% of this quarter.
Out of the last 5 minutes.
Yep. And Brisbane have been able to reverse it a little bit now, and 15 points the difference. Great effort.
Melbourne by 15 points. The Lions finally on the board as we tick towards quarter time. Free kick for Oliver in the middle. He was slapped across the chops inadvertently by Dev Robertson trying to compete for the footy. He's got Dev for company tonight. Oliver, that's not his best effort. A high up and under the centre half forward. Spoiled away from Gawn. Pickett runs onto it. He's crunched hard in the tackle from Rayner.
Tackle. Oh, no,
umpire took a long time and then eventually said, I'll have it. A ball up centre half forward for Melbourne.
There is a big sling. He actually didn't he get a week for doing that before?
Yeah,
Rayner?
Ben Brown.
Yeah, that's right.
Fort wins down the tap. Petracca trying to spin out of traffic. Deb Robinson for the Lions out in front of Bailey. Socketed her off the ground, but straight to Hunt. He tries to link up with Salem. Lost it. Deb Robinson has another go. Great tackle from Hunt. Ball spills clear. And the siren sounds, much to the relief of both players. Both teams who are in the fierce battle in the middle of the MCG. And Melbourne lead by 15 points after the opening term. There was 9 scoring shots to 4 Melbourne 3-6-24 to the Brisbane Lions 1-3-9. After Melbourne kicked the opening 3 goals of the match, they then had they had 6 scores in a row in which they managed to put on 4 behinds after those 2 goals. And Charlie Cameron with the last goal of the quarter. So for Melbourne, goals to Langdon, Melcham and Neil Bullen. And Charlie Cameron is the goal scorer for the Brisbane Lions. So back in round 23, it was 6 goals to 1 Melbourne's way in the first term. 3 goals to 1 here in the semi-final. Melbourne by 15.
You did allude to it during the call, Lingy. They needed to stop Melbourne scoring and get one themselves back the other way. They've done that, Brisbane, and so a 15-point game at quarter time when it did look for moments that this could have been all over by quarter time. The D's by 15. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, it is quarter time. The second semi-final, first up on the Friday night. The D's by 15 points. This is Grandstand AFL.
ABC, your trusted source of accurate and timely emergency information.
We've had the ABC on basically all afternoon listening.
There's so much going on and getting news is a priority.
Well, I'm a fan of the ABC.
It must be love, love, love.
I listen to the ABC every day. I'm extremely grateful.
ABC Radio, reliable source for information.
On radio, on the ABC Listen app and the ABC Emergency website.
It must be love, love, love.
ABC, stay connected.
Shorty pulls through mid-wicket.
Great catch diving to his right. That is a stunning take.
The 2022 T20 World Cup is coming on ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
No more second chances of the 2022 AFL Final Series. It's Melbourne and Brisbane. Looks inside 50. Mark to Neil Bullen. He's 40 metres out and he's going to pass it off. Into the pocket for Langdon, who's on a super tight angle but a little closer to goal. Neil Bullen's radar's been off all season. Passes it off to Langdon. Tighter angle. No problems for Ed. Slots it, giving Melbourne the first of the night. Swings his kick to Brown, out to half forward to Melcham. Pokes it into the pocket. Neil Bullen takes the mark. Neil Bullen, who's been shaky all year. He's got his kicking boots on tonight, though.
Long towards full forward, Melcham and Jackson. Melcham in from the side. Couldn't complete the mark, or did he? Think the umpires paid it. Jake Melcham, slow in his approach, comes in, delivers it straight through the middle. And Melbourne have the opening 3 goals in this semi-final. Hitwood tries to charge forward, fend it off Petty. Hand pass to Zorko at right half forward. Kicks towards Charlie, one-on-one with Hibbert. Cameron's got it.
Control that last 5
Yeah,
minutes.
they have, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got right back in the game, as we saw Sydney last week.
20 metres out, pretty much directly in front. After rain and miss, can Cameron take control? Yes!
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Second week of the final series in week 1. None of the teams leading at quarter time went on to win.
Wow.
It's Melbourne who's up by 15 points here, 3-6 over Brisbane 1-3. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Tim Hodges on the boundary in our grandstand. AFL experts Mick Oldhouse and Cameron Lang.
Well, we're just talking, weren't we, Lingy, off air there. We're saying that this is very similar to what happened with Sydney last week, albeit different sides. But quite frankly, when about 6 or 7 minutes ago, the Lions started to get more of the contested football. But when you look at some of the goals they missed, McGlaughlin missed his first one, long distance out, missed it by a foot or a yard.
Cam Rayner missed that simple set shot.
So they could be 3 goals. Now, I know that Melbourne missed a couple of simple ones, but interesting enough, Corbin, what you said about leading, I mean, it's so insignificant at this time. As long as it's what you start to do is what your game is all about. And Melbourne's game early was quick movement. That slowed down a little bit. Maybe Brisbane adjusted. I'm not too sure, but they've certainly got back in the game.
And finals mix so often are about maximising when you have momentum.
Yeah.
So Melbourne, for 80% of that first quarter, complete domination.
Yep.
Owning the contested ball, owning the marks, owning the disposals, owning the inside 50s, everything like that. If it's 6-3 in that patch to 1 behind, then all of the doubts are in Brisbane Lions' head again. And the game is almost done and dusted there.
Yeah.
I understand there's a long time and you can still come back. I get all that, but you can really be inside their head and heap enormous pressure on it. But Melbourne, again, just demonstrate they don't have an ease of scoring goals. They dominate like they did, and they kick 3 goals and miss a couple of easy ones. Then they concede that late one. So for a quarter where you'd go, yep, Melbourne all the way, it's only 15 points the difference. And the Brisbane team will know that.
And I'll throw names at you. Bailey Fritsch.
Hasn't touched it.
Has not touched it. Brown.
Hardly touched it. 2 touches.
Right. And you're looking at Pickett.
Pickett, 1 touch. 1 important tackle and pressure, but 1 touch.
But again, these are forwards.
Yep.
Their job is to capitalise on the 15 entrances. Yes, Melbourne has gone 9 out of 15. Yes, it's above 50%. And for all intents and purposes, it did look good the way they brought the ball in a few times. But once that was wrestled back off in the last 5 minutes, Melbourne become very mortal again. And quite frankly, if Brisbane can replicate the pressure they put on around the football, which they've brought that back, look out.
D's by 15. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just kept an eye on Max Gawn. Dealing with a corky, he's had that right thigh strapped right up underneath his shorts during the quarter-time break. So he's tried to move that right leg the entire quarter-time break just to keep it warm, so keeping an eye on him. And it does feel like the Lions did dodge a bullet with Charlie Cameron. When he came off the ground with that right foot injury, he looked done but went down to the rooms, maybe had a jab, and he looks not 100%, but he's still out there, kicked the first goal and looks okay.
Thanks, Hodgie. So Gawn to contest the ruck here against Darcy Fort. Second term underway. D's by 15. Gawn tackled, grabbing it out of the ruck. Spills to Brayshaw. Kicks inside 50 for the D's. Clean bowls a couple of sets of players. Spills into the forward pocket for Melbourne. Starcevic attacks it. Gives it to Rich. He wasn't expecting it. Pickett lays the tackle. Comes to Brown. He's tackled, taken to ground. And a ball up 20 metres out for the Melbourne goal. They're kicking to the punt road end in the second turn.
Big Max dropping back in front of their key forward, the Brisbane key forward.
Jackson rises early against Fort. Fort 1 down the tap. Sparrows kick straight up in the air. Have a go at that. Charging in. Fort follows up and rushes it through for a minor score. Melbourne by 16 points. 40 seconds gone, second quarter.
That's what you want from your ruckman. Just no nonsense. We know what the rules are. I can smash this through as much as I like. Well played.
Dan Rich in the kick-out duties. His 10th final. He goes short to Neil, who gets a touch here in the defensive 50. And Brayshaw for company so far tonight. A hand pass to Rich off the back flank. Kicks down to Hipwood, who marks.
It was going to be down the field anyway, Corbs. Pickett on Dan Rich. I didn't really like the attention, Rich. He jumped straight up and let him know all about it.
Hipwood, one of the lefties out there for Brisbane. Pokes it down the line and finds McCluggage. Slow build up for Brisbane. McCluggage has to go to a contest here at high half forward. Bailey competes, spills down to Fullerton, swings a kick hurriedly inside 50, and Melbourne love those. May takes the intercept mark at half back.
Looks to switch out to left half back where Petracca takes the mark. Seems to be moving okay. This gets his first touch of the second quarter. Up the wing, sliding on his knees. Melcham completes the mark. He's at left half back.
Very slow movement, the Melbourne, very slow.
Jake Melcham veers out to the right, kicks towards Jackson. Brown put on a good block. Cannon into pain. Brown races back after it as it hung in the air for a moment. He's tackled immediately by Harris Andrews and a ball up on the members' wing.
Perhaps Brisbane have taken that pace off Melbourne a bit, Lingy, with their setup in front of the ball.
Melbourne by 16. Fort beautifully down to Neil. Kicks towards a vacant half forward. Hibbert in front of Cameron. Cameron races after him. As soon as he grabbed it, laid the tackle. He got the hand pass away to Langdon. Kicks out to the southern wing. It's wide of Ben Brown. He and Andrews in a tangle. Andrews wrestles into the ground. Pickett picks it up. Free kick Melbourne's way. And Cozzy won't take the advantage.
That's amazing because Big Ben Brown, he can't read our sight in a dark night, and yet Andrews gives away a free kick which he didn't have to. If he stayed on his feet, he gets that football.
I'm not sure it was there, Mick.
No, well,
maybe a push.
Brown goes back to Salem on the wing. Salem can send Melbourne inside 50. Honours Gawn's lead. Carries his head. Spargo couldn't pick it up clean. Knocks it out in front of Pickett. Pickett goes to ground trying to draw a free. He's got it. Starcevic laid the tackle, and Cozzy Pickett with the exaggerated action.
Yes.
The umpire bought what he sold, and a free kick for Cozzy in the forward pocket.
Oh, Corbs, you're spot on with that call. Pickett sent someone there, made sure he went low enough to draw the high contact. Isn't that the one that we're saying is not going to get paid?
Well, they haven't been paying it this series, so the final series. So he ducked into it. He ducked into the tackle.
And we've been missing legitimate ones where players are over the ball winning the footy and getting their head ripped off.
It was outstanding the last time these two teams met up in Brisbane. Kazai Pickett on the outside of the right boot. He's hit the far behind post. So no score. Out of bounds on the full. Melbourne by 16 points. We're 4 minutes into the second term.
Harris Andrews quickly takes the free kick short around the boundary, and Jack Payne takes the mark.
Gee, Stephen May's impressive to watch behind the footy. His own positioning of his teammates, it's all there.
Payne up towards Hipwood. And Dev Robinson, off hands, it goes out of play. He's the general in defence for Melbourne, Stephen May.
He never stops, Clinchy. He's pointing, he's organising, just move across a metre or two, come back a little bit. Okay, you push up. He's got his own positioning to think about. He's really impressive to watch in person.
On Dan McStay for the moment, one-on-ones further afield. McCluggage from the throw-in. Gathers, hand pass to Starcevic up towards McStay and May. May gathers, he's brought down. Great tackle by Link McCarthy. Free kick advantage. Hipwood kicks to a vacant goal mouth. Racing back is here, but he gets there first as Cameron offers chase. Hugs his kick around the boundary line. Good control and composure under pressure and finds Harms at left half back.
Yeah, Cameron went to the goal square and he would watch the ball.
Harms down to the wing. Brown competes. Got hands to it. Had his arms chopped, said the umpire. So Brown with another free kick in this quarter. And both of them coming outside. He's attacking 50.
I'm glad he's coming up the ground because he's bringing Andrews up the ground now. It weakens their full back line, particularly now that they're a bit smaller down there, Melbourne. And done it well.
And it forces Darcy Fort to play as a genuine defender on Max Gawn now.
Brown to Petty to Rivers. Short kicking game to Salem. Middle of the G. Long kick inside 50. In the box seat, Archie takes the intercept mark for Brisbane.
Yeah, good mark. Very good.
He's
brave mark.
Told to go, stepping off his line and just pokes the pass to Gardner at half back. Melbourne by 16. 5.5 minutes into the second quarter.
That ball movement's not going to get through though. So slow.
Gardner forced to kick it long down the wing. McStay flies, but Lever spoils it down. Sliding in Fullerton, knocks it boundary side. A chance for Neil. His hand passes to the bootlaces of May, and he sees it out for a boundary throw in. Under the Shane Warne stand, we think somewhere around 60,000, but looking at the top of the Ponsford stand at the city side, that's completely vacant, bar some scatterings of fans, so maybe somewhere between 50 to 60,000. A sellout tomorrow as the Collingwood fans are going to descend on the MCG against the Dockers. Gawn got a punch forward, a whistle in the ruck battle or a hold off the ball. And it's going to go the Brisbane Lions way. And Fullerton is going to take the free kick middle of the southern wing. With Melbourne leading by 16 points, but just the one behind so far through this second quarter after Brisbane finished the first quarter strongly.
Gawn just with a piece of Fullerton's jumper. The umpire calling the free on that, and Fullerton kicks it straight to Gawn, who went to set up where the kick was headed, and he takes the intercept mark for Melbourne. Max Gawn at half back.
Yeah, exactly what you just said, Corby. Kicked it straight where their big ruckman is. This is the chance for Brisbane to bring the ball on the other side of the ground.
Gawn goes back to Fullerton.
Now it's got to come off the line. So, yeah, that's the right play by Fullerton. Switch the play.
Learns his lesson from last time on the southern wing, goes back to Andrews at centre half back.
Well, Andrews is going in slow motion. He's going to take the ball back the same way. It's not quick enough. You won't get around Melbourne by going in slow motion.
Not when you've got May and Gawn just set up beautifully behind the play. You have to keep it in motion.
He goes short to Payne, and Payne long to the wing for Fullerton, who marks again. So same spot, southern wing. Melbourne by 16 points. Brisbane have slowed up their scoring after Melbourne kicked 3 goals in the first 13 minutes. Brisbane the only goal since. We've now travelled 7.5 minutes into the second. Short kick to Bailey, who marks logo southern wing.
Sends it towards half forward. Hipwood flies in the pack on the back of Lever. Couldn't take the mark. Petracca fed off the hand pass. McCluggage with the tackle on Rivers to lock the ball up at left half forward for the Lions.
I'll tell you what Petracca is doing. He's avoiding the big heavy contact by getting rid of the ball very quickly, and that's smart.
Fort at full forward as Fullerton did the ruck work against Gawn. Quick kick though into the centre of the southern wing, and Archie takes the intercepting mark from the Oliver. Quick kick of the stoppage. Inboard into the middle of the ground for Andrews. Hand pass to Lockie Neal. Looks inside 50. Cameron on the lead. Can't take the mark. Hibbert right there with him. It clears him and Petty gathers in the back pocket. Hand pass over the top to Harms. Under pressure from Cameron. He tries to knock it on. Cameron back on the footy. Kept his balance. Hand pass inside 50. Salem for Melbourne. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Drives the kick into the middle of the ground. Brown underneath it. Takes the mark against Payne.
Open side of the ground's on Langdon. Big time.
Brown hits up Melksham, who takes the mark between wing and half forward. He goes long to Jackson. Jackson floats through. Can't take the juggled mark. Spills down to Wilmot. Top of the defensive goal square. For Brisbane, a sweeping hand pass to Fullerton. He links up with Archie. And now the Lions a chance on the counter-attack. Heads out wide to McCluggage. McCluggage on the southern wing goes inboard, and Robertson takes the mark for Brisbane, back edge of the centre square.
You've got to take those marks. That is not a difficult mark, Jackson. A really disappointing result there.
Centres it up to Rich, who spots Berry between wing and half forward and short to McStay. Was so good in the ruck last week, tried to return it to Berry. He couldn't clear Fritsch, who's working across half back. Takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne. Short to Petracca. Up to the middle of the members' wing. Coleman was running towards him. Petracca could take the mark. Feeds the hand pass to Harms, who wants to give it back to Petracca. In front of the two benches, comes inboard with a kick that finds Sparrow. Melbourne by 16 points, but they haven't been able to do any further damage since their dominant opening term. Sparrow veers out to the right, long kick inside the 50. Jackson and Brown are both there. Brown tries to palm it down, Pickett onto it, quick as a flash. Jansen on the boot, he dribbles towards the goal mouth and bounces through. Just need to give him an opening, and Cosy Pickett will do the rest. And after 9 minutes in this second term, which has been an arm wrestle, Melbourne strike first to extend their lead back to 22 points. It's a game-high lead after the Lions kicked their first goal late in the opening quarter. Melbourne 4-7-31 to the Brisbane Lions 1-3-9. 10 minutes gone, second term on ABC Sport.
Very much, Mick, something out of nothing.
Yeah,
brilliant spike, Cosy Pickett. But it was, a slow, careful build-up, long to a big group of numbers. And almost to a situation where they're not going to kick a goal from Melbourne. But Pickett's brilliance leads to a goal. But that's probably one Brisbane can defend reasonably well normally.
Yeah, but go back a minute or so. Jackson, look, if he's that wanted in AFL football, as a tall player, you must take those marks. He was up against a player who was a half-back flanker. Yeah. So the goal they missed, the goal they just got. So they're the things that really do hurt a Brisbane side. You do all the work and then you miss out on that one.
Melbourne by 22, gone the hit out. Zorko, as you probably heard, the possession, gets a kick out to the southern wing. Viney puts his head over it for the Demons and then just paddles it out cleverly. Away to Langdon, short kick to Brayshaw. Brayshaw for the D's, down to half forward. There's Robertson and Oliver just locking up as they have done all night. Robertson does well, knocks it to Starcevic. Kick misses the target, wanted to find Zorko. Puts it over his head and it's out of bounds. On the bounce to a throw-in just forward of the wing for Melbourne. Southern side, Demons by 22 points. They lead at 4-7 to 1-3. 12 played second quarter.
They've had more of the footy, Brisbane, in this second quarter. 36 disposals to 32, but they can't make it inroad. Gawn wins down the tap towards Brayshaw. He's tackled by Neal. Ball spills clear. Sparrow jams it on the boot towards Pickett and Starkovic. Coleman back with the fly. Courageous takes the mark on half-back for the Lions.
That's the kick.
Flares it out to Payne. He takes it at right half-back. Up the wing, members side towards McStay. Beautiful kick. He dropped the mark, though. Didn't have to break stride. Back onto it against May. Kicks to the pocket. Hipwood on the lead. Marks on his chest. Best ball movement of the match from Brisbane.
And it was Coleman. It was Coleman who started it all. Took the terrific mark, first of all. But at the moment he landed, Mick, he was looking out open side of the ground, off the line, and then the Lions had plenty of space to work in. McStay nearly made a meal of it, but composed himself and hit up Hipwood nicely.
Just got to get away from those big tall players. The only way you can do that is go around the coast.
Eric Hipwood with 19 goals for the season. Boy, do they need one right now. Hipwood out to the right, just inside 50, comes in, fires it at the left goal post. It bends back beautifully. Eric Hipwood responds and Brisbane answer back after the Cosy Pickett goal at the other end. 12 minutes gone, second term. Melbourne lead by 16 points, 4-7-31 to Brisbane 2-3-15.
And Mick, you talk about those big key Melbourne defenders and being able to go around them.
Yep.
even the very best defenders, when it comes in quick and into space and with enough time for the kicker that the forward can make a move or two on his defend. Even the very best defenders get very nervous in that situation. So that's the other way. Quick and into space, so they have to defend and they get caught out. Or if you're a little slow, then be smart and just move it a little bit around them.
Yeah, don't give them back don't give them back their strength. The other thing is too, Lee, as you said, move it where a player can take a mark on his chest. Doesn't have to take the big specky.
Melbourne by 16. 13 played, second quarter. The Rucks go out it back in the middle. Comes down to Jackson, who follows up like a rover after contesting the bounce. Kicks down the centre half forward. Big leap comes from Melksham. Payne knocks it away into the path of Robertson. And Clayton Oliver says, I'm right here, as he lays the tackle on Robertson, who's been tagging him all night. And Oliver returns the favour with a heavy tackle and a ball up centre half forward for the D's.
Fullerton and Brown. Brown wins down the tap. Zorko got it back to Fullerton. Hand pass trying to find McCluggage. Oliver's in there. Hand pass to Petracca. Jams it on the boot. Awkward bouncing ball for Fritsch. Gardner toppled over. Gardner drags it back in. Did well. Got it to McCluggage for the Lions. Out to Fullerton. Jams it through the middle of the MCG. Hipwood and May. Clears Hipwood. He's onto it again though. Dodging and weaving. He looks to a vacant 50. Bailey's racing back. Puts it to his advantage. He and Hunt racing back to the goal mouth. It pitches on its point and almost bounced back towards the goal mouth, just off line to the left. I'm not sure he really meant it to do that.
He's giving a little bit of worry to the Melbourne back line at the moment. His mobility's been very, very good.
Melbourne by 15.
Am I being unfair, Mick, to say he had to do better with that kick?
Oh, absolutely had to do better,
When you've got that much time and you've got Bailey flying back or you've got a short option, just hit it.
Oliver marks the kick out, goes long to Brown on the wing. Andrews puts his fist through it for Brisbane, bounces down to half forward. Petty there for the D's. Hand pass to Harms, away to Neil Bullen by hand. Now to Petty. Petty looks back into the corridor. Ugly bouncing footy, unkind for Rich. Spills away to Wilmot for the Lions. Hand pass to Rayner under the pump, tackled by Harms. Pack forms around them and the ump says, I'll have it. Feels like it's just gone up a little bit here. D's by 15 points, as many minutes travelled in the second term. Of course, Melbourne led by 16 against the Swans 6 minutes into the second quarter last week, and Sydney kicked the next 5 unanswered.
Jackson one down the tap to Sparrow. He's locked up by Dan Rich, and the umpire will do it once more. Just short of right half forward member's side. For the Brisbane Lions, it's Melbourne by 15 points. Jackson rises against Fullerton. Tries to do his own roving. Rich dives on the footy. Knocked it out to Berry. Hand pass to McCluggage. Stripped by Oliver. Holding the footy. And Melbourne will take the advantage. Oliver away to Sparrow. They're on the break. Payne's freeze. The Sparrow in 2 lines. Ran too far. He spotted Charlie Spargo too late. Tried to pull his kick. The umpire was onto him, counting every step.
Rayner lays it off to Coleman. Short kick to Bailey. Takes the mark. Just back into the centre circles and throwing his elbows around with Lever as they scrap on the deck. So Bailey gets up, swings his kick out wide to Answorth. Lions with a little pep in their step here. Goes short to McStay. The forward 50 filling up though as McStay gets around the man on the mark, kicks it straight to Petty. Takes the intercept mark for Melbourne at a half back. Immediately goes to Brown, who marks southern boundary line between wing and half back. Goes on the 45 to Sparrow. It's Melbourne by 15. 16 and a half played in the second term. We've had a goal each in the quarter.
Neil Bullen leads up, takes the mark from the kick from Sparrow. Has it at right half back for the Demons. Gestures for someone to lead towards him and then beautifully kicks towards Ben Brown, who is running back with a flight played on. Running to Coleman. Stripped of it by Bailey. Brisbane take the free kick. Puts it out towards Charlie Cameron. He and Hibbert race after the loose footy. Cameron tried to keep it alive, knocking it around the boundary. Petty's there to offer support. Hand pass over the head of Hibbert. He gets a hand pass forward to Langdon. Just kept it alive and then kicks a barrel around the southern wing. But Coleman's waiting. Takes the mark for the Lions.
Coleman looks inboard to Zorko. Gee, Spargo arrived a little late and just tried to swat it away. Caught Zorko. Says it's all okay, and Zorko in a scrap too in the middle of the ground as he disposes of the footy. Long kick inside 50, and Lever takes the intercept mark. Gee, it was a bit of late pressure from Fritsch, and they were just pulling at each other's jumper on the ground, so Zorko, enemy number 1. The kick from Lever into the middle of the ground. It's turned over again. And there's Zorko at the drop for Brisbane. Hand pass to Wilmot, to Rayner. Hot footy. Petty's got him. Says play on. Crowd say ball. We'll have a ball up. Attacking edge of the centre square for Brisbane. Kicking to the city end. A 15-point lead for Melbourne. It feels much closer than that now, 18 minutes into the second term.
Umpire throws it into the air. Jackson wins down the tap for Melbourne. Rayner onto it. Petty careful with his tackle not to slip over the shoulder. And the umpire will ball it up at the back edge of the centre square for Melbourne across half-back. Demons by 15 points. Quickly thrown in the air. Jackson one down the tap against Fullerton. Sparrow kicks out to the southern wing. Onto it Gardner for the Lions. Hand pass to Rich. Looks inside 50. Drives a kick towards McStay. Lever and Mayer there. Hipwood came late to spoil. And it rolls out of play up against McCarthy in the left forward pocket. The Lions trying to lock it inside their forward 50 with Melbourne leading by 15 points.
The disappointment of Melbourne's forward line at the moment is that when the ball goes in, it's coming straight out. There is very little pressure put on, particularly by a bloke like Bailey Fritsch, who just wants the ball on his chest all the time.
Jackson wins the hit out down in front of Oliver, just knocks it back to Jackson, sockers it away to Sparrow. He's taken high by Daniel Rich, centre half back, free kick Melbourne.
Who's that on Fritsch there? Can you see? Because he's playing in front of him, he does everything right, tacks the football.
Darcy Gardner, I think
it is.
Garcia,
yeah, sorry, it is. Yep.
The South Australian Sparrow from the back flank kicks for Oliver on the wing. Hand on it from McCluggage. Spills down to Clayton Oliver. Hand pass away to Rivers. Tackled by Coleman. Got a hand pass out to Gardner of the Lions. Kicks back down the wing. McCarthy a hand on it. Spills through to Hunt. Hunt went over the top. There's a free kick for a high, and it's going McCarthy's way. So a high against Harms, who tried to almost hurdle him as McCarthy was on the ground, and McCarthy draws the free.
Looks to kick inside the 50. Bailey had it spoiled away from him by Lever. Got it to Spargo. Links up with Langdon. 1-2 to Spargo at right half back. Around the southern wing. Beautiful kick to Ben Brown, who hugs the mark to his chest.
Is that what it was for? The knee on the shoulder?
No, it was a little earlier than that, just in the original marking contest. A quick grab over the shoulder, not much.
Brown doing a lot of lead-up work to the wing. Kicks towards Jackson. Couldn't complete the mark. Zorko front and centre for the Lions. Hand pass to McCluggage. To Wilmot. Sends it back to where it came. Up to the southern wing. Lever underneath. Takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne.
Brisbane are rushing their kicks now. Really just giving it back to Melbourne time and time again.
So Lever to May and then across the half-back line to Hibbert.
Mind you, so Melbourne.
Yeah.
It's being played between the arcs at the moment.
Melbourne by 15. Short kick to Petty.
18 inside 50s between them in just about 25 minutes of play.
Petty hand pass to May, kicks inside 50, hands on it from Melcham, spills through to Petracca. Hand pass trying to connect with Brown, a little fumble, met front on by Wilmot. Ball comes out to Spargo, hand pass missed his target, and Fullerton for Brisbane, hurried kick into the middle of the ground. It'll spill down to McCarthy, still at centre half back for the Lions. Hand pass to Bailey, gives it to Robertson, Jackson tackles him. And a ball up, true centre-half forward, right on the blue paint for the 50-metre arc. Centre-half forward for the D's. Melbourne by 15 as we tick into time on second term.
It's quite extraordinary how this game's gone.
Brisbane had the last 5 inside 50s before this one as Fullerton and Jackson do battle. Spills to Petracca, kicks inside 50. Great mark, backpedaling. Fritsch takes the mark.
Well, he needed to do something. At least he stood in line with where the kick was in the goal line, so he knew the ball was going to be quick kicked in. So I don't want to be harsh, but if you're going to go up, this win goes against Geelong. Geelong will be licking their lips right now the way Melbourne are playing. And for that matter, Brisbane have actually upped the tempo with the contested footy.
Just read it so well. Bailey Fritsch against Gardner, directly in front. 20 metres out. Melbourne's leading man with 53 goals for the season. Bailey Fritsch gets involved. And the Demons extend their lead out to 21 points. 22 minutes gone, second quarter. The Demons 5-7-37 to the Brisbane Lions 2-4-16.
It's not a pretty game, Lingy.
No, not this quarter.
Maybe Brisbane had to bring the game back into something like a bit of trench warfare, or find a way, which they did from time to time, around those big talls where Gawn drops back, but move it quickly and give their forwards a chance.
I think, Nick, though, for all the work that Brisbane have put in this last 7 or 8 minute patch and really good around the contest, they're just hurting themselves by giving it back to that Melbourne defence.
Big kick.
Again and again and again. And now eventually just weight of numbers.
Yeah.
Melbourne get a fortunate break. It got to Fritsch, good mark, good goal. And all of that work of Brisbane was for naught.
Yeah.
Fritsch now a goal in his last 29 games, leading the AFL in that category. Back in the middle, Melbourne by 21. Gawn palms it down. Here's Viney. Shoots a hand pass to centre half forward. Petracca and Coleman out after the ball. No clean pick up. Answorth puts his head over it. Taken front on by Oliver. Umpire circles.
no.
Answorth's in trouble. Holding the ball. He didn't release it. And the free kick for Melbourne.
Well, you know, you're right. He didn't release it because he had two blokes sitting on him.
No, I'm with you, Mick. It's a tough goal.
Well, you've got to give the bloke a chance. It's not as if he roped it and pulled it back inside.
It was either Oliver or Viney. Viney's going to get the free. And he can put Melbourne inside 50 again. The kick in the Petrarca direction, leaping for it. No mark. Comes back to him. He jams it on the boot and he misses. Out to the left. In the end, he's lucky to register a score.
I reckon he's hurt himself, Petrarca, too.
5-8 to 2-4. Time on in the second term.
Yes, he's got a limp up. There's no question he's got a limp up.
8 disposals in this second quarter for Christian Petracca and 16 disposals for the match.
There's going to be a review, I think, whether it's out of bounds or a point. We'll go through that process.
Yeah.
But Lockie Neal being really well held for Brisbane at
Absolutely
the moment.
fantastically.
Only 9 touches.
Just on that's missed by so far. That is missed by a country mile.
It's clearly out on the full. So wrong side of the behind post. This won't be a score for Melbourne. So it'll be a free kick for Brisbane. And the lead is 21, not 22, Melbourne's way.
Can I just say about Brown, about your forward line? I said I'd like to see Brown come up the ground because it breaks. He's getting all his football up the ground.
Yeah.
He's going to start taking the ball inside the 40. He's had 5 positions this quarter, and I reckon they're all... Has he had 5 this quarter? I thought he may be 5 for the game, whatever it is.
Payne with the kick long at a defence from the Brisbane Lions, and the intercepting marks taken from Harms. So for as long as the Lions had to set up, Melbourne take it back. Harms inside 50 towards Ben Brown, almost took the mark. Beautifully crumbing front and centre, Neil Bullen. Took a fair bit to bring him down as he was trying to jam it onto his right boot. And in the end, a great lunging tackle from Gardner.
That is a good tackle, Clinchy.
It was Fritsch who swept across the front so quickly. Brown tries to knock it down. Here's a chance for Viney. Kicks to the goal mouth, and Payne's there to deny him on the behind line. He clears with a kick towards the left half back. McStay and May. May punches it into Fritsch on 50. He looks towards the teeth of goal. Harris Andrews is all on his own. Takes an uncontested mark for the Lions at the top of the defensive goal square. Melbourne by 21.
They're getting so many numbers back, though, Brisbane, to protect all these entries. They don't really have someone to go to, so that's why they've just got to chip it around and allow the players forward of the ball to get into a half-decent position.
A short kicking game in the defensive 50. The only teenager on the ground, Darcy Wilmot, in his second game, is short to Robertson, who marks at half-back.
Look, there's 5 Brisbane Lions players where Robertson had that, all within a 5-metre radius of each other. Now they've just got to wait till someone gets in position and...
Short kick to Payne out wide. Payne long down the boundary line. It lands on the chest of McStay, who marks.
And that's a beautiful kick to McStay.
Lever trying to limp his way to the bench. We'll get Hodgie to keep across all of that as Lever makes his way off. The kick is a turnover off the boot of McStay, and Harms takes the intercept mark. Defensive side of the wing. Melbourne by 21 as we close in on half-time. Kicks for Brayshaw. He just wins the one-on-one with Neal. I don't think Neal was expecting the ball to come as Brayshaw takes it late, and Neal didn't really get a play on the ball. He goes short to Rivers, who marks it high half-forward against the boundary line. D's going inside again. They lead by 21.
Here's out to the right, corralled by Neal, jams it high inside 50. Ben Brown gets there to compete. Harris Andrews spoils it down. Neil Bullen front and centre, trying to snap across his shoulder, misses to the right-hand side. And a minor score. Melbourne by 22 points. Approaching 27 minutes gone, second term. ABC Sport with you.
Got one more chance, Brisbane. 38 seconds left. Really take the end to end. It's almost worthwhile taking a chance down the middle when you're changing, when you're trailing by so many points.
Coleman goes short to Payne, and then Payne long to a one-on-one. Answorth the target. And Brayshaw and Harms both there. Brayshaw knocks it out of play, so a throw-in. 60 out from the Melbourne goal. And it could be the D's, Mick, with the last chance.
Yeah, it was still 30.
Half.
It took 7 seconds, believe it or not. So, yeah, either side have got a chance here. They can get a clean ball.
Gone down to Oliver. Shakes a tackle. Kicks deep for Melbourne. Top of the goal square. Payne spoils. Straight to Pickett. And Cozzy makes him pay. Bounces it through from the pocket. And Melbourne's game-high lead grows to 28 points on the stroke of half-time. And that's his bread and butter, Keziah Pickett. The Demons 6-8-44, Brisbane 2-4-16. D's by 28 seconds away from half-time.
Mick, that's the difference. So late in the first half, you let Oliver get a nice clean passage through a stoppage. Payne, instead of trying to mark the ball when he was in good position to do so, just goes to spoil. Pickett gets to the right spot. Brilliant Crumming goal. Outstanding Crumming goal. But just, you've got to nail those moments if you're the Brisbane Lions. You can't let Oliver have a free track to the footy. And then Payne, if you're not going to mark it, that has to go 10 rows into the stand.
It's one or two. You mark it, smash it through for a point. Yep, exactly. It's cost them a plus 5 points.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with you. Brandon Starcevich was right there with Cosy Pickett for a moment. Then in a flash he was gone. And his second goal of the match. Melbourne by 28 points. 3-1 in this second quarter. Gawn and Fort in the middle of the ground. Zorko tries to emerge. Is there time for one last roll of the dice? Long towards full forward. May spores it down against McStay. Archie onto it. Can he finish? Right suit. Outside of the boot. And Callum Archie kicks it just before the half-time siren. Only about 6 metres out. As he was just able to run into the vacant goal mouth. And Dane Zorko, the Brisbane Lions captain, with an influential clearance late in that half. And it's back to a 22-point lead. The Melbourne way. 6-8-44 to the Lions. 3-4-22. 3-2 in that second quarter.
When you said, Mick, there was time for both teams, I'm not sure that's what you meant.
Either, I meant, but I'll take it.
Two goals in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, look, we sit here and we go, Melbourne this, Melbourne that, and we're rightful, but we've got to remember, Brisbane only fell out of the 4 at the death.
Yeah.
So they're a good football side. I don't know whether they actually believe they're a good football side. And, when numbers go down, Danu's not out there, well, you change things up. And you persist with what's got you into the top 5. My criticism of they don't defend, but Melbourne have still only had 14 shots for goal.
We'll come back to you, Mick, in just a moment. 22 points, the lead at half-time for Melbourne over Brisbane. The goal kickers in that first half, one for Archie, Cameron, Hipwood for Brisbane there. They're 3 goals, 2 for Kazai Pickett, and then singles for Langdon, Melksham, Neil Bullen and Fritsch. So 22 points. Melbourne at half-time. Tim Hodges is on the boundary. Hodgie.
You commented, Corbin, about Jake Lever limped off with a left ankle. The physio was going to look at it and then saw that there was less than a minute to go on the clock. There were 2 goals kicked in that last minute, mind you, but they said we'll treat you at half-time. So it's a left ankle injury. He was hobbling. It looked okay, so I think that looks like it might get restrapped and he'll be fine for the second half.
Thanks, Hodgie. So Reece Matheson and Joel Smith, the 2 subs, neither of them required so far. Other thoughts of Cameron Ling and Mick Malthouse, half-time. The second semi-final first up. The winner to go through and play Geelong next Friday night in the prelim at half-time. It's the reigning champs, Melbourne, by 22.
Well, I was just a little bit brutal on Brisbane not executing in the deep in red time. Well, I've got to be just as brutal to Melbourne to allow that sort of clearance and then allow Archie to come through with a path to the goal. Simon Goodwin will be filthy on that one. That's not what you want to have in a cutthroat final. But let's go to the entire half, Mick. Christian Petracca, got to pump him up just a little bit first of all. Come into the game with that cloud hanging over the leg and how he'd go, how he'd run. He's had 16 disposals in that first half. He's had 4 score involvements. He's looked really good. He had one little moment, you noticed it, where he was limping for a bit.
Yep.
But other than that, has been excellent. They've dominated the contested possessions, but at different periods in that second quarter, Brisbane certainly broke even in that area. I don't think at any point Brisbane have dominated around the contest, but have broken even. And when they've provided themselves with little half chances. They're kicking inside forward 50 hasn't been good enough to make the most of those chances.
No, spot on. Interesting, just a couple of stats. We're not stat mad, but these are interesting things. When you look at Oliver, 6 and 7, he's 13, which normally he'd be up around, I'd say, near 20. He's a mid-30s possession getter by half, and his second halves are generally pretty good because the game slows down a bit. So the job done there is pretty good. When we look at Lockie Neal's had 9. Well, he's well down, and that's a fantastic job. But I reckon when I look at it now, I'm trying to zero in on that. There's a very good team effort on that. I think Brayshaw has done a terrific job. It's a great team effort. just look, subtle blocks here, subtle blocks there, chase here, chase there.
And can I just jump on? You identified this in the pre-match, Mick, with Lachie Neale, is having someone on him so he doesn't get the outside clearance. So of Lachie Neale's 9 touches, he's had 5 clearances.
Yep.
So more than 50% of his footy has been the first possession clearance.
Yep.
So they're almost, with Brayshaw and others, encircling him a little bit.
Yep.
So, he's still won those 5, which is good. He hasn't had those outside damaging clearances or second possession play or a threat of goal or a nice kick inside forward 50. So they've taken away exactly what you spoke about pre-match with Lachie Neale.
Yeah, and when you look at last week, how perfect was he with some of his possessions?
Yeah.
It just looked beautiful. I'm looking here at 33% efficiency. So, just to follow up what you said. So there's 2. We said before the game, Brown's got to get involved by maybe taking Andrews up the ground. I hope the coach has said to him, take him up the ground, but you've got to get back actually to kick a few goals, because at the moment, he's getting the football, but none of it's near the forward line. So, but again, Andrews has not been able to do what May and Lever have been able to do, which is clean up. So perhaps, you don't want to say he's a dummy leader, but nonetheless, he's probably played a semi-role. But then it's up to Fritsch and also up to Jackson to start marking the football and kicking goals. Now, Fritsch has got 1, but Jackson's dropped an absolute sitter, let's face it. And so 6 goals, 8 for a side that won last year's premiership and is playing against probably the worst defensive side in the 8. It's not a good return.
Have you felt it's been quite a stop-start game?
Yeah.
And I jump back to the stats. So Melbourne has had 122 kicks, 51 handballs. Right. So normally about a 1-to-1 ratio. That's completely skewed the opposite way there.
Yeah.
And Brisbane, 109 kicks, 43 handballs. So it is a super low handballing game.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way it's played out. A lot of times there's a turnover. They don't really want to go. They want to go back and control it with kick mark, kick mark, kick mark. Then it's turned over. And then the other team's trying to come back with kick mark, kick mark, kick mark. So there's no real desire to give that little run pass. Draw a tackler to you, take on the next player and give a handball, and then you've got somebody out with a really damaging kick. So it's whichever team, I think, after half-time decides to just shift their style a little bit and get a bit more aggressive run.
You just wonder whether Chris Fagan might show them that lead up to the Eric Hipwood shot on goal where they switched play, got it on the member side out in the middle of the ground and actually opened up outside of Melbourne's defensive bubble, because that has sort of been a bit of Brisbane's issues in their delivery inside 50.
Absolutely.
Well, Matt, the best sides that actually are kick mark, actually kick mark, and mark it inside 50. What we're seeing is kick mark, and it just then there's a big bomb in and it gets smashed back. And Pickett's kicked 2 goals. And I'll give him the ball again in the same spots and say to him, okay, kick two more goals. And you know what? I don't think he would, because they were both magnificent goals, but they were under pressure and one just towed. Let's face it. So if you've kicked a third of the goals by that's only going to serve you occasionally. You don't win. You win games by the ease in which you kick goals and the way you make the opposition have to kick goals. And at the moment, we're seeing how hard it is to kick goals, but certainly no easy way.
Melbourne by 22 points at half-time. Now, the NRL tonight, a second half action. We're about 7 minutes into the second half. This is the first qualifying final, so it's 1v4. They've got the same system as the AFL nowadays, so double chance, home prelim, everything else. It's the Penrith Panthers, the top of the table team. They lead Parramatta 7. In fact, they trail Parramatta now. We've just had a penalty goal go through, so 8-7. It's Parramatta who lead it by 1, so a lead change there. Parramatta in front by 1. They have beaten the Panthers twice during the regular season, and they lead there with half an hour to go by a single point. There is a call available if you're looking for that on the ABC Listen app. Click on the ABC Sport logo to hear it. And some news out of the UK. Of course, heavy hearts across the Commonwealth after the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. From the UK to honour her extraordinary life and contribution to the nation as a mark of respect. This weekend's Premier League match round will be postponed, including Monday evening's game. So all football matches in the UK have been postponed, as well as the horse racing on Saturday. So no horse racing, no football this weekend in the UK after the passing of Queen Elizabeth II. It is half-time at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, the second semi-final between the D's and the Lions. It's Melbourne by 22 points at half-time. Second half action around the corner. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. The Governor-General David Hurley has addressed the nation to pay tribute to Britain's longest-serving monarch, Queen Elizabeth II. He's claimed the values she exhibited during some of Britain's darkest days were as relevant today as they were 70 years ago. Mr Hurley says the Queen shared a special bond with Australians, adding her devotion to service was highly admirable.
What is clear is that even though her life has ended, her example to us all has not. That example of selfless service, devotion to duty and compassion for others is both an enduring legacy and a gift to us all.
The Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has paid tribute to Queen Elizabeth II ahead of his trip to the United Kingdom in the coming days. Dana Morse has the details.
The Prime Minister will meet the new King and attend the Queen's funeral service at Westminster Abbey alongside the Governor-General. Anthony Albanese says it's a time of both mourning and celebration of 7 decades of service.
She was so loved because of that sense of duty that she exhibited.
Former Prime Ministers from across the Australian political spectrum have also paid tribute, including Kevin Rudd.
All of us saw the Queen with enormous affection and respect, Republicans or monarchists.
Next week's scheduled sitting of federal parliament has been cancelled.
European Union flags have been lowered to half-mast in tribute to the late Queen Elizabeth. The European Commission and European Council buildings in Brussels have both made the mark of respect. The Danish and Swedish royal families have also paid tribute to Her Majesty. Denmark's Queen Margrethe has acknowledged the Queen as a towering figure among European monarchs, adding she was an inspiration to all. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro has declared a 3-day mourning period to honour the late Queen. The iconic Christ the Redeemer statue overlooking Rio de Janeiro has been bathed in the colours of the UK flag in special homage. Mr Bolsonaro says she will be greatly missed.
We have
decided 3 days of official mourning in Brazil for her passing, a lady who was really an example of the world in the function she occupied. May God comfort her soul, take her in, comfort her family, her subjects, people's lives.
The Australian Monarchist League says Queen Elizabeth was a symbol of strength and fortitude over 7 decades. There have been calls from Republicans to start a conversation about transitioning away from the Commonwealth. Alexander Volz from the Australian Monarchist League says the monarchy is vital for international stability.
It means that the wrong people can never attain power. You've got to remember that the Queen started her constitutional training when she was 10 years old. She knew how to hold it together. Uninterrupted continuity and prosperity.
A photographer who took an iconic photo of Queen Elizabeth riding a tram in Melbourne has fondly remembered the experience. The 2011 photo shows the Queen dressed in bright pink and looking out the window of a Melbourne tram. Photographer Alex Koppel has told ABC Radio Melbourne there were thousands of people lining the streets waiting for Her Majesty to leave the tram.
Actually just had to just say to myself, you're on the tram with the Queen, look at what you're doing. It was all for, all of about 12 minutes before she got off, but it was just one of those moments. Because I stopped shooting, I was able to sort of take it in and concentrate on where I was and be in the moment. It's pretty special.
North Korea's state news agency says the National Assembly has passed a law officially declaring the country to be a nuclear weapons state. Pyongyang says nuclear weapons would be a last resort against any attack that gravely threatens the safety of its people. In a speech to the Assembly, the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un says there will be no negotiations with foreign powers on denuclearization. And the finalists of the US Tennis Open's women's singles draw have been decided in New York. Jack Snape reports.
World number 1 Iga Swiatek was struggling in her semi-final against 6th seed Aryna Sabalenka, down 4-2 in the deciding set. But the Pole recovered to win and says she's feeling more and more confident on the hard court at Flushing Meadows.
On clay, I feel just perfect, But for me, actually winning when I'm not feeling perfectly, it's the best kind of thing.
In the final on Sunday morning Australian time, she'll meet Tunisian 5th seed Ons Jabeur, who won in straight sets against France's Caroline Garcia.
And the chair of the Western Australian Cricket Association, Tuck Waldron, has resigned due to a decline in his mental health. Waldron, who was appointed chair in 2019, informed the board on Tuesday that he would be stepping aside. You're now up to date with the latest from ABC News.
For continuing coverage of the passing of Queen Elizabeth II and the worldwide reaction, head to ABC News Radio or the ABC Listen app.
Hello, Costa here. Gardening is great for the whole family, and I want to tell you something that will get the kids in your life growing. It's my brand new podcast, Gardening Buds. Everything a kid needs to know to make their own garden grow. Whether you've got a big backyard, a balcony, or a little pot on a windowsill. Join Kaylee and I for Gardening Buds. Out now on the ABC Kids Listen and ABC Listen apps.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Long kick inside the 50. Jackson and Brown are both there. Brown tries to palm it down, pick it onto it. Quick as a flash, jams it on the boot. He dribbles towards the goal net and bounces through. Just need to give him an opening, and Cosy Pickett will do the rest. Up the wing, members side towards McStay. Beautiful kick. He dropped the mark though, didn't have to break stride. Back onto it against May. Kicks to the pocket. Hipwood on the lead, marks on his chest. Boy, do they need one right now. Hipwood out to the right, just inside 50, comes in, fires it at the left goal post. It bends back beautifully. Spills to Petracca, kicks inside 50. Great mark, backpedaling, Fridge takes the mark. 20 metres out, Melbourne's leading man with 53 goals for the season. Bailey Fridge gets involved.
Oliver shakes a tackle, kicks deep for Melbourne, top of the goal spread. Payne spoils, straight to Pickett, and Cosy makes him pay. Bounces it through from the pocket, and Melbourne's game-high lead grows to 28 points on the stroke of half-time.
Zorko tries to emerge. Is there time for one last roll of the dice? Long towards full forward. May scores it down against McStay. Archie onto it. Can he finish? Outside of the boot. Callum Archie kicks it just before the half-time siren.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
It is half-time, the second semi-final. Melbourne by 22 points over Brisbane. They're a half away from moving through to another preliminary final and another potential showdown with Geelong, who is sitting back and waiting for them. The Cats had a main high-intensity hit-out earlier today. Cameron Ling, this is Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio and Sport Digital, by the way. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling, Mick Moldhouse and Tim Hodges. So big hit-out for the Cats today. Jeremy Cameron sat it out, according to Mitch Cleary, so he didn't
put the Rolls Royce in the garage.
Patrick Dangerfield did play, but had his elbow heavily strapped after that incident with Jack Ginnivan last week. And Reece Stanley played in the Geelong A team, so the main team. And the B side was rucked by John Segler. So I know a lot of people tried to build up the potential of a change, but it feels like it would take a fair bit for Segler to overthrow Stanley this week as
Lingy picks the side, mate. Lingy picks the side. So he'll be able to tell you. Lingy, come on. Is there any changes?
What's the view like from your penthouse, Lingy, as you're looking down on that practice match?
I wouldn't imagine too many changes for that game. You wouldn't think, given the quality of that game.
Just said none. Listen to him. That's a none.
I think Jake Collins-Jasny was sore from that qualifying final game, but Mark O'Connor came on as the medical sub, so I don't know if something's there, but with 2 weeks off, you wouldn't think there'd be too many changes. They would all be watching this game very, very closely, though, as you start just forming in your mind, I'm likely to get him, or I understand him. What are they trying there?
Okay, I'm going to sling this to you. Forget who wins. We're just looking at Oliver and we're looking at Neil. Would O'Connor get either one of those? He played pretty well last week.
Yep. I think if it was Neil, then O'Connor probably does it.
Right.
Oliver, not so much. I don't think he's played Oliver as much.
No.
That does throw another one in. If it does end up the Brisbane Lions, O'Connor perhaps comes in the team to play that role. Brandon Parfitt's still the other one who's out of the team, but yeah, that's fair. It may depend. Horses for courses.
Why can't he get a game?
I think he, unfortunately for him, got injured at the wrong time, so therefore hasn't really got back to full form.
Right.
Just at the wrong time of the season when the team was playing super well.
Tom Atkins has slid in and probably taken his spot, unfortunately. Would Chris Scott be threatened watching any of that first half, Mick, or do you think he'd be relatively
I reckon
content with...
he'd need his wife to come out and wake him up. So you can't just drift off. I mean, at the moment, it really is pedestrian. There's hardly a tackle, and there's hardly any big marks. There's nothing that he wouldn't have seen from either of these teams, and they're both been predictable tonight. Like when we know that Melbourne are dysfunctional in the forward line, they have to flute a lot of goals, which they've done. Brisbane against Melbourne at the MCG have got no history, so he wouldn't be. There's nothing here that's sinister.
It sort of feels like they're doing enough, Melbourne, but not really inspiring anyone so far in the first half from what we've seen.
3 second half lead changes in the NRL, so the Panthers 13 lead, Parramatta 8, so that's a major qualifying final. Winner goes straight through and gets a home prelim, so 5-point lead for the Panthers. There's 22 minutes to go there. We'll keep you updated. And the other bit of footy news earlier today is Clinchy told us off the top with the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II slated for what would be Monday night, so obviously it'll be Sunday in the UK. In 10 days' time, it would mean that it will clash with the Brownlow medal. If that is the case, and it is to go ahead, it's at that time as predicted, the Brownlow will be moved a day earlier, so it will be Sunday night, so Sunday week, the Brownlow medal, given the clash with the funeral of Queen Elizabeth II.
That would make it better, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that make it better generally?
Yeah,
you're going to get your grand final players there and probably be a little bit more relaxed.
I'm with you. I don't mind the Sunday night Brownlow. We've got a second half ahead of us here. The winner to be there on preliminary final weekend, the loser to go home. It's Melbourne by 22. You're with Matt Clinch on Grandstand AFL.
Fort and Gawn resume their battle. Gawn wins down the tap, and Neil sharks the clearance, kicks towards McCarthy. Out half forward, squeezes the kick against Salem, long towards full forward. Hipwood spoils it down, racing onto McStay, tries to knock it back to him. Eric brought down, great tackle. As lunging after him, Petty wins the free kick. It's had some good moments, Harry Petty.
That is a great tackle. That's the tackle that needs to be rewarded. It has been rewarded. Can't blame the Brisbane player. He did everything possible.
Yeah, just seeing the replay. What a tackle, Mick.
Wow. McStay in the first quarter. Eric Hipwood there in the third. Long kick towards half-back for the Demons. Neil quickly with a hand pass. Archie kicks inside 50. Cameron spoiled it down. Out position. It spills out to Answorth. Right on 50. High kick inside 50. Hipwood comes out and marks on his chest. Protected the space in front and did that really well. He marks in the right forward pocket. 45-degree angle. He'll kick from about 25 metres out.
Well, that's probably one of the poorest little bit of play I've seen from Petty. He's conceded front position and then he started to manhandle without going to the football first. It was quite strange.
There should have been a 50-metre penalty paid to Eric Hipwood then. So if this doesn't go through, I'll talk about it.
1-1 for Eric Hipwood. This would give the Lions a massive start to this second half. Hipwood comes in and puts it through. The Lions with something to build on with the last 2 goals in the match. Hipwood with his second. And all of a sudden the lead is cut back to 16 points Melbourne's way. 6-8-44 to the Lions, 4-4-28. Under 2 minutes gone in the third term.
Eric Hipwood was set going back having the shot. Christian Petracca thought he spotted him playing on or moving off his line. So just charged straight at him. And the umpire had to call him back and out. Well, no, 50. That's 50.
That's 50.
You can't just give him the chance to correct it. But it doesn't matter because Eric Hipwood kicked the goal. And a good response by Hipwood, getting caught with the tackle to then fight back for front position, take the mark and finish off his work.
Clearance was excellent too by Brisbane. Really solid.
This is the next goal they haven't been able to get. So after Melbourne kicked the first 3 of the game, Brisbane have never been back within or closer than 15 points. It's 16 Melbourne's way at the moment after the first to the third term. From the restart, Salem comes off the square with McCarthy. McCarthy got it out to Zorko. Middle of the G, hand pass to McCluggage, back to Zorko, hand pass to Rich, kicks the Lions to centre half forward, and Berry takes the mark, dropping down onto one knee. Berry can put them inside 50 again, to the punt row down the lines, kicks into the forward pocket, May spills to Cameron, who's hit hard, ball comes out to Hibbert, hand pass and turnover to Answorth, who's locked up by Brayshaw and penalised. Gee, the ump says he tried to work through the tackle and a free kick for Brayshaw at half-back.
Yeah, I've seen it not paid this final series, but he certainly did take a couple of steps and try to knock his Brayshaw's arm away.
Yep. Angus Brayshaw takes the free kick long to the southern wing. Jackson and Brown are both there. Jackson brings it down to the front, then lays the tackle on Starcevic to lock it up just alongside the AFL logo under the Shane Warne stand.
Well, if anything, the tackles are picked up already. They're ferocious at the moment.
Thrown in the air, Gawn just slaps it forward, gains 15 metres, rich clear space for Neil, who's backpedaling with a hand pass to Starcevic. Right half back, kicks around the southern side. Gawn dropped the mark. He waited underneath it and had it comfortably in control to the last minute. And then Charlie Cameron was taken when he didn't have the footy. Brisbane trying to take the advantage. McCarthy gets the hand pass away to Berry, to McCluggage into the pocket looking for Zorko. Hunt reaches up, gets a hand to it and spoils it out of play in the right forward pocket for the Lions. Melbourne by 16 points, 4 minutes gone, third term.
Key forwards do not like those small players coming back into their leading lanes. Daniel McStay's thinking, I had May finally beaten on a lead. Zorko got in the way.
Fort wins the head out down to Langdon, though. Hurried kick out of the defensive arc, puts it out on the full. Free kick Hipwood, 60 metres out for Brisbane.
Well, they've dominated so far. Melbourne just can't find the ball. It's 18-4.
They've won 6 games this year, the Lions, when trailing at half-time. 22 back is a big margin in a final as Hipwood kicks into the forward pocket. Lever leads for the footy and then stands underneath it, takes the juggled mark. An intercept mark for Melbourne in front of the behind post.
They're forcing up and down the line too. This is not necessarily suiting Melbourne, this type of game.
A long contest, kick to half-back, slides through the hands of Andrews, into the lap of Starcevic, gets a kick away but it's smothered. Petracca, excellent, runs onto the footy after the defensive effort. Hand pass to Pickett, gives it to Brayshaw, kicks quickly out in front of Sparrow, looking over his shoulder at the drop, tracks the footy on the bounce, pokes the pass inside 50, wanted Langdon, too far out in front of him. Langdon reels it in eventually, hands it back to Sparrow, kicks to the top of the goal square, but Dev Robertson's back. Takes the intercept mark for Brisbane. Melbourne by 16, 5 minutes into the third.
Gee, that's a wasted chance. Melbourne just had to turn that into a goal, and a couple of little skill errors, just half misses. And Brisbane would get it back.
Short to Harris Andrews, gave it to Berry, now to the run of Rich. They advance it up to the southern wing where Hipwood takes the mark. Veers out to the left, long towards Cameron and McStay, going back with the flight Hibbert. Charlie Cameron's onto it. He leaves his opponent flat-footed, turns out, steps on the left, bounces, and it's offline. No! It bounces through at the last moment. Charlie Cameron with his second. He's a hard forward to stop when the ball's on the ground. Dodging and weaving, and Hibbert was fully exposed. Cameron with his second, Brisbane with the last 3 goals of the match, and it's back to a 10-point ball game Melbourne's way. 6-8-44 up the D's to the Brisbane Lions, 5-4-34.
Well, it's almost a flip from the first quarter where Melbourne dominated and scored, and then it took until the last 7 or 8 minutes before Brisbane were able to get back and hold Melbourne, kick that last goal, or kick the goal in the dying minutes. But Melbourne are under the pump and they've given the ball up. That's the interesting thing this time. Melbourne, generally when they give the ball up, they've got numbers behind the ball that can protect them. But right now they're making mistakes in their forward line. Already the line's been pushed up, and then the speed of Brisbane have pulled the ball back and got the ball inside their front 50 and exposed Melbourne's backline.
How was the bounce, Lee? It was going through from behind.
Second for Charlie Cameron, and all of a sudden it's back to a 10-point game. Gawn slips to ground, grabs the footy, it's held in, it's holding the ball. Free kick for Brisbane. There's a pack which just converged on Max Gawn as he went to ground. He looks sore as he gets his way up as Fort pokes the pass out wide to Coleman, who marks. Brisbane are about to head inside 50 again. We'll get down to Hodgie in just a moment as Coleman sends a high ball inside the forward 50. At the drop, Rivers tries to spoil, skims off his knuckles. May picks it up, breaks the Fullerton tackle. Quick kick out, wanting Brayshaw. Brayshaw forced to spoil. Punches it out of play. 40 out from the Brisbane goal. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Both captains are in the wars at the moment. Dane Zorko just had a dislocated finger put back into place after that Cameron goal, and Max Gawn with that corky. He looks so sore out there, just struggling to get to each of these contests.
Thanks, Hodgie. 7 inside 50s to 1. Brisbane's way to start this third term. Gone down to Zorko. He's ridden into the turf. And Salem ensuring he had nowhere to go. The ball up 35 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal. That won't help Dane Zorko with that sore finger. Umpire throws into the air quickly. Fort and Gawn. It spills to Brayshaw. Side stepped away from Zorko. Squeezes the kick up to the middle of the MCG. Melcham gathers on the bounce. Hand pass to Brown. Back to Melcham. Trying to link up with Neil Bullen. The kick is wide of him. Wilmot onto it. Second game against the boundary line. He's pretty happy to see it the wrong side of the line for a throw-in.
Well, I know who is happy. Melcham, with a kick like that. That is just... Look, that is a shocker. Especially when he had players forward of the ball. Jackson one-on-one. You just got to get the ball to your key forwards.
Momentum with Brisbane. Kicked the last 3 of the game either side of half-time from the boundary throw-in. Gawn palms it down. Finally got a kick off his backside. Trickles down the wing. Rich chops it off. Bangs it back in the other direction for Brisbane. Unkind bounce for McStay. Made a play at it. Spills down to Petty though with the Demons. Hand pass to Harms. Hands it away to Salem. Back to Harms. Still at half-back. Kicks Melbourne down the wing. Good use of the body from Melcham. Got rid of Wilmot, the teenager, and takes the mark on the wing. Demons by 10, 9 played in the third.
And pass to the run of Harms, wants to give it back to Melcham. He almost run down by Bailey, forces the turnover. Wilmot takes it, kicks towards Hipwood. Tough one for Petty, he spoils late. Zorko drags it in, Petty over the top, tries to wrestle it clear. The Lions were almost out and left half forward, and they're starting to win a few of these one-on-one battles.
And that's Petty v Zorko there, Clinty.
Harrison Petty over the top of Dane Zorko, who's lying flat on his back. The umpire's keen to throw it in the air and get it going. Fort wins down the tap to McCluggage. Tackled by Viney, but squeezes a kick forward, and Petty underneath takes them up. They're never far from the action.
Petty is just going to have to go long down the line. Melbourne playing very conservatively. Long kick, not marked by anyone. Spills through the hands of Andrews. Brayshaw tracking the footy, put his head over it, wanted it most. Stands up in a tackle, now taken to ground. Says ball up.
I don't know what Melcham, I don't know what he's done at half time, but he certainly hasn't put his brain in his head at the moment. You've got to unzip it every now and again and put your brain in.
Coleman palms it down to Dev Robertson of the Lions. Hand pass to Coleman. Hurried kick down the wing, and Hunt read it first. Runs to the drop of the footy, takes the intercept mark for Melbourne.
But straight away the intent, when Hunt took that footy, was quickly get back behind the mark. Slow and then long to a contest.
Down the line towards Ben Brown. Harrison Andrews is right there with him, spoils it down. A chance for Viney, knocks it onto Petracca, kicks inside 50. Jackson trying to race back, 3-on-1. The pack is crashed. Wilmot gets onto it. Pickett lays the tackle. It spills to Melcham. He's brought down. Great tackle, Starcevic. Could have been a high fend-off. Spargo against the boundary line, and now Gardner looking for the line. Steps it across for a boundary throw-in.
I think Melcham was a bit stiff there. That's
holding the man, you thought?
Oh, I thought he didn't have the ball, didn't have complete control. It's interesting now because all of a sudden the pressure goes back on the Melbourne, and that forward line again has just been non-productive, so they've got to find a goal, Melbourne.
Lions with the last 3 in the game as Melcham first hands on the footy, spills down to Rayner though, hand pass to Neil, Neil coughs it up. There's a pack forms underneath Petrarca under all that, and the umpire says I'll have it, a ball up.
Gee, that's good by Lachie Neale, though. He fed off the handball. It was a bad one. Went to Neil Bullen straight away onto him with the follow-up tackle. Great second effort.
Ball up half forward for Melbourne. Fort grabs it out of the right. Couldn't get a kick away. Spills to McCluggage of Brisbane under pressure. Hand pass a turnover. Brayshaw for the D's. Gives it to Spargo. Slick hands to Hunt. Just dumps a kick inside the forward 50. Brown down there. She made a leap forward. Answorth missed it at the ball drop. Now that's held to him. Up says I'll have it. Ball up forward pocket for Melbourne. Kicking to the city end in his third term. It's 12 minutes old. Melbourne lead it by 10.
Just desperate, man. There's no next week. It's just that desperate.
Ford palms it down straight to Petrarca. Snaps. It's across the face. It might stay in. It pitches on its point. Harris Andrews left it. Fritsch couldn't take it cleanly. And Andrews just stepped it over the boundary line. A throw in.
Just walked it over the line. That's the rule.
That is.
Look, he just walked it over.
100% deliberate.
That's a regular season deliberate.
It is.
Yeah.
And then he points to the boundary umpire, so you got it wrong.
Couple of tense moments for Harris Andrews, thrown back into play. Melbourne deep in attack. Fort knocks it to the front. Spargo after it. Sells around Answorth. Steps around Neil. Now to finish on the right. It's across the face and misses everything. This one does go over the boundary line. Much to the Lions' defence, and Harris Andrews is, I guess, feeling a little bit more confident about that one. Free kick for the Lions on the last line. Melbourne by 10 points.
Tim Hodges on the boundary. Hodgie.
I'm just watching Jared Berry. I might need a bit of time here. Interested to ask Mick. He has had work on his right thigh, left thigh, his left hip. Chris Fagan left his post before and walked over to him while he was getting treatment. And they were really stern words, which I think surprised Berry. They were very similar to Mick's words about Charlie Cameron earlier, almost as if to say, this is a cutthroat final. Don't worry about it, Corky, we need you out there. So he's about to, up at the interchange gates, about to head back out on the ground.
Well, you need a little message every time, Timmy. It's as I said, this is the most desperate game, or these games, because there's no tomorrow.
Melbourne go inside 50, boundary throw in high half forward. Brayshaw's kick looking for Fritsch, gets to him on the bounce.
And you've got to come back in it, don't you, Lingy? You just got to find a way of getting on the ground and performing.
And he's only had 7 touches for the game, Jared Berry, as basically a permanent midfielder. So no doubt he would have had words to him at half time. He said, you just get back out there and give us something.
Big stage of this final, Melbourne by 10, boundary throw in half forward. Brown misses it, spills to Petracca, races through, hand pass to Sparrow, shoots goal, but he misses.
This is too many, Sparrow.
Behind, 6-9 to 5-4. Melbourne by 11 points, but Brisbane have kicked the last 3 in the game, after falling behind by a game-high deficit of 28. We're now 14 minutes into the third, Melbourne by 11.
Andrews careful with his delivery out of defence. Fullerton flew, couldn't complete the mark. Neil front and centre, darts back into his defensive 50. Quickly 1-2. Starcevic back to Neil. Pick it off as Chase. Kicks for Coleman. Missed him. Salem spills it down. A free kick going Brisbane's way. And I think McCluggage was worked out of it, and he'll get the free kick a hold. Much to Brisbane's desperation. He'll take it at right half back. Looks to switch play. Payne takes the mark on left half back for the Brisbane Lions. Can advance it further if Steele. Starcevic has it. Members wing. Kicks up towards McStay. All of a sudden a bit more space for Brisbane. Inside 50. Hipwood on the lead. Takes the mark on his chest. Clear leading lane in front of Harrison Petty.
Well, I'm just trying to work out who was May picking up here, because Hipwood just seems to have been able to find Petty as his main opponent. And I reckon May has dropped off to the third tall, and that's not helping at all, because Hipwood is right on top of Petty.
I think it's McStay.
Yeah, he has. I think Petty's far better to swap over there.
Eric Hipwood back from the ACL. 2 goals so far tonight from just inside 50. Sets flight. It's straight through the middle. Third goal for Eric Hipwood, and this is just getting good. Brisbane with the last 4 goals of the match. They're within 5 points. Melbourne 6-9-45 to Brisbane 6-4-40. 15 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport.
Yeah, they're finding their way inside the front 50 with far greater ease in Melbourne, Lingy. And it just seems to be that in a set play, there's so much more room. Melbourne now, their back line is now subjected to one-on-one. The midfields are not being able to push back. We know how much Gawn does it, but I don't know whether Jackson pushes back as hard. Now Gawn's back in the ruck, but on a slow play, yes. But I just reckon that match-up down there is not right. I just don't see how you can persist with that match-up. Speed of Hipwood's really worrying Petty.
All the momentum with the Lions, the last 4 in the game. We got a quarter and a half to go in one of these two teams' season. Fullerton wins it down to Oliver. Kicks to centre half forward. Starcevic punches it away. After it is Neil Bullen. Hand pass to Sparrow. Sparrow kicks to centre half forward for Viney. Viney can kick it on the run. Closes to 45. He misses again. Wildly out to the right as Oliver's in a scrap with Berry in the middle of the ground. The emergency umpires had to dart out there to tend to that, but there was a behind score to Viney. It's Melbourne by 1 straight kick. They lead it by 6 points, and they've kicked a heap of them, 6-10 to 6-4. Melbourne can't buy one at the moment, 17 minutes into the third term.
And that was Oliver's first touch of the quarter, that one, and then the scrap started. He was very angry at whatever happened between him and Berry.
He wasn't happy with Berry making contact towards the eye. As the kick-in is picked off by Stephen May, takes the intercepting mark for the D's. Right half forward, Beers out to the left. They need a response inside 50. Melcham in the back, can't take the mark. A chance for Ben Brown, who lays the tackle. And Wilmot has it locked to his chest with Neil Bullen's support.
You're not going to take a lot of marks with Andrews down there and kicking the ball high, because he will just smash the hell out of it. Melbourne got to find a different way home.
Jared Berry has had a little go at Clayton Oliver's eyes on the replay.
Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch, Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse in the experts chair, and Tim Odgers is on the boundary. Hodgie.
I was just watching the emergency umpire, so who was out there to stop the Oliver and Berry spat? That's when Oliver hopped up and spoke to him, and whatever he's told him, the emergency umpire has just come off the ground, grabbed his notebook and written down. So this will be fascinating, especially if Brisbane makes it through and Berry's on report. If Lingy says that's particularly bad on replay, then he could be... I wouldn't be surprised if his number is in the book.
From the stoppage, Harms just snapping through a behind. So Melbourne by 7, 18 played in the third.
Thanks for that, Hodgie. Yeah, there's something there. I don't know if there's enough, but there's something to be looked at between Berry and Oliver.
Coleman straight down the middle, found Berry. Here he is alongside Oliver as they compete in the air, and Berry takes the mark. So one to watch for the rest of the match. As Berry goes short, Wilmot takes the mark. No one on the mark, so plays on. Missed Rich with his kick into the middle of the ground. Gathered by Hibbert. Links up with Spargo to Sparrow to Brayshaw. Here go the D's. Hibbert inside 50. Viney back with the flight. Harris Andrews comes charging out. Just fisted into the crowd. That's a good 30-metre fist. Brisbane are growing in confidence.
Well, man, it's just poor disposal. I mean, if you're going to elevate a ball like that and expect your half forward to mark it, you've got to get the ball to them quicker. And this is a real problem with Melbourne. When they get the ball outside 50, they don't really know how to find a target.
Boundary throw in, half forward for the D's. Gone down to Viney. Handball, pinballs back into traffic. Still no clean takeaway. Answorth dragged off it. Now he becomes the tackler. We'll have a ball up and another stoppage, half forward for the D's.
It's been a while since the D's have kicked a goal too, I think.
The 28-minute mark of the second term. Has gone, grabs it out of the ruck, squeezes a kick forward. Wilmot looked at Neil Ball and he was caught. Tried to break through it. The umpire gives him the benefit of the doubt and the ball up. 40 metres out from the Melbourne goal at right half forward. Another stoppage as we tick into time on in the third. Melbourne by 7.
Fullerton tries to knock it down to Berry. Oliver's in there. Neil tries to slide in as well. Chi tries to wrestle it clear. He's tackled by Sparrow. And the umpire will ball it up. The Lions with 3 goals to Melbourne's 3 behinds in this third quarter. As Brown tries to knock it clear, Fullerton gathers it out of the ruck, kicks towards half-back. Gorn shoved out of it by Hipwood. It spills to Bailey, hand pass to Neil, tight against the boundary. And Stephen Mayes sees him out of play for a boundary throw-in.
I reckon Mayes moved on to Hipwood, probably 15 minutes too late, but anyway, better late than never, and he has. He actually looks like he's gone on to him.
Hipwood with the 3 goals for the match, Cosy Pickett with 2. There's a couple of the leading forwards for their respective sides. Thrown back in. Fort tries to take it out of the ruck. Squeeze the kick up the members' wing. Flying back was Rivers at pinballed into the head of Fullerton. They play on through Berry.
The free kick's been paid, though, back at the original marking contest.
So
the players don't know.
Brisbane free kick. I think the umpire was waiting to see if there was any advantage, but it's going to come all the way back to Lockie Neal at left half back against Sparrow, even though the ball was in the middle of the ground. Hang on, Berry's got it.
I think it's going to be a down the field.
They worked it out eventually. Berry takes it backward to the centre circles, goes out wide to Gardner. So Brisbane in possession. Short kick to McCluggage. Right on halfway. Melbourne lead the game by 7. Short kick from McCluggage. Finds Answorth, who takes the mark from that southern wing. He's just going to load up and kick it inside the forward 50. Hipwood forced to spoil the forward for Brisbane. Down to Oliver. Hand pass to Neil Bullen. Fumbled. Now he's under the pump. Charlie Cameron's got him and takes him to ground. A ball up. Half forward for Brisbane.
Just look at Fritsch hasn't touched it. Brown hardly. Rivers hasn't touched it. Melbourne and Dyer straight.
Gorn just thumps it forward, gains 25 metres. Spargo runs onto it, links up with Fritsch on the southern wing, wants to come inboard, back to Salem, turns it over. Neil pinches the intercepting mark. Edge of the centre square at half forward for the Brisbane Lions. He's got Rich running past, ignores that.
Got a mismatch in the goal square too, let me tell you.
Sends it long and high towards Rayner. Fullerton, McStay, they're all there. It clears the pack. Fort tries to race after it. He and Lever see it out of play in the right forward pocket for the Brisbane Lions. Punt road end. Melbourne leading by 7 points, but the Lions have the last 4 goals in the match.
It was Rayner playing on Hunt, I think. Rayner certainly the bigger bodied player.
Another stoppage inside the forward 50 for Brisbane. Gorn palms it down. Berry puts his head over it, attracts a crowd immediately up, lets them roll. Fort somehow got it out, but Oliver there for the Demons. Hand pass to Langdon. He fumbles, can't take it clean, and Hipwood spills it over the line.
He's paid deliberate.
Yeah, and that is deliberate. That is Well, I don't know why Hipwood would do that.
So Hipwood just ushering it over the line. He had his back to us out on that southern boundary line, pushed it out of play, and the umpire said, yep, that's deliberate. Free kick Langdon. Half back for Melbourne. D's by 7, time on in the third.
High ball down the southern wing towards Fritsch. Gardner sport it down. Melcham gathers. Hand pass to Spargo. Brought down by Coleman, but over the shoulder. Melbourne are having to win a lot of hard ball at the moment. There's not a lot of connection between half back and half forward.
Again, you think it's just going to be that long kick. Oh, that's a better kick. Great kick by Spargo.
Spots Vining free. He marks between wing and half forward. On the southern side of the MCG, into the pocket, looking for Fritsch. Brown there as well. Gardner spoiled well. It comes to Wilmot, hand pass to Perry. Rich squeezes the kick through the hands of Ford. Gone for Melbourne, missed Spargo. It rolls into the middle of the G. McCarthy onto it, Spargo onto him. Got the hand pass to Rich. Kicks to Hipwood in the middle of the ground.
Hipwood swings out a hand pass and they're out. Brisbane, McCluggage running downhill. Takes a bounce, unguarded, goal square. He's got it. Brisbane believe. From 28 points down their back within a single point against their bogey team at the bogey venue. But Brisbane have kicked 5 on the bounce to be within a point. Time on in the third term. McCluggage goals. Brisbane 7-4-46. Melbourne 6-11-47. Grandstand AFL, Cameron Lang and Mick Malthouse.
What a moment from Lincoln McCarthy, Nick. At half-back there, he had to body line the footy, took it, knew he was going to get smashed in a tackle, but not only took the tackle, was able to somehow fight, get hands free, little give to Rich, and then the game's on from there. Lincoln McCarthy, absolutely superb work, and the Lions opened them up. Great finish by McCluggage.
Absolutely. And the bottom players we spoke about pre-game of Melbourne are the same bottom 5, and they just haven't done anything, and that's left it up to 2 fewer games. So Melbourne they're in real trouble, Melbourne.
Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling with you. Matt Clinch, Corbin Middlemouse and Tim Hodges. Gorn sensing the moment, tries to take it out of the ruck, straight up in the air. Fort tries to knock it forward, has a second go. Got it almost towards Berry, but it's Oliver who feeds it back to Petracca. Kicks towards half forward, back with the flight. Sparrow and Rich, neither can take the mark. Coleman ridden into the turf by Spargo. Taken high. Kitty Coleman to take it. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
I was just watching Dane Zorko came off the bench after that goal. He's just got it now. He was mouthing off to everyone, pumping up his own team and then absolutely giving it to all the Demons players coming to the bench. So, he is absolutely igniting this Lions team.
Zorko off the back flank, finds Berry on the wing. He straightens up. Rayner, outer edge of the centre square. Melbourne by a point. Brisbane the last 5 in the game. Rayner's trying to switch across the half-forward line to Gardner, who leaps up and marks on the shoulders of Spargo. It's unorthodox, but one way to do it for Brisbane in the build-up. Hand pass to Rich, he chips it to Coleman. The neat left footer hits up Cameron, who takes the mark left half forward. He's 10 metres in from the boundary line. He'll kick from just inside 50.
Coleman's been important for the Lions.
Oh, hasn't he been? And brave too. Yeah. Brave, and he's used to the football. But this is another mark inside 50. I know you use this machine, but I think it's called a computer. But anyway, I think it is. They are dominating since that last 5 minutes of the first quarter.
From a long way back, 28 down, Charlie Cameron shoots but misses. Near side. And the score's a level. And Brisbane look a winner from here unless Melbourne can do something dramatic. Time on in the third term. All the momentum with Brisbane. Scores tied at 47.
Stephen May with the footy in his hands. Boyd and Melbourne need a general right now. Kicks towards half-back through the hands of Petracca. Berry tries to run onto it. Hand pass to Zorko. Gathers southern wing. Back inside 50. Kicks into the pocket. McCarthy can't take the mark. Spoils it down in front. Forden lays the tackle. And a Scorts hunt over the boundary line for a throw-in. 45 metres out from the Brisbane Lions goal. Scores level at 47 apiece.
Well, there's nothing clean going into Melbourne's forward line, and the contrast is the Lions are just doing everything they want to do in the forward line.
Gawn wins it down to Oliver. Short kick straight to Zorko. 55 out, pumps it deep inside 50. Petty's back. Gee, we've had a few Zorkos to Petty tonight. One of the huge storylines leading in. And the cheers for Harrison Petty from the Melbourne faithful as the long kick goes down the line again. Melbourne can't get anything going forward of centre to a heavy pack. It's punched out of play. Payne coming across the front, so a throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane. The Lions have kicked the last 5 goals of the game after being behind by 28 points. Scores a level at 47 late in the third.
Thrown back into play. Fort and Gawn. Gawn knocks it down to Langdon under pressure. Jams a high kick around the southern wing. Starcevic underneath it, dropped the mark. Picked up by Sparrow to Petracca. Broke a tackle. Harris Andrews comes charging in. Petracca has another go. Got it to Pickett. To Jackson. Almost run down. Kicks to Fritsch. He marks directly in front, 40 metres out from goal.
Well, they needed Pickett with that speed to just get that, break that little bit of pack up there.
And it was Petracca as well, though.
Oh, Petracca certainly.
Just pumped up Lincoln McCarthy for body lining the ball in brilliant hands.
Yeah.
Petracca then just took a clean footy, and he's the one who released Pickett out into space. And Jackson with a nice kick to Bailey Fritsch. It's just those moments. In do or die finals, you have to take those moments and take it cleanly.
A couple of the key cogs getting involved for Melbourne. Bailey Fritsch for his second, 45 metres out. Beautiful finish. The Demons find the response as the Brisbane Lions had slammed on 5 goals at the other end. 4 goals to 1 in this third term, and the Demons have their noses back in front by 6 points. 7-11-53 to the Lions, 7-5-47. 29 minutes gone third term. Melbourne's first goal since the 28-minute mark of the second quarter.
And that's what they have to do, Mick. They look so much better, and I know the play allowed this to go quicker, but when they go quicker and get the ball moving, then the likes of Fritsch and these players who are nice on a lead. Fritsch is never going to take your massive contested marks, but he can be clever on a lead. That's when they look damaging.
But the only way they can do that is before Brisbane get their players back, Lingy. And that comes from a stoppage, midfield stoppage. And I don't mean necessarily a goal stoppage, but a midfield stoppage.
Well, Melbourne fans getting involved after Brisbane drew level. Melbourne back in front by 6. Fort grabs it out of the right, kicks it forward. Bailey clean pick up, hand pass to McCarthy. Couldn't get it out under pressure. Comes to Rivers. Rivers are high up and under. Coleman back with courage. Thucked down by Wilmot, but straight to Harms. Melbourne send it to half forward. Brown's up, no mark. Starcevic there with him. Ball spills out the back to Brown again. Links up with Neil Bullen for 2 in a row. Neil Bullen on the run, kicks it for the D's. And the reigning premiers say come at us to Brisbane. After drawing level, back-to-back goals for Melbourne in a matter of minutes. Neil Bullen a second.
Is that someone coming off there?
Melbourne by 12 points. Kadeem Coleman is with the trainers. He's right in front of you, Tim Hodges.
Yeah, he's got jelly legs. He's got jelly... Honestly, they'll have to look at these replays. I think a concussion test is coming up for him. I think he's caught one in the head, the side of the head, so he's complaining of a sore jaw, but just the way he was walking off, he looked concussed.
He went back with the flight.
Oh, there it is.
Great contest.
Good crump by Harms. Good contest by Melbourne. They needed the ball to be able to be broken open. Brisbane are bringing the balls in close.
All of a sudden, to beat the champs, you've got to knock them out, and Melbourne are finding a way to respond. Neil trying to get the clearance. 1-2 with Berry. Back to Lockie Neal. Away he goes, bouncing on the southern wing. Kicks towards McCarthy. Got rid of Hunt. Couldn't take the mark. Trying to knock it on Bailey. Trying to link up with Hipwood. Hand pass missed to Robinson. He races back after it in the right forward pocket. Jams it back towards the teeth of goal. Answorth sets himself. Spoils it down. Berry and Oliver collide once more. Oliver trying to rip it clear. Berry trying to desperately hang on.
Unbelievable, Oliver there. Just unbelievable. He bulldozed. He didn't have the football. He just bulldozed the ball forward.
He's having an amazing final series. So good on a losing cause last week. Clayton Oliver, arguably the best player in the game and showing his worth in September from the restart. Jackson hand pass to May. May's pinged. May's caught holding the ball. Darcy fought with the tackle and made the incorrect disposal.
No, that's not...
I don't think anyone tackled him.
Well, not only that, it's got to be a deliberate hold or incorrect disposal when you've got a chance. That's not a free kick.
I think the incorrect disposal is what they got him for in the end.
Well, I reckon the ball was just stripped away from him.
Yeah, well, there it is. That's stripped, and he's had a go at it.
Maybe. I don't know.
How would we know? How would anyone know?
Darcy fought Moves in on the drop punt to bring it back to a straight kick. It sails through post high. Brisbane back within a goal. And this seesaw in third term continues. And this game looks well and truly in place with everything we've seen throughout season 2022 so far. Melbourne 8:11.59, Brisbane 8:5.53. 33 minutes travelled in the third term. Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Just an update on Kadeem Coleman. So both doctors have been with him. They've done almost checked his face over to make sure there's no facial fractures. Now they've gone to the replays just to look at them to see whether there could be a concussion. So I think he might be still some way off coming back on the ground.
Reece Matheson, the sub for the Brisbane Lions. Of course, Austin McInerney was out by quarter time last week against the Tigers. Callum Archie played 3 quarters.
Fort's done very well in the ruck.
He's been very good all year, man.
Yeah, really.
Been a great pickup.
Max Gawn dominated early. All of a sudden, that swung back. Berry over the footy. Oliver over him. Those two are going about their own battle. Thrown up in the air. Gawn and Fort. Fort wins it down. Oliver over the footy. Spills out towards McCarthy. Tries to throw a boot at it. Berry tackled by Gawn. Neal somehow emerges. Kicks inside the 50. Bouncing ball toward Hipwood and May. May slips over. Hipwood knocks it on. The reinforcers get back. Rivers. Brought down. Great tackle but stay. Holding the footy. Advantage is taken. And it's Hipwood. Just as the siren sounds for three-quarter time. They did it right on the buzzer of half-time, and Eric Hipwood's done it right on the buzzer of three-quarter time to draw scores level. Eric Hipwood, with his 4th, he's kicked 3 in this third term. And Melbourne 8:11.59 to the Brisbane Lions 9:5.59. Hang on to your hats. Just when we thought at half-time this game, well, might not live up to the expectations of finals week 1. For the Brisbane Lions, Hipwood with 4, 2 to Charlie Cameron, individuals to Archie, McCluggage and to Fort. Meanwhile, for the Demons, 2 goals to Neil Bullen, Fritsch and Pickett, Melcham and Langdon, the other goal scorers.
The last time these two teams met at three-quarter time, there was the footy manager bouncing between huddles. There was obviously the words spoken between Harrison Petty and Dane Zorko. The scoreboard tells you everything you need to know at three-quarter time here. Level at 59 and a quarter to duke it out to decide who plays the Cats in a preliminary final next Friday night for the loser. There is no tomorrow. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital, scores level at three-quarter time. This is Grandstand AFL.
Know the story with ABC News Digital. Get the latest breaking news with live notifications whenever you want, wherever you are.
They are considering going to zero emissions.
We'll go ahead as planned.
And abruptly ended the case.
It will help us all get back to normal and back to all the things that we love.
Those are the kind of things that work. There's hope for a brighter future.
ABC News, Australia's most trusted news source. Head to news.abc.net.au or download the ABC News app.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
Nenny argued that last year he had an MVP season, and he did so at the age of 44.
So it's the AFL first, daylight second.
You know I like to get carried away.
You do. In fact, that's one of your great faults. You know, you get ahead of yourself.
The highs are very high, and it has been the absolute epitome of a roller coaster ride.
It's your daily sports conversation, and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
The 2022 AFL Finals.
Grandstand AFL.
On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
Right on 50, high kick inside 50, Hipwood comes out and marks on his chest. This would give the Lions a massive start to this second half. Hipwood comes in and puts it through. The Lions with something to build on. Long towards Cameron and McStay. Go back with a flight Hibbert. Charlie Cameron's onto it. He leaves his opponent flat-footed. Turns out, steps on the left, bounces, and it's offline. No! It bounces through at the last moment.
We've dominated so far. Melbourne just can't find the ball. They're in real trouble, Melbourne.
Kicks up towards McStay. All of a sudden, a bit more space for Brisbane. Inside 50. Hipwood on the lead. Takes the mark on his chest. 2 goals so far tonight from just inside 50. Sets flight. It's straight through the middle. 3rd goal for Eric Hipwood, and this is just getting good.
Hipwood swings out a hand pass, and they're out. Brisbane, McCluggage running downhill. Takes a bounce. Unguarded. Goal square. He's got it. Brisbane believe. from 28 points down their back within a single point. Brown's up, no mark. Starcevic there with him. Ball spills out the back to Brown again. Links up with Neil Bullen for 2 in a row. And the reigning premiers say come at us to Brisbane.
Kicks inside the 50, bouncing ball toward Hipwood and May. May slips over. Hipwood knocks it on. The reinforcers get back. Rivers brought down. Great tackle, but stay holding the footy. Advantage is taken, and it's Hipwood. Just as the siren sounds for three-quarter time.
The 2022 AFL Finals. On ABC Radio and ABC Sport Digital.
They've twice drawn level now, the Brisbane Lions, in that third term. And importantly, as the siren went, as you just heard, with Eric Hipwood's goal, they have not put their nose in front all night. Melbourne have led start to late in the third, and now at three-quarter time, the scores are level at 59 points apiece. Melbourne and Brisbane, the winner to go through to a preliminary final against the Cats. Cameron Ling and Mick Moldhouse on Grandstand AFL.
Well, Mick, we spoke about Lachie Neale at half-time and the fact that Brayshaw had done a pretty good job. 9 touches, 5 of those were clearances. He wasn't getting the outside clearances. Well, take a bow, Lachie Neale. His quarter then was just supreme. 11 disposals, but it was the way he got the 4 clearances. He had the 4 tackles. He had 2 score involvements, 3 inside 50s. He was getting the first possession and he was getting to the outside. And I just wonder when I see that happen whether or not Brayshaw felt a level of comfort and went back to trying to find his own footy. If he put Lachie Neale to bed in that third quarter and he has 2 or 3 touches, the game's probably over. Instead, Neale has done what he's done so often before. He's led his team back into a position where scores are now level and they are feeling great about themselves.
Well, as I said about Brayshaw, his performances as a tagger are all around the team winning and looking good, so he can then add on. When the team's under pressure and they've got to look after their own opponents, he doesn't do that. He can play half-back and do okay, but he can't play on the middle. I think also don't forget the second player there, Berry.
He was
very good.
Copped a little, he copped a little rocket from Chris Fagan. And had been quiet up to that point and lifted.
Well, both of those players. Then you put McGluggage in there, and Hipwood has been outstanding. 3 goals. He kicked 2. He has really jumped up.
And sorry to jump in, I reckon they've dropped the Robertson on Oliver match-up for that third quarter, and it was Berry who went to Oliver. And Berry found the footy as well, hard-won footy.
Yeah, whereas Oliver's getting all his in tight, he's under massive pressure. Oliver, nothing wrong with the way Oliver's playing, but he's been... he'll need to get a lot more.
Tim Hodges on the boundary.
Kadeen Coleman back on the ground for the Lions, and that's the most animated I've seen Simon Goodwin for months during the three-quarter time huddle. Then he cleared everyone away. It was just him, the 22 players, the medical sub, and he gave it to them. So, expect some sort of response from the Demons, obviously, here.
Their premiership defence goes on the line. Brisbane's season is right there as well for the next half an hour. Scores level, final term underway. Gone down to Viney, comes free in the tackle. Berry picks it up for Brisbane, sends a kick to half forward. Lever spoils out wide. Great work, Robertson keeps it in front of him, trying to soccer it forward as a fresh air shot. Comes back underneath Sparrow, extracts it for the Demons. Hand pass to Langdon, hands it out wide to Viney. His hand pass knocked down. And out of play and a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Brisbane. The Lions coming home with the city end, Melbourne to the punt road end. 59 points apiece with a quarter to play.
Yeah, Langdon hand passes to a left foot up with his face facing the wrong way. That puts your own teammate under pressure there.
Lions have lost their last 11 at the MCG. Fort wins down the tap. Oliver's there. Neale tries to knock it on. Dev Robinson's hand pass is picked off by Langdon. Right half back for the Demons. High kick around the southern wing. Neil Bullen underneath it with Wilmot. It spills to Dev Robinson. Hand pass to McCluggage to Wilmot. Almost dragged down. His kick was impeded as Jackson got to him late. It bounces off Neil Bullen and goes out of play.
This Melbourne forward line has to match the defensive qualities of Brisbane. Otherwise, it'll be strangled again.
Matt Scorn with just the 4 disposals since his dominant opening quarter. Fort working hard. Gone down to Langdon. Kicks around the southern wing. Melcham comes out to meet it. Spills the way of Rich. 1-2 with Dev Robinson. Back to Rich at left half back. Long towards Fullerton. Lever did well. Nudged him underneath and takes the intercepting mark for Melbourne.
That's the other thing Melbourne they haven't been able to do, Lingy, is been able to transfer play across the ground. They've been really bottled in by Brisbane.
Leave a long contest, kick to the wing. It carries everyone, bounces square off the chest of Starcevic. And then now the crowd comes to him and he's locked up on the wing, a ball up.
I just wonder, Jake Melksham isn't doing much, Mick. Daniel Rich has had 24 disposals, 22 kicks. Maybe put Melksham to Rich to take away that running option and good ball user.
Gawn grabs it out of the ruck, short kick straight to Dev Robertson, bangs it inside forward 50 for Brisbane. May spoils, down to Hunt, he's tackled immediately by Zorko. Says I'll have it, and the ball up on the digits for the 50. Forward half for Brisbane. Scores level at 59, 2 minutes into the final term.
The rucks are slow to get there. Gawn and Fort. It's knocked down. It pinballs around. Sparrow can't take it. A chance for Berry. Gets the hand pass to Dev Robinson. Long inside 50. Back with the flight. McStay with Petty. He's getting a free kick. Dan McStay in the left forward pocket.
Wow. Even on the replay, I cannot see that, Clinchy.
Both had a fair bit of each other's jumper.
Forward, if there's two blokes hanging on, you know those forwards will always get it.
Oh, no, he had a handful of his jumper. The umpire will pay that. It looks so innocuous, but that's the trigger for the umpire. You get a handful of the opposition player's jumper, they will pay it every time it was there.
Had to step under the ruck last week. Dan McStay, left forward pocket, puts the Brisbane Lions in front. The first goal of the final term comes 3 minutes in, and it's Dan McStay who delivers. Brisbane 10-5-65 to the Demons 8-11-59. On ABC Sport, you with Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Well, this is a long way back now. I know it's only a goal, and we spoke off air. We thought that Melbourne would be probably, could win the game. Should win the game. I'm just amazed at how Melbourne are bringing the fifth player up or the sixth player up to the stoppage, and Brisbane are able to sit the player back who he goes up now. They're trusting themselves to do well at the stoppage, and then they're protecting their back line.
And it's Daniel Rich who's sitting off. His opponent is Petracca,
who goes up to the
dynamite at stoppages, but they're comfortable with having that because Rich can give them that protection and also set up their ball use.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It's 8 of the last 10 in the game now for the Brisbane Lions. They lead it for the first time, up by 6, start of the last. They're going straight out the front door of the stoppage again as Berry can just drive it deep to the top of the goal square. Getting back, Petty knocks it through. So it's Brisbane by 7, but this has been an avalanche. 8 of the last 10, and Melbourne really struggling in their front half to get anything going. Their title defence on the ropes, 4.5 minutes into the final term.
Stephen May brings Melbourne back into play, long towards Gawn and Fort. Fort gets a fist onto it, it spills to the back. McCluggage gathers on his chest, runs forward, looks inside, 50, Hipwood on the lead, Rivers got hands to it. Hipwood gathers, hand pass to Perry, vacant goalmouth, goes for home. It's just offline to the left. Brisbane by 8 points. 5 minutes gone, final term.
Well, you can almost put Fort in as one of the best players. He has really been... He's conquered Gawn. Gawn very good early, but he's conquered him, and it doesn't matter whether he's injured or not. Now they can't go to Gawn because Fort just smashes the hell out of it.
Hibbert, long kick up to Gawn. In the pack, Jackson leaping from the back, spills down to Berry. They come for him. The two rucks lock him up, and a ball up on the wing. Gawn and Jackson, the tacklers. Brisbane by 8 points. Free kick for a hold, waiting to see which way the umpire points, and it's Gawn's free kick after the tangle in the ruck. Pokes the kick out wide to Clayton Oliver. What a warrior. The ABC Footballer of the Year. He's had another outstanding season. From the wing, he kicks inside the forward arc. Jackson's down there, stands in front of the pack, spills to Pickett, charging through, tackled by Andrews. Ball comes out to Neal, got a hand pass away to Rich, and now one to Gardner. Hand pass to Berry, kicks off half-back for Brisbane.
Towards Hipwood and May in a wrestle, strength that clears them. Umpire blows his whistle. Free kick Melbourne's way, a hold.
Hipwood faced him, and that's the worst thing you can do is face the player.
May off a step, kicks to Brayshaw, a chance to attack. He runs to left half forward, gets to 50, can he carry the distance? Goes for home! He's got it! Phenomenal finish! Step up in the big moments. And Melbourne, who had led for 88 minutes of the match until Dan McStay put them in front. Angus Brayshaw closes the margin back to 2 points Brisbane's way. 6 minutes gone, final term. The Lions 10-7-67 to Melbourne 9-11-65. What a finish.
When you stay off a player like that, Lingy, it's at your own peril. Because a player like that, he's not overly quick anyway, but he's able to get good steady. He's quite wide player, so he gets good balance. And he's a very good user of the football anyway. But Brisbane fell off him, and I just thought, when a player like that's got the football, you've got to go at him and make him have to make the play. Great goal by Brayshaw. I mean, that could be the spark they need.
And the roar around the Melbourne cricket ground as Brayshaw responds for the Demons. Brisbane lead it by 2 points. 7 played final term. Jackson and Fort in the middle. Spills down underneath Viney. Soccers it away, but straight to Zorko. Gets the clearance for Brisbane. Kicks to centre half forward. Lever underneath it. Dragged down. Up says play on. Petty's hand pass. Dangerous. Archie onto it. Great tackle. Hunt got him. Archie was coming full steam and Hunt held him up.
Oh, great commitment. Archie and Hunt. It was a terrific take by Archie at full speed. Even better tackle.
Jackson wins down the tap against Fort. Sparrow comes charging out, bounces off the boot of McCarthy to Rich, hand pass to Archie, squeezes the kick inside 50. McCluggage at the back, Hunt and Spargo let it go. McCluggage slides onto it, kept his feet beautifully, and then Spargo laid the tackle to lock him up, and it was over the shoulder.
Wow, I see that.
Yeah, no, that's there.
Yeah.
He was in a vulnerable position. He's making the play, and Spargo just came in with a clumsy tackle.
How's the balance from Hugh McCluggage?
I'll tell you something, they're getting smashed at the stoppages this quarter, Melbourne. That's generally their strength. 5-2, I think it is at the moment. This is another result of a stoppage, good clearance stoppage.
20 goals, 16 for Hugh McCluggage after Angus Brayshaw at one end. He's going to square it up, looking for Hipwood. It's over his head. Lever comes charging after it, bounces into Ainsworth. A chance for McCarthy trying to link up with Neil. On all fours, got it to Ainsworth. Shovels a hand pass forward, gathered by McCarthy. Good tackle, Lever. Nowhere to go. Jake Lever with a goal-saving tackle. 35 metres out from his offensive goal.
Brisbane by 2 points, 9 minutes into the final term. The winner to go through to a prelim against the Cats. The loser goes home. As Angus Brayshaw marks the kick at half-back, goes long down the wing, spills through to Dev Robertson, took on Viney, lost. Viney wins the footy, got a hand pass out back door, but a pack forms around Rayner and Neil Bullen. Umpire circles, circling, still says play on. Second go at it for Ainsworth. Sweeping hand pass down to half forward. McStay comes up to meet it. Hands it back to Rayner. Kick comes inboard to Neil. Trying to break through the tackle. Got a hand pass away to Rich. Kicks inside 50 forward pocket. May bounces off his chest. Slips down to McCarthy. McCarthy hooks goalward, but he's kicking it across the face for a behind. Brisbane by 3. 10 minutes played final term. 10-8 to 9-11.
It's almost the exact opposite of the first quarter. Brisbane can't take their chances.
Yeah.
And Melbourne are desperately trying to hang on.
Well, it's 32 to 18 possessions. Just players like Oliver, Viney, Petracca just can't get the footy.
May rolls the dice straight down the middle looking for Rivers. He's in a battle, unable to strip it away from Bailey. It spills into the middle of the ground. Rich can't pick it up. Melbourne fans thought they were a free kick. Wilmot to McCarthy to Rayner. Hand pass to half forward. Ainsworth brought down by Lever. Another great tackle. And the umpires have swallowed the whistle.
Yeah, he actually took 2 steps. That was
tried to fend him off.
We've seen less than that paid. Ball up, centre half forward for Brisbane. Comes through to Bailey. Fends off a would-be tackler. Hand pass to Wilmot. The 18-year-old kicks a bomb to centre half forward. Underneath it, Petty just punches it to the boundary line. Northern side, and it'll trickle out. 55 out from Brisbane's goal. And the Melbourne fans, after seeing the replay, just letting their feedback known to the umpires that they thought they was holding the ball too. 11 played final term, Lions by 3.
Impressive spoil by Petty there.
And
a mongrel ball.
30 metres?
Yeah.
Plus.
To the boundary.
8 inside 50s to 2. Brisbane's way. Gone one down the tap, but straight to Zorko. Hand pass to Archie. Kick partially smothered by Oliver. It spills towards Neil. He can't take it. Brayshaw on half back. Just keeps it alive. Around the members wing for Fritsch. He and Gardner in a wrestle off hands. It keeps around the boundary line. Melcham. Starcevic. Starcevic gets back. Melcham lays the tackle over the top. And the umpire comes in to ball it up. Melbourne fans on the Olympic stand side are leaning over the fence, urging their charges on.
The umpire just chucks it up. The ruck's a little late to arrive. Fort palms it down to Berry. Tackled, lost it. Tackle from Harms comes to Oliver. Hand pass to Sparrow. It wasn't out of bounds. Cameron appealing for it. Hand pass got to Viney. Deep kick forward for Melbourne. Jackson competes. Spills to Pickett. Pickett shoots goalward. Trying to hang it inside the boundary line. He kicked it backwards. Opposite pocket. Langdon. Hand pass to Hunt. Still alive for the Demons. Gives it back to Pickett. Back to Hunt. Gets his right peg free. Swings a kick into the opposite pocket again. Still it's alive. And Berry in the end inadvertently pushes it out of play. We'll have a throw in forward pocket for Melbourne. Brisbane have not won on this ground since 2014. They've lost their last 11 here and have never won in Chris Fagan's tenure as senior coach on this ground.
Throwing back in, Jackson, Melbourne deep in attack. Fort couldn't clear it. Spills to Brayshaw. Throws it on the boot. He misses everything. Out of bounds, on the full, out to the left.
There's nothing clean. As you said, Lingy, I think it was quarter time, there's just nothing clean at all about Melbourne's entrances or the way they go about their forward line.
Andrews short to Payne. He's going to return it back to Andrews in the right back pocket.
Oh, yes, Cosby Pickett.
50.
He tried to run up to where the mark was taken, but you can't go past the...
That's 50 I've ever seen.
Goal square.
And he's still going,
line, the 9 metre line.
It's gone
into the middle of the MCG.
It's 60 metres.
Pickett trying to hem Andrews into the back pocket, but overstepped the mark. Short to Payne. Out to Coleman, who takes the mark at left half-back. Able to continue on after that heavy clash in the third term. Wider still to Gardner, who takes the mark. This has become a game of desperation now. Who can execute under enormous pressure? Gardner with a long kick around the southern wing. McStay sets himself. Lever tries to come late to spoil. Gathered by McCluggage. Hand pass to Deb Robinson. Kicks a high ball towards the 50. Underneath it, Petty. Spoiled away from Hipwood. Rayner trying to break away from Viney. Great tackle. Jammed into his boot. Got it to Neal. To McCluggage inside 50. Bailey! He's got it! Got rid of his opponent and claims the mark. Little push to nudge him underneath the ball.
It was there, Clinchy, the little push, but just subtle enough on Jaden Hunt to take the mark.
The difference between what's happened early and late is every time the ball falls around the pack, Brisbane are winning it. Whereas Melbourne won the early ones.
Plus 8 contested possessions this quarter, Brisbane. Completely flipped on its head.
Left forward pocket for Zach Bailey. He knows a thing or two about finishing in a close game. To return Brisbane to a 9-point lead. Zach Bailey ice-cold finishes. And they throw down the gauntlet once more to Melbourne. Give us your best. Brisbane out by 9 points. 11-8-74 to Melbourne 9-11-65. 14 minutes gone, final term. The Lions with 2 goals to 1 in the final term.
This is, well, it's danger to either side, but when you're trailing like this and you've had so many multiple goals scored against you, you've got to find, how do you find the way home? How do you find the target that you're after? Which one is it? Is it going to be Brown or Fritsch? The forward line setup is really not functioning at all, so Melbourne may have to just utilise something totally different.
It's a bit of
medium-sized, Lingy. Maybe just get the medium-sized players in there because they're not marking the ball.
Well, they've sent Jack Viney now as a forward. Maybe just to hunt around some of those ground balls there. Even if he doesn't win it, lock it in, own some territory, try and scramble a goal.
9 points, Brisbane's lead. 14 played in this final term as Fort wins the tap down to Berry. Berry rolls over middle of the ground, lost it for the Lions. Sparrow extracts it, hand pass to Langdon, puts the D's inside 50. Brown hands to it, no mark. Spargo caught by Wilmot. Great tackle to teenager. Never let him go and won the footy on the last line.
Now there's another miss by Brown. Both hands to it and just drops the ball, gets the ball. And that's been Jackson, Brown, Fritsch, have all dropped marks.
Wilmot goes short to the back pocket for Coleman, who's back out there after that cut to his lip and heavy collision late in the third as the long kick down the wing, and Gorham takes the intercept mark for Melbourne.
I think you'll find that Fort is really struggling with his cramp too.
Cramping, yeah.
From 70 out, Gorn goes back to Brown, hands to it again, can't hang on to it, spills down to Harms. got it out to Viney. He's tackled, dispossessed. Coleman just bangs it out of the defensive arc.
Good one from McStay. It bounced off his nose into the path of McCarthy, who taps it out of play in front of Salem. Umpire says throw it in. Darcy Ford hasn't played since round 20. It's a fair step up in intensity playing in a semi-final.
He's just got to hold on here. Every ruck contest, his aim is, if he doesn't win it, he just halves it, brings it to ground in tight, not let go and get the big outside hits.
Brisbane by 9 points. Causey Pickett gathers, kicks over the head of Fritsch, and the mark is taken by Gardner.
It's about to say exactly like that hit from Max Gawn to Petracca on the move.
35 metres out from his defensive goal.
Well, they're the ones that Pickett just has to go for 50 metres out, just have a crack at.
Gardner short to Bailey. Complete turnaround in this game from 28 down. Brisbane up by 9 as the kick from Bailey to McStay. And the perfect touch at the right time on Stephen May takes the mark.
They're just doing everything right, Brisbane. They're holding
Bailey
up well
in the
back.
corridor.
They look a winner from here. Melbourne need to try and turn the tide. The kick to Bailey, dangerous one. Great work, Neil. Attacked it head on. Hand pass to Berry, gives it to Robertson. Dumps a kick inside 50 and Lever takes the intercept mark for Melbourne. Short kick to Rivers, and Rivers can poke it to Melksham at centre half back. Brisbane by 9, 18 gone in the last.
Kicks it out in front of Spargo, trying to run onto it. Wilmot chases after him, not a lot further afield. Bailey Fritsch one-on-one with Gardner, reaches up, takes the mark. He's at right half forward, just in from the boundary. Looks long towards Viney. Out the back, Rich gets back. Spoils with a fist over the boundary. Just 10 metres around from Melbourne's goal.
Well, that's just about as good a ball movement they've had for nearly 3/4 of football. Just that they just, again, that ball hung in the air just too long. Rich is a very experienced player. He's not going to give you a lot of room.
Deep forward for the Demons. Boundary throwing, Gawn palms it down. Answorth breaks the tackle. Hand pass wanted, Berry missed him. Langdon hand pass away to Petracca, who shoots goalward, but again it's offline. 9-12 now Melbourne. Brisbane are 11-8. The Lions lead it by 8 points. 19 played in the final term.
As Rich brings it back into play, finds Jarrod Berry in the left back pocket. 19 minutes gone, final term. Berry goes back to Rich. Can Melbourne hem them in inside the defensive 50 here? Not a lot of movement for Dan Rich. Call to play on. Viney charges at him. Kicks along around the southern wing. Fort's there, Fullerton as well, through the hands of Gawn. Oliver back onto it, brushed off the Rayner tackle. Neil comes charging through, couldn't take it. Oliver kicks towards half forward, but Zorko, the Brisbane Lions captain, takes the intercepting mark at left half back. Brisbane by 8.
Dane Zorko wearing the black hat tonight, getting cheered by 50,000 plus at the MCG. Goes short to Berry. But for everything I'm sure he imagined coming in, he wanted to see Brisbane ahead at the end of the night. They lead it by 8 as we're about to tick into time on in the last against the reigning premiers. Long kick from Berry down the line. McStay keeps it alive. Hand pass though to May. Squeeze the kick down the wing. Southern boundary line. Langdon onto it. Hurried ball down to half forward. Bouncing footy. Brown outnumbered through the legs of Andrews. Brown gets a play at it. Kicks in the pocket for Melksham. Went one-handed. Can't mark. Coleman onto him. Melksham taps it out. Trying to set up Pickett again. Viney goes over the top. Spargo can't get his leg free. He's caught. Pack forms behind him. Umpire says ball up.
Well, great.
25 out from the Melbourne goal.
Oh, just outstanding defence and desperation by Brisbane. That, for all intents and purposes, that just looked like going to be a goal.
Thrown up, Gawn and Fort. It spills to the back. Langdon brought down, knocked it out. Sparrow breaks off one. Hand passes to the back of Oliver. And eventually the Lions through. Berry emerges. Hand pass to Bailey. Kicks a barrel down the middle. No one but Demons there as Hibbert gathers at the back edge of the centre square. Centre half back. Kicks up towards Fritsch on a long lead. He takes the mark. Between wing and half forward for the Demons, who trail by 8.
Fritsch goes short. Great desperate effort. Rayner came from a long way back to knock it away. As Salem looks certain to take a chest mark. Out of bounds it goes. Half forward for the Demons.
Some great acts of desperation in the last minute from Brisbane. There from Rayner, as you said before, those tackles in that forward 50. They're just holding on right now. This is Melbourne's big surge.
From the boundary throwing, Fort knocks it down. Rich is there, hooks a kick up to the wing. Hipwood flies, Lever spoils. Hipwood follows up at ground level. Up over halfway, takes a bounce, closes to 70 out. Hipwood long to an unguarded goal square, kicks offline. Cameron marks against the boundary line. skidding through to take it, pressed right up against the fence, right forward pocket.
Yeah, that's just great speed by Hipwood, and lack of speed by Lever, just couldn't make up any ground. But even the kick mightn't have been meant for him, but just the speed to get there by Cameron was just extraordinary.
What an enormous kick this is. Only goalless twice this year, both against the D's. Charlie Cameron, 2 already tonight, snapping from the boundary line. King Charles, a third. And Brisbane look a winner. 22 gone in the final term. The Lions 12-8-80. Melbourne 9-12-66. And their premiership defence looks like it's on the rack. Brisbane by 17 points.
Wow. We were just saying that Melbourne were having their surge there, Mick.
Yep.
Brisbane, through sheer desperation, held on 2, 3, 4 times.
Yep.
Then they get that little break. And great work by Hipwood, where he was running and could have kicked initially if he'd been panicked, if he'd worried about who was about to chase him down instead. Have the 2 bounces, get the deep, beautiful entry, and great effort by Charlie Cameron to get there on the end of it.
Yeah.
That is fantastic play.
And finish it off.
Yeah.
I mean, that kick probably has finished Melbourne off. They've battled so hard to kick goals, so you just can't see them kicking an easy 3 goals in 5 minutes of football.
Crowd posted as 62,162 fans. Fought little Topo to Berry, trying to break the tackle. Almost got away from Rivers. Hand pass away to McCarthy. Long towards Charlie Cameron, nudged underneath it. Bailey rushes after it. Runs to the goal line. That might finish it. Zach Bailey with his second. 2 final quarter goals. They might review it just to make sure he wasn't over the goal line. But there was no stopping fast foot of Zach Bailey.
Just speed, Matt. When you've got Bailey and you've got Cameron down there.
So we get the angles of the arc.
Are we looking at the post here, Clinchy, or are we looking at over the line? I think we might be looking at the post.
It's late at night, Lingy, but are all the screens blurry to you?
Yes, it certainly is. I'm looking for the spike technology, the edge technology.
I can guarantee whatever the call is, Lingy, it'll be right. So we know that for sure after last week. No
you signed off?
Whatever happens here, it's correct. I'm confident in that.
Well, if they're looking for a point, there's no...
On our replay, Mick, we're not seeing whether or not there is or isn't a spike.
No. The goal umpire can't honestly see it. He's watched the kick from the line. So in fairness to him, if you look at the goal umpire, he's got no idea. That could have gone either side of the goal post.
It's a goal.
So the goal is given. And the Brisbane Lions fans at the City End are enjoying the show. The Lions by 14 points. Zach Bailey with his second. And it looks like they're heading to the final 4. 13-8-86 to Melbourne 9-12-66. Brisbane with 11 of the last 14 goals of the match.
How often has that happened? Big stretches like that.
It feels almost, Mick, in a way that it's been the Melbourne season in a nutshell, where they looked every bit the best team earlier. It was how far they were going to win by. They were 10-0 to start the season. They won 6 now of their last 14 games to end the year.
There you go.
And their mid-forward connection fell down. And that was the game.
Spot on. As you say, the year is into a game. And Brisbane are a good football side. They've just tonight they've tightened up defensively. That's what's happened. They just haven't let Melbourne at all get anywhere near the stoppages to clear the ball.
As good as it is under Chris Fagan. What a story this Brisbane Lions team in the final series of 2022 has fought in the middle, took an age to get rid of it, a little too long he's caught.
He's going to be pinged there, but what a game he has played, Darcy Fort.
Enormous.
Well, McInerney will come in next week. They have to almost keep him in the side, wouldn't they?
Here's Viney out of the middle, who can kick to Jackson, slips through his hands. Petty in the forward half. He just sets up Keziah Pickett, who can dribble it into the post. Behind. And even from 15 out with an unguarded goal line, they're not going through for Melbourne.
Well, why would you kick that?
9-13 to 13-8. Brisbane by 19 points, 26 gone, final term.
Straight in front. Why would you just kick a drop for a punt? at the goal.
He kicks that. It's back interesting again.
Rich in to Zorko, who's cannon into once it was called play on. Viney out half forward, hand pass to Salem, turns it over. McStay with a hand pass to Fort, kicks to Hibbert, the only player forward of the ball. He takes the mark at left half back. Charlie Cameron comes racing in, trying to hold him up. Hibbert all of a sudden with some desperation spots Stephen May, who might have gone forward. He marks it left half forward.
Gawn's the one who wants it forward.
Almost 27 minutes gone, final term. Sends it towards Gawn and Jackson. Penny, the unlikely tall target at the very back of the pack.
You think about, I know the ball has to come back to the centre, but you look at Pickett's miss. So
if he kicks this, it's 13 points, and there's 3.5 minutes to go.
Yeah. Hasn't kicked a goal all season. Has kicked 6 goals for his career. Is this the ice hockey move? Pull the goalkeeper. Any man will do. Harry Penny, left forward pocket, 35 metres out, steers it right, but got it. There's a faint pulse, but Melbourne would have to do everything right. Brisbane by 13 points, 27 minutes gone, final term. 13-8-86 to Melbourne, 10-13-73. Penny with his first goal of the season.
I'll just say this for the Melbourne supporters. That ball has been in there and dropped probably 4 or 5 times by their talls. Penny goes down there, jumps over the pack, takes a mark and kicks a goal. And that's the 4 or 5 drops. It took Jackson 15 metres out, Brown twice 15 metres out. I think Pickett missed one when he jumped over the top of someone. Fritsch has missed one. Petty takes the mark and kicks the contested goal, or the contested mark kicks the goal. It just shows you that forward line is a real worry to Melbourne.
13 points, the deficit for Melbourne. 26 played, final term. Back in the middle is Gawn, palms it down. Out in front of Viney, to sockers it to centre half forward. Petracca, who's been excellent on a broken freaking leg, got a hand pass out to Berry. He kicks hurriedly in the middle of the ground. Comes through Brisbane's way though. Bailey, clever touch, got it to McCluggage. Hand pass to Fort, kicks to centre half forward. May fumbles, he's in trouble. McCarthy with a big tackle. Spills to Hibbert. Hand pass back to May. Hurried kick into the middle of the G. Gardner knocks it away for Brisbane. Salem just has to soccer it out wide. Neil Bullen, first one there, went to ground. Brayshaw sockers it back to Fritsch. He bangs bodies with Gardner, and Archie wins it for Brisbane.
Hand pass to Gardner, bumped off it by Fritsch. Viney, hand pass to Neil Bullen. Archie lunging tackle. Neil Bullen continues on. High ball inside 50. Andrews in front. Brought down by Jackson. Penny to the goal mouth. Langdon, can he finish? He dribbles it through. He dribbles it through for his second. 29 minutes gone, final term. Brisbane lead by 7. 2 minutes and change to go. 13-8-86 to Melbourne, 11-13-79. Having not been able to kick a goal in this final term, they kicked 2 goals in 2 minutes.
And who got the ball to him?
Penny again. Penny. What a move that has been.
That's a great move, but why with Fonz? Why when you're trailing? Why would it wait so long, Lingy? It annoys me to think that you have to get to almost the end of the game to make a move.
Is this game over?
Well, yes.
This game.
Oh well, it's 2 minutes. They need the next one very quickly. Let's face facts.
Brisbane by 7 points. 2 minutes on the game clock. They were up by 20 points not long ago, the Lions.
Look at where the wingers are starting.
Gawn, the All-Australian ruckman, just bangs it 20 metres further afield, centre half forward for Melbourne. Neil overruns it. Melbourne with numbers to it. Swarm in his Viney. Centre half forward collects for the Demons. Steadies, kick smothered. McCluggage did well. Ricochets to Berry. Spun around in the tackle. 360 degrees. Ump says play on. Hand pass out to Bailey. He puts it in front of McCluggage. Knocked off it by Gawn. Rivers collects. Rivers is tackled, taken to ground. We got a ball up on the southern wing. Brisbane lead it by 7. There's a minute 40 on the game clock. And the winner goes through to a prelim. The loser goes home.
From the ball up, Neil squeezes the kick around the wing. Hand pass from Zorko. Got it from Hipwood. Kicks into the forward 50. Bouncing ball for Lever. Gathers. McStay tries to gather him. Lever taps it to his own advantage. Holding the ball. Jake Lever thought he almost worked the boundary superbly, but McStay never gave up the fight. Oh.
I don't know. It's a free kick, is it?
And now 50. Now 50. A second 50-metre penalty for the Brisbane Lions in this match.
Was it a free kick there, Lee?
We'll talk about that in just a moment because Dan McStay is going to finish this. From point-blank range, he mightn't be in Brisbane Lions colours next season, but he's about to send them into a prelim final to take on the Cats. Into the Brisbane fans at the City end. McStay takes his full 30 seconds, slowly walks in and rams it home as the Lions celebrate after Melbourne were able to put on 2 quick goals to make it interesting. A controversial call there for Jake Lever, and the 50-metre penalty made certainty of it. Brisbane back by 13 points, 14-8-92 to Melbourne 11-13-79. Mick Moldhouse and Cameron Lee.
So a couple of things. So Lever goes to ground with possession of the ball, but McStay doesn't have him tackled there.
No.
Then the only hint of a tackle that McStay has on Lever, I think, is actually below the knees.
Same
He's
here.
got a hold of his shin.
Same here.
So if you're classing that as a tackle, it's actually a trip. But I don't think it's a tackle.
It's not a tackle, it's not a trip, it was just play on.
It's just
That was just play on.
So the 50 is paid because Lever didn't give the ball back, but I'm with you, Mick. I don't think that's a free.
Brisbane by 13 points. Huge moment at the death. They've been tremendous after half-time as Scorn wins it down to May. May collects. Tried to break the tackle. He's caught. And a free kick for Brisbane, and Fort's going to get it in the middle of the G.
Well, this bloke's been outstanding for it. He's had... He's smart too. He's just taking the ball back.
Very, very clever as he retreats and goes back to Darcy Cameron, who marks at half-back for the Lions. Brisbane by 13 points. 33 gone, final turn.
They're going to soak the seconds here. Chips it back to Harris Andrews. 30 metres out from his defensive goal. Turns full 360. Anyone further back to return it to. Coleman marks in the left back pocket. The siren's going to sound from outside the top 4. The Brisbane Lions have flipped the script and they send the reigning premiers packing. Brisbane by 13 points over the Demons to break their MCG hoodoo. They take on the Cats in the prelim final. We are the pride of Brisbane town. We wear the roll, blue and gold. We will always fight for victory, like Fitzroy and there's our goal. All for one, one for all. We will answer to the call. Lions, Brisbane Lions, will kick the winning score. You'll hear a mighty roar. In front of 62,162 fans, the Brisbane Lions 14-8-92 to Melbourne 11-13-79. Eric Hipwood booted 4. Charlie Cameron with 3. Zach Bailey kicked 2, both in the final term. Individuals to Fort, McCluggage and Archie. Meanwhile for the Demons, 2 goals to Pickett, 2 to Fritsch, 2 to Neil Bullen and 2 to Langdon. Individuals to Melcham and to Brayshaw. The Demons, they got within 7 points at the 29-minute mark of the final term before Dan McStay closed out the contest. Brisbane winners by 13 points at the MCG.
Brisbane by 13 points and a title defence over for Melbourne. It's been a final series of breaking hoodoos for the Brisbane Lions. They beat a team tonight that has owned them throughout the season so far. They won their last 4 games. They beat them in the final series last year. They beat up on them in the regular season. They haven't won here since 2014, lost their last 11 games at the venue. First win under Chris Fagan. And people thought they were chokers in September. They couldn't get it done when it mattered most. They win back-to-back finals for the first time in the same final series. Brisbane are into their second prelim in the last 3 years. They'll play Geelong again next Friday night. And for Melbourne, it's the end of the show, the end of their story in season 2022.
You put the curse on by saying sides, like, what is it?
Teams in front at quarter time.
No, yeah, well, that's one. That's one.
They haven't won.
They haven't won, and 6 out of 8. Is it 6 out of 8 teams have gone?
6 of the last 8 seasons, at least one of the top four has gone out in straight sets.
That was Lingy. That was his numbers pre-game.
Well, it's the only thing I brought to the table all night.
Now,
Nick, so
Lingy,
don't worry.
your selection. Now, your selection next week with the Cats. Danaher and McInerney will come to the side. Fullerton will probably make way. Would they drop Fort?
I know we're not giving votes tonight, but you got to wonder if Fort's in the best in the votes, because his performance as a true warrior ruckman against the best combo of Gawn and Jackson was just superb. And even that last tackle, that summed him up.
Yeah,
nailed the tackle. Stephen May charging through. You love what he gives. His journey,
12 kicks.
Just an amazing one. The fact that he stuck at it so much, at South Barwon, to the Geelong Falcons, to Werribee, to Footscray VFL, to Central Districts, to Geelong, and now he's probably going to be playing in a preliminary final for the Brisbane Lions. That was ultra impressive by the Lions, because Melbourne was all over them.
Yeah.
They had them covered around the ball. They were moving it all right. They weren't heavily scoring, Melbourne, but it was to reverse the momentum of the game so convincingly like they did, the Lions. They deserve every bit of this round of applause they're getting right now, and goes to show how hard it is to go back-to-back. The Demons, who were unbackable favourites halfway through the year, it was them, then Daylight. Yeah. They are now out in straight sets.
How good a sign
finished.
It's not a Brisbane fan has left. They're going to every section of the MCG where they've stayed, and maybe a few Melbourne fans who headed up the turnstiles and then had to turn around and quickly double back. But for their old Lions fans, there's a few of them that were really thoroughly enjoying this moment, having watched them fall short on a few occasions.
Yeah, setting up a prelim final against the Cats. The Cats and the Lions have played a few preliminary finals recently.
They played obviously in 2020. Geelong were able to prevail despite the fact Brisbane were the first team through on that occasion. I don't know if you remember the game in 2004, Lingy, which was at this ground.
Do I ever? Yeah. It's we nearly got there. But the Lions, that was when Lee Matthews was fuming that the Lions were forced to play in Melbourne. That was before the rules changed, where there had to be one prelim final played at the MCG, and despite them finishing above us, and it got very close. I think 8 points was it in the end.
It felt
like there and done that. Let me tell you, West Coast, I think 5 finals we missed out on. Yeah. I'm not bitter and twisted these days.
I might have opened a can of worms there.
This team is the feel-good story of this year's final series now. I mean, if you went into week 1 and you looked at all 4 games, most people would think, look, if I had to really say, I think this will definitely happen, I'll probably pick Richmond. So many people felt, Brisbane's form's tapered, they haven't got the finals record, and yet not only do they win last week by breath, now they come to Melbourne, everything against them. Danaher goes home on the morning of the game, and they find a way to push against all their recent history to get it done tonight.
Well, I don't mind admitting to those who weren't listening to the pre-game that I just thought after that performance against Richmond, which I thought was outstanding, I just thought they come here and they lose pretty comfortably, the Lions. I just thought Melbourne would be too strong. No Danaher. I thought they played their massive game last week. And at quarter time, I was thinking, I reckon Melbourne haven't completely taken advantage of everything, but I reckon I got that one pretty right. I reckon Melbourne go away and win this one very comfortably. To, as I said just a second ago, to flip the script completely on the game is full credit to the Lions. Lachie Neale's performance after half-time, after being well held. Jared Berry, really quiet in the first half.
Yeah, 26.
Chris Fagan put it on him and gave him the challenge of, you go to Oliver now in the second half. Devon Robertson tried to in the first half. Berry's second half was unbelievable. His last quarter in particular, Jared Berry had 13 disposals, 4 clearances, 4 score involvements. Yeah. Playing on Clayton Oliver, who he kept to 4 touches in the last quarter.
Yeah.
That's a monster from Jared Berry. So those types of performances were just brilliant.
Okay, now, I'll swing it again. You're the selector of Geelong, we know that. In reality, be honest about this, who would you think Geelong would have rather have played pre-match?
Pre-match? Well, again, I thought Melbourne would win comfortably, so I would have said Melbourne were the better team, so they'd probably prefer to play Lions. But I think with what you saw tonight from the Lions, they're going to have a really tough contest next Friday night here at the MCG.
We'll come back to that. A heap of time to preview next week, but Brisbane winners by 13 points. Tim Hodges is in the winners' rooms. Hodgie.
Holy cow, it is awesome. What an atmosphere. People are hanging from the rafters in the Lions' rooms. I hope this noise is coming through the microphone to do it justice. What a happy bunch. Ridiculous. Delirious. Charlie Cameron, the last in the song. Here we go. One of the most famous wins in Brisbane Lions history, right up there with premierships. Unbelievable. That's one of the coolest experiences I've seen, one of the great songs. Now we're down for Lachie Neale. He's got a television commitment first, so we've probably got 4 or 5 minutes to wait here, guys. So if you can clear a few things, Corbin, I'll endeavour to get the Brownlow medal favourite for you very soon.
Can't wait. We'll come back to you for that. Hodgie, a 13-point win for Brisbane. First time under Chris Fagan, they win 2 finals in the same finals series. Remember, coming in, they'd only won one game out of 5 out of the 6 that they'd played.
Most recent 3 years, all of a sudden 2 and 6, 3 and 7. Starts to not look as bad as what it did at the start. What's more impressive, Lingy, the upset or the nature in which they came from behind, 28 points behind in the second quarter? It wasn't as dramatic as what Freo's win over the Western Bulldogs was, but it wasn't less impressive.
No, not at all. I mean, almost, I would say more impressive because of the calibre of opposition they just defeated. They're the reigning champs. And a team that, as I said before, we're going to win it by a country mile halfway through the season. And they had control of the game. Melbourne were dominating. So to flip that around, it's ultra impressive. And when you're coming up against the champs and you're playing on a huge Friday night and there's no next week, you need your most experienced players, your best players, playing up to a level. Daniel Rich, brilliant all night. 30 disposals, controlled things off half-back, good ball use. Jared Berry, I've already mentioned him, and Lachie Neale, how wonderful they were. McCluggage, really solid, 25 disposals, kicked a goal, had 7 inside 50s. Dane Zorko, with all the pressure of everything that went on in that final game, he played a really solid game and stood up. Eric Hipwood kicks the 4 goals. Charlie Cameron only has 5 touches, kicks 3 goals.
Don't forget him Lingy.
Yeah, Coleman.
Played really well off the half-back line.
You know who are the 2, call them X-Factors, call them whatever you want, just the fire starters, is Coleman and Zach Bailey.
Yep.
And Zach Bailey's last quarter, he finds 2 goals in the last term in a complete arm wrestle, and Bailey just finds a way.
Yep.
And Coleman, when the Lions were too stagnant, Coleman would take an inset mark and just go.
Yeah.
And their ball use would start rolling from that. They're so important.
And young Wilmot, too, for an 18-year-old, he held his own. His tackle was one of those tackles that stopped the goal in that last quarter.
Yeah, last quarter in the goal scorer.
It's just brilliant.
He became just the 6th guy in the last 40 years to debut in a final. Does he, Wilmot? His first 2 games, 6th player in the last 40 years.
Yeah.
And now his 2 games he's played, he's won, one final at the G, where Brisbane haven't won since 2014 by 13 points, and the other one by 2 points last week.
Yeah.
Can I just to jump in, I want to go back on Jared Berry. This is the second half, playing on Clayton Oliver. Jared Berry, quiet first half. Hodgie spoke about Chris Fagan putting it on him. So Jared Berry's had 22 disposals, 9 contested possessions, 5 clearances, 6 score involvements in the second half alone, matched up on Oliver, who had 9 disposals, 3 clearances, 1 score involvement. So 22 versus 9. Score involvement, 6 versus 1. Clearances, 5 versus 3. On the best player for Melbourne, Jared Berry has taken a monster scalp, and that's the best game of footy Jared Berry's ever played for the Lions on such a big stage.
Yeah. Well, and it's mix and match too. Sometimes you find something. You think, well, this is not working. What are we going to do? It's interesting. We saw Petty go forward. It's probably well and truly too late. Takes a mark, gets the other hand pass off. Did Pickett kick the goal or he kicked the post? Langdon kicked the goal. That's right. So 2 goals come from 3 minutes of play. Every now and again you find something and it works, and you go, right, we're going to stick with that. So like Berry, you go, next week, who do we sit on? So who's the most? Is it Guthrie? Is it? So all of a sudden my mindset is I'm going to Robert and going to Robert. No, we've got Berry there as well. So we can go to plan B. There's nothing better going into finals and you can go, will this work? So I'm trying to pick their side. Dennett will come into the side. Mm-hmm. McInerney should come into the side. But the Weather Bureau is saying 20 mils of rain. So do you need the extra tall? Or do you go the other player that's got a solid body and can stay over the football? We won't know those until we get closer. But from games like this, things happen that change your psyche in picking the side, and the opposition sit back and go, hang on, now maybe we didn't analyse him as that sort of player.
The only thing I need to cover off on Jared Berry and all the accolades I'm giving is the way that they'll look at that little incident with Clayton Oliver.
Yeah, that'll be an interesting the match review officer.
I personally think, looking at it, we're only talking a fine. I don't think we're talking suspension.
So for people that weren't with us earlier.
So Oliver and Berry involved in a scuffle, middle of the ground, clear vision where Berry's hands and fingers go far too close to Clayton Oliver's eyes. He shouldn't have them anywhere near there. Bit of a clawing motion. Yep. It was quick. I think it's small enough and not completely right in there enough to end up as a suspension, but his hand was in a position it shouldn't have been in to Clayton Oliver, so they will look at it for sure.
And as soon as the emergency umpire came out, Oliver said, he's gone for my eyes.
Yep.
The match review officer has been really harsh on this. So do you remember the Andy Brayshaw incident? Well, I think it was actually against Berry, from memory. It was in Perth, which is a weird sort of turn of events. But I remember Brayshaw took it to the tribunal. He was adamant. I did not mean, this is Andy, didn't mean to scratch his face. And so he was rolled over in a tackle, and he said he was trying to grab the ball, and he got him on the face. And it was upheld. He ended up missing weeks for a contact with hand on the face around the eye region of Jared Berry.
This will be interesting then, because there's no ball, there's no mitigating circumstances.
Fremantle were howling about it. Like, they just couldn't believe that the character of their guy would have been brought into question. It wasn't even one of those things where everyone tries to get their player off.
Yeah.
They genuinely felt like he wasn't trying to eye gouge him and get him missed weeks. I reckon that was maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah, see, that's fresh. Then that's as far as it's not the 5 or 6 years where they've changed the rules so many times, they've changed the system so many times. That's fresh. It'll be really interesting to see whether that does. But I think in general though, the confidence that Brisbane will get out of this game is you could not jump it. It'll be that the confidence is now through the roof, and they know they can bring Danaher in, who will give them another. Because I've always got a theory on taller players who have come off a knee. It's a 2-year injury. One, the recovery, and then the one with the confidence. Because they have a look at Josh Bruce. Like, you don't want to turn with your body, and when you get hit, you automatically bend your knees and you go to ground. So Hipwood tonight took the next step because his speed was just... We know that Lever's not quick, and he got him and burned him off, but to kick 4 goals in the second and the third quarters... He set them up.
Just to tie a little bow on there, so I've just got the article up. So he was suspended for 1 match for intentionally making unreasonable or unnecessary contact to the eye region of Brisbane's Jared Berry. They found guilty at the tribunal. That was despite Brayshaw's evidence that his actions were careless, and a declaration from his lawyer that the tribunal would be challenging the midfielder's credibility if they found him guilty. Brayshaw will miss the Western Derby after the tribunal deemed he used a clawing action while making contact to Berry's face.
Wow. Well,
that was from 2021. It was only last season.
It was... Oh, wow, yeah. It was unnecessary contact on this occasion. It was a clawing motion. Wow. Be interesting to see how they grade that one.
How crazy is it till it's the same player? Like, as we're working through that in real time, and you're with us, obviously, for going through that.
What's 1 minute on Melbourne? We're going to the rooms.
We're going to the rooms. We'll come back on Melbourne. Brisbane by 13 points. They're through to the prelim to play the Cats next Friday night. Tim Hodges. Hodgie.
Corbin, Lockie Neal, the superstar from the Lions, has been good enough to come to us. Lockie, can I just get a word on that song? That was about the coolest song I've ever heard. Premierships aside, that was just enormous.
Yeah, it was. I'm pretty spent. That was an amazing effort by our guys in the second half to play like that. Cam Rayner's dad, I don't know if you can hear him, but he's up and about. that's him going nuts. He's a legend. Crazy performance. Really proud of the guys, the way we come out and played. It was looking a little bit dicey at the start there, but to our guys' credit, we stayed composed. We probably got it a bit wrong at the start, but just so proud of our group.
You look a bit shell-shocked. Can you actually believe what's happened in the last hour in particular?
Yeah, I am a bit shell-shocked. It probably hasn't sunk in yet. I've always had belief, though. I truly believe that this footy team, this footy club, if we play our best footy, we can beat anyone in the comp, and I think we proved that tonight. We just had to bring it out, and we probably haven't brought it the last sort of 10 to 12 weeks of the season. I think we started the season quite well and played some really good footy, and then tonight and last week in patches we were able to find that groove, find our best footy and what that looks like, and tonight I thought we got it 70% right, and that was enough. So yeah, so proud.
It's awesome. It's so great. Lockie's got the cans on. I'll send you upstairs. I know we're fighting the clock. Mick Malthouse and Cameron Ling.
Lockie, congratulations on the win. That was simply phenomenal to be here and witness that. You mentioned you got a bit wrong early. What was that you got a bit wrong, and what flipped around to play such wonderful footy?
I think we lacked composure with the footy. I feel like when we play Melbourne the last sort of 3 or 4 times, we've been we haven't been bold with our ball movement, and we sort of fell into the trap again of going long down the line. And then when we did get the ball, I was a culprit as well, sort of rushed our disposal and turned it over, and that's how they were able to get us. So once we tidied that up and played with a bit more composure, changed the angles, bit of overlap run, and really test out the defence, we were able to score. But at the start, we were a bit panicky, and I was one of those as well.
Your second half was a monster, a massive influence on the game, but so was one of your partners in crime, Jared Berry. Just can you talk to his role? He completely stopped Clayton Oliver, but also just influenced the game in a massive way in that second half.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen a better second half from Jared, and probably not from anyone in our team. To be honest, it was amazing to watch. Even on the ground, I could tell that he was having the biggest influence on the game. Fague set him the task at half-time to go to Oliver, and we had Dev Robertson on him in the first half, and we just swapped their roles. Dev did a pretty good job. Clayton, he's an amazing player and was still getting his hands on it, but I thought his disposals were rushed in that first half a lot of the time because of Dev's pressure, but then Jared Berry took it to another level and was able to nullify his influence, which is hard enough to do, but then to win 20-odd touches in the second half himself and drive the ball forward for us, one of the better second halves that you'll ever see.
Lockie, congratulations. A great win and a great performance yourself. Just on, we're looking at the ruck work. Melbourne are a dominant side as far as stoppages go and the clearances, but we thought that you guys started to get on top. Remember about 7 or 8 minutes into the late in the first quarter, then and got back in the second and dominated in the second, third, and fourth quarter. You're a ruckman. Tell me, how are you going to leave him out of the side?
Lucky that's not my job, Mick. I don't have to have that conversation with him if he does miss out. But he 40 played a great role tonight, unbelievable. So maybe we'll go in with the 2 ruckmen next week. Who knows? But yeah, I thought he came in and played. Sort of his back was against the wall. Hasn't played AFL footy for a long time, and to come in and play like that was unbelievable. I thought at the start of the game as well, we were really reactive to what they were doing around stoppage, and I thought once we turned proactive, got on the move ourselves a bit and tried to win the footy, that's when it started to turn. Instead of just following them around and sort of sitting on their back shoulder, we actually started to get to work ourselves.
When did you find out about Joe Danaher? Was there a sneaky suspicion that he wouldn't play during the week at all?
No. So I think it's come out that his partner went into labour this morning. So
not expected?
No, not expected. We knew that she was heavily pregnant, but I think he got a call at 5:30 this morning, and then off he went. So I didn't find out till breakfast time, about 9 o'clock. But for Tommy Fullerton to step in on such late notice, I thought he competed really well in the air. We know that Melbourne's backs have dominated us the last few times, so I thought his role was really good as well. It was a credit to him.
Right, and just the mindset. Like when you lose a key player, he played pretty well last week, kicked 3 goals. So what was the mindset in regard to him leaving early? Was there anyone? Did they talk about it? Did the coach talk about it?
No, I didn't hear anyone say anything about it. Obviously, when we got to the ground, everyone knew. But yeah, our boys we have this steely resolve about us. When someone like that goes out, it's just next man in, and no one was rattled by it. Our mindset throughout this whole week has been really strong. I feel like we've been building to a performance like this, and this week on the track, it was full of energy. We trained really well, and it was a great result.
Yeah, well done.
Lockie, I know you got to run, but just lastly, does it feel extra special that it happened this way, on this ground where you haven't won since 2014, and against this team who's had it over you in recent times?
Yeah, it does. It probably hasn't sunk in quite just yet, but like you said, they've dominated us over the last 24 months. So to have a performance like that against the reigning premiers and at a ground that we haven't won at for a long time, we sort of took a lot of confidence away from the Richmond game that we played here a few weeks ago. Our first half was some of the best footy that we've played, and then we got it wrong in the second half. But we took a lot of confidence away from that first half that we can play some really good footy here, and the ground actually does suit us if we move the ball the way that we know we can.
You're a special team to watch at the moment, Lockie, and you in particular as a player. Really appreciate your time and enjoy next Friday night. Can't wait to see you back here at the G.
Can't wait. Thanks, guys.
Lockie Neal in the winners' rooms. Give me your best minute, Mick, on Melbourne.
Well, I think Petty going forward. If they're going to change anything for next year, they need to readdress their tools and their forward line. And him taking that big mark and then getting the ball across to Langdon, it tells you something about their forward line. So if there was a best moment, yeah, they played well early, but that was predictable. But they just couldn't sustain getting the ball in and any clean football. And I think they've got major problems in their forward line.
Difference between a premiership and going out in straight sets. Often the bottom eight. The bottom eight last year were unbelievable with their performance, with their embracing of the role. Tonight and the same last week.
Horrible.
Just no contribution.
They never had the same momentum as last year, did they?
Yeah. No. But we spoke about this pre-game. We said that the bottom, I said 5, you say 8, Ling. It doesn't matter. It's around about that number. They just didn't contribute. And look, when Oliver starts to get squeezed out, who steps up?
Tomorrow on ABC Radio, the lead Sports Talk in WA, SA Grandstand to kick the day off in your market, then the AFLW, a special Saturday footy forum. And then from 5 p.m, Clinchy will be back here at the MCG
Not that far away
for the
now.
other semi. It just keeps outdoing itself, this final series. The Lions come from 28 points down to eliminate the reigning premiers and book a place in a prelim. They win at the G for the first time in 8 years. Chris Fagan's men will be back here on Friday night against the Cats. Before that, join us tomorrow for the Dockers and the Pies. Good night from the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
Plays it out the back, Luai to kick out, quick hands to To'o, and he puts it down one-handed in the corner. Game, set, bingo!
The 2022 NRL Final Series on Grandstand Rugby League.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport, your home of rugby.
Can you be more Pacific? On ABC Radio Australia.
Bula Vinaka, and welcome to another week of Can You Be More Pacific? My name is Sarah Nangama, and I'm joined by my media bestie / co-host / the second smartest man I know, Dean Hallertau.
Whakalofa here to everyone, and welcome to the show, Sarah. It's great to have you back. We've missed you over the last couple of weeks. We've got by. Kennedy was a laugh last week, but
She's a good time, that one.
Yeah, she is a good time. She's lots of fun, and but it's good to have you back. How was tour?
Yeah, tour was amazing. It was pretty cool to go up to Christchurch. Is that up?
Across, down.
Yeah. Anyways, to head to Christchurch was great. Really, really cold. They don't have pay pass in all their shops, so that was a bit of a downfall. And then, went to Adelaide and we had the double header with the Wallabies, which was an incredible setup. Adelaide Oval, world class.
Yes.
I guess the pain at all, I wasn't selected in either one of the game day 23s. And, that's always tough. And as you know, as an athlete as well, it's just a bit of head noise while you're on tour. But grateful for it all. And I guess breaking news, and I guess my story before you even get to it is I've been selected to go to World Cup.
Yes, congratulations. That's awesome.
Thanks, fam. Thank you.
I did see this on your Instagram yesterday and had a quick look on the Wallaroos Instagram. So congratulations. That's
Thank
huge
you, my
news.
brother.
And you'll get that cap. I've got no doubt about it. You go across again to play the World Cup. You'll be excited for that.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And I think heading back home was really cool. Just to even come back and be in Adelaide, just on home soil, I think really made a difference for us as a squad. And we were home now for 2 weeks. I go back into camp this weekend, and we all know that we're just going to get absolutely smashed because it's like their last real week with us with no test matches inside, and then come home for about 5 days, and then we off for about a 5-week block or so.
Your calendar is full.
It's
full of rugby.
hectic, lad. It's hectic. What about you? What's been happening in the world of Hulla?
Oh, we're in finals for NRL, so like it's flat out at the moment.
Bit going on.
NRLW's like peaking as well, so there's like plenty of footy going on. I've actually got a little bit of a break this weekend. I'm taking my wife away for 2 days for a. It's like a birthday present, but it's only a staycation. We're staying in Sydney, but I thought.
What area?
Just we're coming in the city. Like we're going to have like a couple of nights in a.
Baby number 4 is coming. You heard it here first. Baby number 4 is coming. Baby Hollis is coming.
I don't know if we're ready for that.
Oh, okay. Turning our attention to our top story for this week, and Serena Williams has taken a bow from her illustrious tennis career.
Yeah, huge news. Serena Williams, who is the GOAT of tennis, and she has been such a fierce competitor for a long time, so successful. Love watching Serena play. Anytime she takes a court, you just... You're waiting to see what she delivers because she has been at the top of her game for so long and so hard to beat. It's not like you cheer for the other person. You just want to see the other player that she comes up against compete with her because she's been that dominant. But yeah, she bowed out at the US Open in the third round. It was great to watch just the support she got every game she played. Some people have said it was a negative because the fans got right behind her so much so that it took away from the other person. But she deserved the send off that she got from that crowd over there. Flushing Meadows, it's called that, isn't it? That's the name of the place where the US Open's played. But yeah, she went down, unfortunately, in the third round. It was 7-5, 6-7, 6-1 to Aya Tomljanovic. Have I said that right?
I believe so.
Yeah, so what can you say for